All right, ladies and gents, welcome back to the NADPC 2023 Tour 2 Div 2. It's John Xfire here with Lizard. Lizard, we haven't worked together in this capacity before, you know? I've not done play-by-play in English in a long time. I'm subbing in. We did a little bits of swaps with T-Panda. You were on for Western Europe a little bit earlier. You've been doing the Dota all day. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great, man. Did 2 series, ran to the gym, you know, like real fast. Did my sets, came back for some more Dota. Yeah, I'm all right. It could be better, could be worse, you know. I'm just all right. Enjoying some good dotes as always, you know. Living life.
Yeah. Living life. I mean, you know, you get a double whammy too. You get your cardio rushing to the gym and rushing back to do some more Dota. So
and I did cardio at the gym as well, so triple.
Exactly. Triple workout. Super healthy, Mr. Lucid. Always good to hear. And it's good to see you in such high spirits. Of course, we are in for NA now after seeing a little bit of Western Europe a while ago here as well. And NA Div 2, it's been a bit of a bloodbath for the first 2 days, right? We had 2 days of the Div 2 play-by for NA. All days going to 3 games each. Like, it's been a bit insane that every time it's just 3 games.
I think you will change things, John. You know, I think just because you are here, everything switches from today. T-Panda was the cursed one. He's the three game series boy, obviously, because I didn't work 1 series, right? So that series went 3 games as well. So I'm obviously not the common denominator. It's T-Panda. With you now, I'm foreseeing easy 2-0s. For sure.
Yeah, well, we'll find out, I suppose. We do have a recap of what happened in the last day with a couple of our series last time around that we should be able to see here. Of course, we did have Alpha play up against Fart Studios. Again, it went 3 games. I know you had a couple of words for this one, Lizard. Like, you expected this to be a bit cleaner for Fart Studios, but something about a Necrophos in that game 1.
Oh man, don't trigger me.
I mean, you're seeing it right here.
Yeah.
It was
Fartas J.
rough time.
Yeah, Fartas J. Apparently he got cheated into making this nickname. Just so you know, he wanted to. They said that they're all gonna change nicknames into Fart something, but once he changed the nickname, everyone else didn't. It was a nice debate, honestly.
Yeah, it certainly is a good feeling as well to have that name, and your team is all inspired to see you with that name. You know, I'm sure that lifts up team morale, maybe not personal morale, and that certainly kind of dropped in this game as well. A really strong win for Alpha, which for me it's a bit surprising to see Alpha take a win. Like, not dissing on them, like their Tour 1 in Div 1 was rough, right? They went through a couple of roster changes there. They've got Joker and Empyrean on hand, Soul and Rise is still together. And I believe they changed their offlane as well to Satoshi. So, I mean, they took that game 1 though, but afterwards, Fart Studios, it looked like they did manage to rally back here.
I guess at the same time, I guess at least it was Division 1, right? So losing it, yeah, whatever. You're a Division 2 team, obviously. It is what it is. Hopefully you can get back to Division 1. But they already lost 1 series, right? Like, it wasn't that great. Only the first game looked really damn clean from them. The second and the third game, I don't know. It wasn't even so much about the drafts. Like, the drafts could have been better here and there, but the execution was just lacking.
Yeah, and that's something that was consistent as well during the Div 1 run. I think it looked a little bit disconnected for Alpha when we were taking a look at them. And of course, for Fort Studios, this is the team that's been together in some shape or form for a good 2 years, it feels like. Maybe at the start of DPC, you know, all the way to our first DPC cycle. We've already had them in the form of Arkosh beforehand. So they've got a wealth of experience in working with each other. And that still carries true.
Wait,
and
what?
I think that's why a lot of us favored Ford.
Hold on. Are you saying that they are Arkosh? Are you revealing their real names? Is that what it is?
I had a hunch feeling. They just have that same vibe, you know? they give me recollections for those animals in Arkosh.
Yeah.
And what kind of monsters would name themselves Fart? Only people on the same level of degeneracy as a bunch of demons would.
Like you definitely once you said animals, you didn't have to comment any further.
Speaking of animals, we'd have Ant come up here as well in their second series, up against Sand King Gomez. And that one also went all the way in 3 games, with the first game going to another NA team, of course. This is an interesting one for me because Sand King Gomez is a team that I haven't really heard about. Like, I'm not even remotely familiar with the players either. Outside of, I believe, 9 I've seen before.
Yeah.
Like this specific 9.
Yeah,
I'm
not familiar with like 90% of these players, to be honest, like in NA Div 2, but I am enjoying the ride and getting to know them a bit better. I can't remember who won this series in the end, and Ash is on fire. Like, he doesn't look like he deserves to be in Division 2. Like, still, obviously he has a lot of experience, but experience with or without it, like, he was doing plays 24/7 for his team. Okay, in the first game, he's one of the reasons, or the main reason why they won it. Second game obviously was lost. Third one, I have to wait and see the drafts until I can recall what actually happened, because that was like 7 a.m. for me already, you know, like pushing that midnight oil. Oh yeah, the Darkseer Slark. I don't know what happened here. Like, this game, they could have won easily, I feel like, on the side of Ant, and then TB just like Shido, he just took off. He solo carried it. They couldn't really do a lot to him. He was just standing there with the BKBs. They had no control, no ways of dealing. This is the last fight. Only 10k advantage, but it didn't look that way. Slark was kind of jumping around, not being able to control anyone. Like, that's something that Ant definitely missed. Like, maybe some... You see their drafts, right? Like, there's only one stun, and that's the task. So if you pop your BKBs, they're kind of like, yeah, what you gonna do? Like, we're good.
Yeah, it looked like a tough one. And it looked like a bloodbath coming out here as well. Like, going over 70 kills coming out here as the game starts to tie up. So a lot of action on the board there for both sides. And I'm hoping we get like an action-packed set of games here as well. Because again, if we're expecting to continue that trend here in NA to go... You know, it's only been 2 days, but we already have a little bit of an establishment between our top 4 and bottom 4. Cut, Fart Studios, SKG, Tilted Boys up there in the top 4. Alpha, Ant, C-Dub, and OVS in the bottom 4. Again, it's been 2 days, and it's all gone 3 games. So even if you're in the bottom 4, you've managed to take a game off of each of these teams, and I think it's a good sign. You know, it's a good sign that Div 2 here in NA is hyper competitive. And it's like you pointed out, you know, players like Ush, there are a lot of players here with a lot of experience. There's also a lot of players with maybe a little bit more to learn in the division as well. And it's a good blend of that, as we do have our schedule on hand for today. We will have 2 series up once again, and we should be able to see those series coming up on screen sooner rather than later. I believe our matchups, again, we've kind of teased about this a little bit. We've got T-Boys versus Alpha and Cut versus OVS. Cut versus OVS is one that I'm a little bit curious about here, Lizard. You've seen most of NA. I have not really managed to see what Oversight has been doing. And the Cut is like a known entity that's been in and out of Div 2 for a while in NA. Like, how do you weigh up this series later today?
I don't even know, man. On one side, we have Scourge McDuck and High Shaggy.
Oh, yes.
You know, when I see these nicknames, I just want to go with them. I don't even care about how good or bad they are. That's it. NA never Italiano Gangster as well, B God, Ube. They have some players, right? Some players that have been around for some time. But NA never ceases to impress with the nicknames of teams. So I'm always a little bit favoring these kind of teams, like your Fart Studios, your Arkosh Gamings. The cut as well isn't really. I love their. I think BTS made that, right? Like I love their logo.
Yes.
Most of these logos were made by them because everyone was lazy to submit anything.
Yeah. Yeah, that came out from like the first DPC cycle way back when. And the cut was one of those teams where they did design the logo. I believe that's supposed to be a T-bone steak cut.
Yeah.
And it always looks like a tongue to me. Of course, the first series before that, though, is what we're going to be taking a look at next. It's T-Boys versus the side of Alpha. Again, we talked a little bit about Alpha. They dropped down from Division 1. Tilted Boys came in through the closed qualifiers and the bloodbath that the staging was there as well. This is going to be an interesting one because Alpha, it feels like they're still finding a grip on how to play as a team, but Tilted Boys, like this is a team with 2 Ukrainian players coming in, and 3 NA players, of course, from America. It's an interesting one, and we had a bit of a discussion as who you felt was better. You mentioned you favorite Tilted Boys just from the games we saw. What makes you say that here?
Wait, it's Tilted Boys versus the cut Alpha. Yeah, just from the games that I watched, I don't know. Tilted Boys looked in their series. They looked a little bit perhaps better. That's all. Really, nothing extra to it. I really like the way they played versus whoever they played against. Let me find the matchup. I'll tell you in a second. Tilted Boys played versus Oversight. Like that's probably one of those series that looked the cleanest for me so far in Division 2 from both teams. Right? Like every other series for me was like this. I was watching it like, oh my God, what the hell is going on? What's happening? Like face palming half of the time. Like just going through it. But Tilted Boys and Oversight, they had some decent Dota, so maybe that's why I'm favoring them. But you never know. Like as you said, all these series they went 3 games, so every single team here is capable of taking a game and the series off of one another.
Yeah, I'm keen to see how Tilted Boys play. It's again a team that I haven't personally seen as well, and I've seen a little bit of Alpha. I've seen Rises for a couple of years now. They're new players in Joker and Empyrean. Joker is Sabo666, so he had a little bit of an issue with certain reports last time that were cleared up, and Empyrean is a veteran of the region as well. So it's interesting to see that the newer blood is a little bit more favored in your mind. And what are you gonna say?
Sabo, he was banned from Valve events, right? It's like something like that.
Yeah, there were accusations of match fixing, which were cleared up. I think they managed to present enough proof. Him and Steel Borko were cleared up there. So, he's bouncing back in.
He has an amazing name, like real name. Is Chad Zabo. What's Zabo, by the way? That sounds very Hungarian.
Yeah, I'm not sure where it's from. So I'm not sure it's from, but what I do know, of course, is our sponsors from esportsbet.io. You've got the chance to earn while watching Dota 2 by using the new Watch to Earn platform. You can earn up to 3,000 free tokens, which is worth around 3 USD per hour, simply watching your favorite Dota 2 teams on esportsbet.io. You check it out. They are committed to providing the best possible experience, and that's free money for watching Dota. So, if you love watching Dota, check out Watch to Earn and, get your 3,000 tokens per hour. And what else is on hand is we've got our draft ready here, Lizard. We can see some of that Dota goodness at last.
Before we see some Dota goodness, I have a conspiracy theory, right? So I was just searching for Zabo, where the name is from, because I'm pretty certain it's European, like obviously like all American last names almost, but it sounded like Hungarian. The first name I opened on Wikipedia is Nick Szabo, right? Nicholas Szabo, computer scientist, legal scholar, and a cryptographer known for his research in digital contracts and digital currency. He's linked to Bitcoin and is speculated to be Satoshi himself. And they do have a Satoshi on their team as well. I don't know, man. I don't know why this team is doing what this team is doing in Division 2 because they're loaded. Especially Nick.
Yeah, they are loaded. That's quite the rabbit hole, Lizard. That's quite the rabbit hole. Nick,
I don't know, man.
And Chad Szabo.
Chad Szabo, probably the descendant of Nick Szabo.
Having Satoshi in your team too, all up front. And what else is up front is how fast this draft is going. I am not used to seeing a draft fly by this fast in the first phase. Alpha picking up the Beastmaster and Mirana. Tilted Boys going with the Undying Morphling. So you've got your conditions on both sides. Alpha taking up their off lane. Tilted Boys probably taking their safe lane here with a Morph. How do you feel about these openings? Like we've talked a lot about Disruptor. It's kind of been ignored in favor of the Undying here for Tilted Boys, which I feel is fair. You know, Undying is still one of those really high impact supports. Do you feel safe just going straight for the Morphling? Like Morphling into Beastmaster doesn't sound too bad.
Yeah, I think like you have the Undying Morphling lane. That sounds pretty decent. This is, by the way, their comfort zone. Ferte plays a sick Morphling. I think he carried with it in the last series, if I recollect correctly. So that's why they pick it. Meanwhile, for Alpha, I think it's also solid. You get a lot of attack speed versus the Tombstone, right? Like the Mirana is one of those heroes that can actually creep kick properly versus the Undying. You're not too sad about what you've got on your opener. I'm a big Beastmaster fan, by the way, right now on offlane. I feel like it should be one of the most contested heroes. You would just ban out the Night Stalker and some random counters and you're good to go with your game. He always has impact.
Yeah, like as long as you can just kind of get your creep army going, it just feels really easy to play the game. You have a really good aura on hand as well. Your item buildups aren't too bad. I am curious though, and I feel like I've seen this discussion somewhere. What about those drums of Slom? What about the Ags?
Please don't. Stop it. Everyone needs to stop with the goddamn drums of Slom, man. I'm losing my mind here.
It is an interesting spell. It is an interesting spell. Interesting short term for pretty bad. I mean, it has its use. It's so weird because like the tail end of the drumming is actually pretty high damage. It's like a good 5 seconds until you reach that like 1 second of constant drumming. So
I just have a feeling everyone gave up on the item the moment it got released, like no one was building it. And now suddenly on the last day of goddamn Western Europe, everyone built it, right? Like every single Beastmaster. But it was built for a specific reason. I feel like there was nothing else he could build in that game. I think he was playing versus a Night Stalker and like the lane wasn't good, so he couldn't go for a lot of utility that he usually would. There was a reason basically why he went Drums of Slom, and it kind of worked out. I think it was 33 that did it, if I correct. Yeah, I think I'm correct. Yeah, like I don't know. I don't want to see it. I'd rather see something else. You know, some Helm of the Overlord, some ancient apparition. Sure. Why not into the Morphling?
Yeah.
Do you like it? I guess you have Roar to set it up, right? It's pretty solid that way.
Yeah, you've got the Roar, and it's not just, it's the Morphling along with the Undying Heal as well, right? Like, so you just completely cut off, like, sustain in general for Tilted Boys. I think my one issue for Alpha is, it literally is right now just the Roar that you have, like, a stable stun for. You might be able to maybe use the Vortex Slow from that AA to set up for an hour. That's a little bit harder. But I guess if you slow stack with Boars on top, it could be a little bit easier to just line up a good arrow from a decent distance and just kind of go from there. Like AoE control is definitely not the shining point for Alpha. At the least as well, you have two range supports that can kind of twack away a Tombstone if need be. So you do have some way of just removing that threat. Tilted Boys, they go for the Doom. So you mentioned not having the Night Stalker to have a good game as the Beastmaster, but you do have the Doom with Devour. And once you hit your, what was it, level 15 talent, you can kind of take care of some of those creeps there.
I don't know, man. I feel like you're reaching with those with the AA, slow with the boards to set up the arrow. That sounds like a pretty shitty setup, man, if you ask me. But sure, they can get something from the mid lane, maybe, and then you're fine. Oh, double Doom. Wow, I didn't see this in a while. Double shotgun, double Doom. Let's go, Morphling. Buy E-Blade. Good old 2020.
It's kind of all in, and I think I feel like I've seen a couple of teams run a Grimstroke Doom, and it's always
Sven.
like a little bit iffy. And we do get the Sven coming out from Alpha, so they're kind of just going in for all these buffs. They've got a little bit more stun outside of just Aurora now as well.
Yeah, they got to stun. I guess that's the point, right? Like with the Sven. And you don't want to give... Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, you get the stun into cold feet. You can set up the arrow more or less. Like, I guess like the utility from the Beastmaster is there. The auras, everything. It's not too bad of a Sven game. But then again, you have a Sven. Like, you get a Sven on your team. I don't know. Into a Morphling.
It's not the funnest thing in the world once that Morph is up and running. And your strength here, you've got 2 melee cores into the Undying. If he positions himself right, Decay is going to feel pretty damn good here. It's going to be down to the supports on a pretty good team zone placement on, say, the high ground, where it feels like it's going to be the support's job to kind of clear that out as well. So I'm keen to see if Alpha can kind of play around that. At the least, like, the Sven is like this one nice physical core that can clump up with your Beastmaster pretty nicely. He uses the attack speed aura pretty well, can buff up the creep army as well with his Warcry. So you can kind of sustain through that push. It's just, the Sven has not felt
It's
amazing.
a Sven. That's it.
It's a Sven.
I know.
A Sven.
I love how John is like, you're running a marathon. You're making this big ass circle around the stadium, and then you come back to the same point. It's a Sven. It's not that great. But what do they have? They have a lot of stack making from the Mirana, but those stacks probably Beastmaster needs to take. So I don't even know about that one. Like, I guess you come online a little bit faster than the Morphling. If you get like some blink, you can set up a ulti too. Maybe it's doable. I don't know. Like, this Silver Edge build on Sven could be solid too. Do they have a ton of control? They don't, right? Nothing that goes super hard through BKB. So maybe it is a decent... Like, I can see a world in which Sven gets a couple of items, like whatever, Echo Saber, BKB, whatever you're going for right now, crit, and you just take Rosh and end the game before Morphling comes online. And I can also see a game in which Morphling gets a Skadi, blink, jumps on top of AA, destroys him and then everyone else. But he needs different items. Like, if Morphling goes like one of those run-of-the-mill standard item builds into an AA, he's not gonna have a fun time. But if he has played this matchup many times and if he understands what he needs to do, like, a good Morphling can always play against an AA. Like, you just need to itemize properly.
Yeah, you just need to be able to remove that as a factor. And of course, it kind of helps if you can jump the back line. We're looking for perhaps a mid that can do that. The 2 big Spirit Predators right now, Ember Storm kind of banned out, Puck as well being taken out by Tilted Boys, Bat Rider gone. What do you have left for Tilted Boys that fits in? And Quap is still there. They go with the Invoker instead. So you've got a lot of play, like some good buffs. Alacrity onto the Morphling feels pretty good. Alpha into the DK. So going for a stable lane. This is intriguing that you pick this many strength heroes. Like, you aren't playing against a Timbersaw, but at the same time you are picking all of this into say the Undying, which honestly makes it feel a lot better for Door here.
I guess one positive is you don't care about, like, the lane will be fine for you and you don't care about the Doom, right? Like, you pop that Dragon form, who cares if you get doomed or not? So that's kind of solid. Well, overall, and you get another stun, by the way. We were crying about stuns at the beginning. They gave us two cores with 2 like point and click stuns. So like the Mirana with arrows can rotate around mid, maybe set up on Volodka. I hate this nickname. I can't pronounce it. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I still think it's a good Morphling game. You have some buffs with the Electricity too. Eventually, you should be able to take this. Double Doom as well sounds solid. But why go for Double Doom when you can have AoE Doom now? You know what I mean? It's like...
Yeah. Hey, I mean, you could go for double AoE Doom, which is super redundant, but, you know, it could look pretty good. You know, just wider control. Everyone's going to be caught from Alpha. And that's the one thing as well. With this kind of lineup from Alpha, with the way they're going to be jumping in, I can see the Grimstroke always catching 2 cores. Like, these supports are going to be so far back. When you do use your ultimate on that Soulbind, chances are it's going to be 2 cores. And it's going to give a lot of value. Whether or not Tilted Boys can execute on top of that is going to be another thing. So I'm keen to see, coming out of these drafts, Lizard, any single draft that you're kind of favoring here?
Do I don't know. I'm still gonna lean, I guess, is ease of execution on Alpha's side. Like, you have a Sven, you have an Ancient Apparition, you pop that stun and you just blow a target up, right?
Yeah, it should be relatively easy even from the laning phase for them to do that. So you are already in game. Game 1 of Alpha versus Tilted Boys. A little bit of a smoke out from both sides, but really aggressive movement from Alpha. Got a good position in the high ground if someone does pop back in.
Dragonite is chilling. There, each strength boy covering a different stair, you know.
Yeah, like just showing their might in those stairs. Notorious might run into them, might face some overwhelming might, but no, they dodge out. No movement at all. I don't see Tilted Boys kind of walking that area anytime soon. They know something's up.
I'm surprised they didn't at least try the high ground, you know, poke a little bit, poke your head out, try to see if anyone is there. Like, this is Doom right now. He's like, hello, anyone there? Knock, knock.
Just taking a look-see. Should be an even rune trade now, though, considering that they didn't manage to really catch anyone out here. Not too exciting, as they do just all pick up 2 bounties each, break into their lanes. Of course, the mid lane is going to be a little bit more static, I believe. We've got the Invoker around. The Sentry does pick up the Obs, I believe, so they should at least have themselves a nice little ward advantage. Can feel pretty good.
Unfortunate for Mr. Invoker, but what can you do?
Yeah, sometimes you plant that ward early, the enemy just swings by from your own triangle and plops a cheeky ward, and well, you can't do much about it. But still, taking a look at that mid, Volodka up against Soul. The DK versus the Invoker lane, this feels pretty static, right? It does feel like something where if your support doesn't come through, especially from Alpha, if you don't get the Mirana rotation, then basically you just farm.
I feel like even if they do come, you know, even if they do come over and visit the lane, it's still not going to be very significant unless you get the Invoker somehow really down low, which I don't see happening. He even is going Quaspex early on, so I feel that it's probably the least interesting lane. Just wait until everything that I said is wrong and there's utter bloodbath on the mid lane.
Find out, I suppose. I do believe your words, though, Lizard. I'm not sure if Alpha is going to be able to pierce through the Invoker early on. Still, taking a look up top, Ferte on that Morphling and Dor on the Undying up against Joker and Monster on the Mirana and Beastmaster. We already have the early Wild Axis coming here from Monster as well in this lane. So, Wild Axis over the Boris in the Morphling lane. I'm not entirely sure if that's something I see too often. And he also doesn't have something like the Sage Mask or the Ring of Basilius, so sustaining the spam is a little bit more annoying. Does have the Mangoes up, but it's already empty of mana. No, early Tombstone down. Mangoes being popped, chasing down a little bit onto Monster. Might be enough. Zombies chase, and Dora gets the kill.
What happened to those zombies? They were rabid. They went from... what's the name? I forgot the name of the series. The Walking Dead zombies, where they're like literally crawling, to Last of Us zombies, where he's like jumping across tables, like in mad mode. It's the frenzy, right? But yeah, like they got an easy first blood. I'm not sure. You're mentioning axes. I guess you axes are fine because you can recover later on at the Ancients, right? Like maybe that's the reason. Maybe Mirana is supposed to stack for him a little bit. I don't see any stacks happening right now, but maybe that's the case. The point of it.
Yeah, just allows a little bit of quicker farm, but you're not going to be doing too much to stop Verta in this case. He is still managing to build up his own farm in that lane. A pretty free lane so far as he goes 16-7. And with that first blood for Door, I mean, he just refills on the mangoes. So he's all set to go with his own boots up. Down bot, Empyrean trying to find Notorious. The DOT
Damn.
does not last on the Grimstroke.
That's so
Does
close.
manage to back off. Very close. But this bot lane for Alpha should be almost like top. Like this should be a pretty kill-threatening lane. You get the stun,
Joker?
you get the cold feed. Oh, Joker starting to drop pretty low into Mirana.
Come on.
Does manage to bail out in the nick of time.
You dive that door. You 100% dive that. You pop that mango, you decay him one more time, you hit him.
Yeah. I think he expected Joker to run back instead of going back up top into the lane.
Yeah, I think we
He's
need
kind of getting juked around.
we need a masterclass for undying. If you are undying towers minute 3, what are you actually doing? You know,
Yes.
what's the point? What's the point of
that's
undying?
That's exactly how you want to play Undying. You want to go kind of unga bunga and just play like you're the strongest hero in the laning phase, because in a lot of ways you kind of are.
Yeah.
Still a nice little swing out for Joker, grabs the water rune as well. So, I mean, you don't really care about this too much if you're Valodka, but
Yeah.
it still allows him to not have to go back home and try to go for a pull.
Even if you die as an undying, right? Like you still just say, hey, I'm an undying, I did it on purpose. I lost all my
Yeah.
mana, I need to refresh.
Exactly.
There you go.
You just come back in and you start spamming your spells again. Down bot has been going a little bit of back and forth. Ezekiel dropping fairly low. But he does have the nice chain lightning, and they're actually chasing. Managed to get the Inkswell off. One more hit, and the lightning will do it.
It's so annoying, right?
Ezekiel.
Yeah.
It's so spammy. 50 mana for 140 damage.
Especially now
mean-
when everyone is buying mangoes and stuff, like you always have enough mana to spam it out. Like, Sven
You're
definitely
never going to
didn't-
run out.
Sven definitely didn't expect to die there.
I'm a little bit surprised that Alpha are just not able to really threaten with their Stormhammer combination with the Cold Feet. Like, Ezekiel's been dropping fairly low, but you're at the point now as the Doom. You've got enough points in Scorcher to kind of try to threaten back. He's also got Infused Raindrops on, so nuking him down is just that much harder. And already looking like a pretty solid start for Tilted Boys. Like, they definitely don't look tilted.
Just wait a bit. It will happen. But I agree, yeah. Like usually, I guess what the problem was here, Ancient Apparition was playing in the jungle versus Grim way too much. Instead of trying to like duel up on the Doom, he was fighting the Grim instead. At the same time, if you're not fighting the Grim, maybe Inkswell always breaks your combo, so hard to say.
Yep. Trying to go again. Inkswell does connect onto Empyrean. And Torres does steal away the rune. Still trying to go into Emp, but Soul is around, is out of mana. Empyrean taking some hits, is getting the slows off, and Notorious now does get punished. Empyrean manages to bail out.
Nice,
So,
nice bait,
trade
right?
back.
Yeah, nice bait, because he had sticks and a fairy fire, so he healed up quite a lot. Grimstroke got a little bit greedy, went in there, paid the price in the end.
Yeah, and even though it's not a core kill, you know, the support movement still kind of pays off for Alpha. They're applying that pressure onto the mid-tier 1. They've got the Soul Ring up now for Soul, so you should be able to just pop the Dragon form once more when it's up and threaten that tower. Everyone else just kind of stuck in their lanes. Arrow lands onto Door. Not too much to this one for the Undying. Gets the Soul Rip off and the Tombstone down with a Decay.
Bonus
Try
Tombstone?
and install this one out. Can he find Joker? Not quite. Bonus.
Deny.
The Deny does come in from Ferte. And Monster now just taking a few more hits, but you're trading supports. Not the worst feeling in the world. You're still farming pretty well here on Ferte. Although you are starting to see Rises pull ahead. And his lane on this Fen is starting to feel a lot better despite that early loss.
I think both carries, right? Like Sven and Morphling doing all right in their respective lanes. Morphling maybe a little bit better, but then DK is doing much better than Invoker. Like Invoker, what can you do on mid lane, right? Like this guy is gonna buy a Soul Ring, so your EMP isn't really that threatening anyway. Ezekiel,
No. Down bot. The stun did come in with a Cold Feet, but Inkswell not going to be able to do much. That does dissuade Rises from committing. Do you get the Embrace out onto Empyrean, but again, not enough as well. Lots of back and forth trades. Ezekiel is fairly low now, though. Has the headrest to try to regen up. And rises. Still has enough mana for a Stormhammer, although that Chain Lightning, that range Ezekiel can spam it from. I mean, it is painful.
Yeah. Balopka, he went for the Meteor Hammer. At the same time, he cannot approach the tower. So, like, you really want to use that a couple of times, but Dragonite is like, nope, I'm just gonna continue pushing. You want to approach the tier 1 even. Oh, Doom! Oh, hell yeah, let's
Doom.
go.
Pop out, they kill Empyrean off with it. I mean, as long as you find that kill, you're kind of fine. Probably not gunning for anything too big. Rise is still rushing forward here. Has the God Strength, twacking away at Notorious, still has the mana for the Stormhammer, and does manage to get it off. But here's the turnaround from Ezekiel. It swell up, and rises taken out.
At least he gets the kill,
they do
right?
find Notorious, sure. But he dies first, so Ezekiel, I mean, he's not getting any EXP for that. Not getting any too much off of it, but you still trade, you trade the support for your own life. Could have been worse. Still not ideal here for Alpha.
Oh, for sure. Like, basically why he popped it, he wanted to take the stacks as well. He wanted to protect them. Now Doom TPing top. They really want to defend this tower.
They've lost a Tombstone and they've trapped up Monster. The arrow doesn't connect to anyone on top of him. Is taken out. Ezekiel finding another for his trouble.
Ferte.
And should be able to defend as well.
This is not a kill, right? Like, they're just tickling the Morphling. It's completely fine. Going for Lincolns first, by the way. And that's something that I see from most Morphlings at the moment. Like, if you're playing Morphling, it's again allowed to go Lincolns first. But especially in this game, like, you're playing versus so many point-and-click stuns.
Yeah, it's good protection, but you did mention earlier on you don't want to see the cut and dry sort of build on the Morphling. As the Dragon Tail does connect along with the arrow into Valodka down mid. Cold Feet down as well, however the Vortex down as well, but Door showing up more than enough as they manage to get the Cold Snap onto Joker, but the damage is still there. Kill off Valodka with a good flank from Imp. And Soul, I mean, he's perfectly fine, regenning true. Good rotations out from Alpha.
Nicely done by them. Like, at least they get something, right? Like, this mid lane has went. I think they should play around the Dragonite, basically. He feels like the strongest one. And Doom now, okay, he gives out a kill. I'm not sure what Doom is doing on top lane. You TP top, but I really feel like you need to run back down bottom instantly and take that tier 1 tower. Like, this is something that where Division 1 and Division 2 teams are kind of. They differentiate themselves, right? Definitely. They one team wouldn't even TP top with the Doom to help defend that tier 1. Instead, he would be pressuring the tier 1 on the bottom lane. Probably buying Meteor Hammer at this point on Doom. I guess they have one already on. By the way, he's buying a pipe. What the hell is this? What's going on?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I haven't seen the Doom Aura build in a long time. Smoke out swell from ITB. They get the Tornado and the Hammer onto Soul, but no one else connects with that smoke. The support's just kind of roaming top.
Hey, why are you buying a pipe? Can you let's converge our two analyst minds, okay? Because you're not really a play-by-player. I'm not. We're both analysts.
Yes.
What's happening? Why are you buying a pipe? Like, okay, you're playing into AA, right? That's the only magic source that's actually bothering you. And it isn't even about the magic damage, it's about the frostbite that's applied.
Oh. Get the Dragon Tail. Oh, Ferrite just melting. Should just pop. And there it goes.
Yeah, pipe ain't gonna help.
Point. No, it's not. It's not. I'm really not sure why. Maybe they feel like no one else can build it up on their team. Like, you wouldn't rush something like the Hood of Defiance on your Undying or Grimstroke. And I don't think it's high priority. Like, if you were going to go Aura, there's an argument for... Well, I guess Guardian Reeves also falls into that short point where if you're caught by the blast, you're just still kind of screwed. But I don't know. Like, this is an interesting... I say interesting. It's very different coming out from Ezekiel. And maybe if they win this one out, we get to ask him.
Yeah, he was winning the lane, right? Like, he was doing really well for himself. If he just continued, Like, if he just sat there, bought, like, I don't even know, whatever he wanted to. Just not a pipe. A Meteor Hammer, a Blink Dagger, a BKB, a Greaves. Like, even though you're playing into AA, I don't care. Like, they're still like, really strong item at the moment. I guess that's the reason. You're not going Greaves, you're going pipe. That's it. Like, you're playing into AA.
I suppose. I'm still used to most offlane teams still rushing Midas as well. On top of anything else, you know, they just kind of want to double down on the greed, get big, get their farm. I suppose in this case, you do want to give yourself more early activity. You're expecting your Invoker to have to eat up a lot of space as well, so you kind of want to be able to frontline as the push is coming in full force for Alpha up top. Take that tier 1, no defense. Down bot, you are chucking in with Ferta as well. A bit of a slower process, but does have the right click damage to sustain true. Side of Alpha isn't quite willing to defend.
I'm surprised that they're not trading at least, right? Like tier 1 bottom or tier 1 mid. Like Invoker has a Meteor Hammer and they still didn't take a single tower 14 minutes in. Like the whole idea of the item is kind of lost on him now.
Yeah, it's not just that. Like he has this urn as well, and Valobka has not really been active enough to start to farm up some charges. Maybe with his haste up, they start to find something as they do blink Dragon Tail Arrow onto Door. Trying to rush forward though, but they miss a tornado onto Soul. They might be able to find Joker. And they do. There's a charge up, and there's the Meteor Hammer.
Yes.
So it all took us a ruin coming out for Falodka.
Well, at least he did rotate, and now, because it was haste, he can maybe rotate back mid and defend the tower. He can TP even. Yeah.
TPing in the middle of danger, but no detection to kind of spot it right there as he goes into Ghost Walk. They've got the Fortify to hold up the objective just for a little bit longer, but would rises around with a full Mask of Madness, and the Echo Saber hits fast enough. Just clear it out anyway. So you're down your tier 1 mid and top here for Tilted Boys. Alpha only downed their bot. Feels pretty good for it being hunted down.
He pumped up the strength. He pumped up the strength already, and I believe Lincoln's is flying over to him. Did he complete full Lincoln's on Morphling? Like if he did, yeah, this game becomes, okay, this game became just much easier for him. He doesn't have to worry about instant DK initiation with the ulti. Like he at least has time to react to it now.
Yeah, he should be able to try and bail himself out of that situation. It's going to be a little bit longer until I think Alpha starts to clump up and just double down on casting those single target spells onto this one target instantly. So you've got room. You've got space to farm. Really even game so far here, Lizard. 7-6 at 16, around 16 minutes in. 1k lead. Very slight lead for Alpha. Rises up at the top. With the state of the game going the way it is right now, like, who feels better in this game state, right? It's a very even game. It's a lot closer than I think both teams would like it to be. Which side feels safer in this state?
I'm not sure which side feels much safer. It comes down to, let's see, Valobka first. Is he gonna fall? They have a blink on DK, right? Do they?
Yeah, blink 4 didn't stop.
Rip. Oh.
They've got the dust and the blast.
He didn't believe.
They don't connect. That is interesting.
But into the pit, right? And this was, I was gonna connect to this. Like basically, right now, Alpha feels stronger. Like with this AA and Beastmaster, they can control Rush, they can take Aegis. It looks like Tilted Boys might try to defend this, but I don't think it's an easy fight for them to take.
Oh, Tombstone down, rushing forward. Instant roar out. They're blowing down Ezekiel. There's the double doom coming out. It is on the 2 cores. And they are dropping low. Rise is not going to be able to sustain true. They still find Ezekiel in the end.
Okay,
but that's it.
They might even take Rush, right? Like they go straight in. Monster is
Meteor Hammer's there. They've got the output. Monster is looking for some way to steal, but there's no way.
Okay,
Side
DK.
of ITV. Oh, Soul jumps in. They get the arrow. They instantly blow up the Aegis without the blast. Ferta taken out and just neutralizing that Roche advantage. So they take an awkward fight in Alpha. They back off, but they immediately take the Aegis afterwards, evening out the game.
Yeah, I felt like at first I felt that they were in a stronger position. I still think Door almost.
Oh.
He probably would have died if the initial damage connected. Yeah. And
Look
the
at that
arrow.
pipe.
Yeah.
The pipe's blocking it too. He's not ticking down. There you go.
Nicely done, by the way. When it comes to the Roche fight, Tilted Boys Undying pops the Tombstone, forces them out, double Doom. Everything went as it should for Tilted Boys. Guess Alpha should have backed out after they used the AA ulti. Just wait the AA ulti and then go back into the pit, finish it off. Maybe that was a better course of action, but they didn't want to waste the Dragon form, I guess, so they got punished for it.
Yeah. Just a little bit keen on trying to get something out from that field smoke, are slightly punished. And you do reach the point where you've got Volodka and his Midas up, so you can start scaling up. He's going on to his own Lincolns. All this protection from the single target stuns. It's gonna start hard as they blink forward. Soul had the Hawk vision, and the blast is there. Taken out. Door closed on door as they're going for that tier 2 tower push. Still trying on mid. Rises being surrounded here. Pushed back by Tornado. Has the hits, but the ice wall's up. No BKB, can't run forward and is just chipped away. Soul comes in with the Dragon Tail. It's just too late.
Just as I was about to say that it feels like Alpha's draft is much easier to execute at this point. They lose their carry. They still do take the tier 2 on top lane, I guess, so that's kind of nice, but overall, I feel like Sven, in this sort of a game, Sven should never be dying. Like, you have too many heroes that are doing work for you, so why are you up front? Why are you being picked off? Like, just chill in the triangle and be AFK. That's how it feels to me, right? Chill in the triangle until you get a blink, and then you can join them. But damn, that's a Midas queued up by Ezekiel. You were talking about Invoker Midas before, right? Like, he's the one that... Yeah, so they're preparing themselves for some 80-minute game. Division 2 NA, welcome John Xfire. Like, I hope you enjoy it.
Yeah, they are. So they managed to get the blink onto Joker, but no follow through. Cold Snap is there, but Tornado does miss. Joker still has leap, does bail out, but yeah, they're swinging back. Like, Ezekiel going for the Midas after the pipe blink of all things, so wanting to scale up now, expecting a little bit of a slower haul. I suppose if you do reach that ultra late game, it does feel a little bit better here for Tilted Boys.
It does. Like, as long as you don't get clipped by AA, that's like always the problem on Morphling. Doom has a weird item build. At the same time, he's playing into Ancient Apparition, he's playing into BKB piercing abilities, so I don't know, I still value BKB more. Okay, I'm playing into Beastmaster, so what? Right, like I still think that BKB is solid, so that you can actually jump in and do them properly, and if they roar you, sure, whatever. But if they don't... Oh, he's actually going for a Lotus.
Yeah, he switches out again.
Switches out. Which is, I guess, fine. Can help the Morphling a bit from being initiated. He's got that
I'm curious
as
about
well.
one thing. Like, if you do have someone soul binded, and let's say you soul bind but you don't apply Doom and you have Lotus on yourself, you get roared and the Beastmaster soul bind someone, does it soul bind the reflected roar? Yeah. I
think what happens is game crashes and Gaben appears on your desktop and he announces Half-Life 3.
Let's make it happen. BKB forced out of Rises early from a little poking and prodding. That's a big resource for nothing. Rises not gonna have that. I know that's pretty scary. He got spooked out. So they're pushing onto that tier 2.
They are pushing top though. They're going tier 3 as well. This is happening. So.
Oh yeah.
If you're Tilted Boys, you gotta dip this. What happened to Invoker? Why is he chilling there? Did he get stunned in the base?
I'm not sure. It takes a little bit of time to jump in, so they fail their follow through, but they've still got the combination. Tornado finally comes out. Ice Blast though, catching the Doom, but they're chasing down Monster. Monster still has that roar. Ice Wall down. No one to back him up. He's taken down as well. A little bit slower in the response, but you know what? It still works out for Tilted Boys.
Yeah. Thank you, Observer, for showing me the arrow cooldown, because I'm just using the PGM. That's all. Notorious does fall to the beasts of Beastmaster in the end. But while that all of that is happening on top lane, you defended the tier 2, right? Even you lost 3 heroes. It's definitely not worth it. I'm not saying it's worth it, but you alleviated the pressure a little bit. Like Rises is farming up. He got his blink now finally, and from this point onwards, like you can actually take proper fights if you're alpha. Everyone is ready. Before this blink pickup, you weren't really ready to fight.
Now it feels a little bit easier for Rises to get himself in position. Let's see if they'll find themselves in that position anytime soon. As the God turn fades, Rises still has allowed a little bit more over a minute to kind of get that done. But Ezekiel's got that Lotus Orb up. So a full complement of defensive items already up for Doom here. So we'll try to rush shop. They see Rises, not going to be able to really chase in. Angle not quite in the right position. Side of Alpha should be able to back off now, but the lines are still being drawn. Soul wants them to keep pressuring top. I mean, that tier 3 is down to 1000 HP, not too much left, especially for a Beastmaster to rush into. The bot tier 2 is still set to fall though. And Ferta just shows up and right clicks, and he is inching towards that Scotty timing you talked about here. Gonna be massive for him.
I think it's massive, but he's still going like a completely standard route. Like Scotty is good, but if you get stunned, you still get a ulti, you're gonna die, like no matter how big you are. So I don't know. He decided to rely on his teammates to deal with the Ancient Apparition, and his teammates also aren't itemizing for that. Like you don't have anyone else to do that for you. So it's a little bit scary from that point of view. They're buying another Linken's on Walker, Linken's on this guy. I think Doom has Lotus, so very defensive. But someone needs to jump that AA. Someone needs to mess him up before you fight.
As long as Empyrean stands back, he should be fairly well protected here, considering how far back he can stand. Side of Alpha, invading that top jungle. Again, going back for a little shove in up top.
Midas,
giving a lot of room around. Yeah, starting to get that build up now. On Volodka. Not going to be punished for walking up on the Midas though. Feels alright. Roche timer is going to see it right about now. If it's going to be a quick one, a bit of a longer one. In the middle of the pack, 1 minute 42 until it's up. So, get a little bit of patience from both sides before gunning for something new. And the side of Tilted Boys though, I mean again, they've got this entire bot area to play with. Ferta is still not being pressured out. And you're getting your value from your Midas for Volodka. So, guess all's well ends well so far.
Not sure what's up, like why are they playing in such a passive manner, but this is probably one of the more passive games I've seen out of all the games in Division 2 NA. Like usually NA is just bloodbath. You know, you've been there, you've done it.
Oh yeah.
You know how it is. Madness and bloodbath. This is a bit more methodical. Double Doom.
Yeah, they instantly burst down the Undying, but the Double Doom comes out onto Rises still. The Ice Blast connects onto Ferta. Not the safest here. Roared up, he's down as well. Rises will pay for it with his life, but they found a morph. They forced the buyback from Door as well. Still get with the chase down. Soul, BKB, trying to fight back onto Ezekiel. Gets a Lotus Orb off, but it's not going to stop anything major as the damage is slowly pumping through. Axis coming in. Blink forward, Dragon Tail into Volodka. Ballsy play from Soul. Not going to be punished for it. Ice Wall to kind of protect, and they will be able to make their way out. But that's 3 heroes down from Tilted Boys for that kill on the Sven. I mean, they got the Double Doom, but it was not enough.
Yeah, because Dragonite already popped his form. And I feel like maybe he shouldn't have popped Manta on a Morphling. Like, because he popped Manta, he couldn't really juke away from the Sven. So Sven just kind of cleaved through him. Also, Beastmaster blinked in, helped out. But look at this. Let's just see. Like, Morphling comes in, he gets clipped by a ulti, right? Like, that's obviously a problem already. But I felt like maybe he could have moved here a bit back. Yeah, Beastmaster would have gotten him anyway, but it wouldn't matter.
I think he was trying to Manta dodge the timing of the blast, but was just maybe a little bit early there, or a little bit late on using it. And that just led to him just falling down. Really big counterplays coming out from Alpha, and they get a little bit more disciplined on the rush as well. They back off, seeing all the respawns up. I feel like this time, though, they they've got the window to actually play that Roche as the Blast is back up, Roar's back up, Doom's still down. And see if they'll try to recommit. Maybe look for the pick off first, but nah. It's going to play it safe here.
I 100% agree. I feel like they should go into the pit this time around. They smoke up. It looks like they might want to go for a pick-off first. And they're wrapping all the way around on top.
They had pretty good wards down, at least in the lane.
Notorious. He actually dodges the gang.
Oh, that's a bigger one.
Yeah.
Balabka? No. Blink forward, BKB. Ezekiel backed off with his own blink. That's a lot being utilized here from Alpha, but they'll pop the God Strength, go for the Roche. Monster, maybe you chase down a bit, but no.
I think you contest this. Like, if you're Dire, you definitely contest this at this point.
They're running up now. They managed to get the Doom off. Onto Rises, get the chain stuns as well. The Sven, double Force Staff out, but not enough. Roar out onto Ezekiel. As Fertes coming in from the sidelines as well. He's got the full Scotty. He's got the slows to keep them in place. And they find more. Empyrean taken out for his hubris as they are chasing down Soul as well. The output in Morphling, yeah, it's just chipping away. Soul doesn't last too long. Now Monster, they're diving to your trees. They're looking for the additional kill. It's nothing to stop them from this chase. As Ezekiel, BKB forced out from Monster, still chipping away.
Yeah, go Fountain, boys. Let's go.
Deep dives coming out there from Tilted Boys, but they take away the Roche there.
By the time they go Roche, this A is gonna respawn. He's gonna clip them with the ulti. I swear, if they don't manage to take it cleanly because of that, I mean, they will. There's no chance. I don't feel like the A ulti is gonna stop this on time. But yeah, they really do super hard.
Well, that was a lot of commitment. They will still find it. Oh, the Ice Blast is there, and brave play from Joker trying to steal doesn't quite connect.
You have to respect
still
that,
work
right?
out in the end.
Yeah, you still go.
Attempt is made. Sabo, just trying to, I guess, live up to his namesakes, and with going to the moon with Bitcoin. I don't know where it's going with that.
Yeah, sure,
something like that.
But he's missing his boy Satoshi. He's not.
Oh yeah.
His Monster is standing in for him. So unfortunate. They need both of them to go to the moon. Like that's how it works.
Yes, that's when the stonks of Alpha starts rising. Keep holding until it rises there. With Rises, see, it's all connected. Rises, Satoshi,
oh
Bitcoin?
My God!
Oh goodness!
I'm opening Binance right now. Stop it.
Stonks are rising.
Stonks are rising. Yeah.
Tilted Boys right now, though.
Let's go,
they are
Doge.
5K up. They've managed to take a good set of fights, and Alpha. I have to say, we were talking about the Sven pickup earlier on here, Lizard. It's not been good. Rises, I mean, I don't think he's been misexecuting outside of that early BKB use down in tier 2, but every single time he gets doomed, for the DK it's no problem, for the Sven it's a massive problem.
Yeah. I feel like I would disagree a tiny little bit. I think that they're definitely misusing the Sven and the way he should be played maybe earlier on, because I had the feeling they had this game. Like, they just needed to close it out. If the Sven was just farming. The problem is, like, Sven was always 2k behind Morphling. That shouldn't be the case. Like, if you're playing a Sven, you're supposed to be farming those stacks, getting bigger and bigger, staying at least a few k ahead of your enemy core. But let's see.
Yeah, they're going to be trying here. Godstrand pop. They do manage to jump onto Ezekiel, but he did have the Lotus Force Staff away from the Ice Blast as well. Staying a little bit longer, but does get roared up and taken out.
Spine
back. They are starting to come back in. Buybacks there. Doom still available. Soul not going to be able to TP out of this one as the BKB fades, and he's taken out along with Monster. And Tilted Boys already making good use of that buyback. Empyrean stuck on the wrong side of the map as well.
They get 3. They did force a buyback on Doom. By the way, I was reluctant when I saw I was reluctant to comment on the Lotus Sword when I saw the Doom buying it. But man, are they spamming him with all the single target spells. Like, the stun goes and they go on him a bit more, then the roars himself. It's like, I don't have to do him, I guess, like, you guys are using all your spells against you, so.
Yeah, it's been working out well, and Valobka manages to nail that Tornado Meteor Hammer combination to find a solo pickoff onto Joker here as well. And now the siege begins once more for Tilted Boys. Onto the tier 2, onto the high ground. You do have the blast available from Empyrean, but you don't have the Dragon form for a few more seconds along with Aurora. It's going to be a little bit awkward. And Ferta just hits so hard with that damn Alacrity up. Just melting the towers right now. So protected as well with the multiple Lincolns. Like, how do you single target stun this guy when he has 2 Lincolns actives?
Probably,
like it's not
right?
happening.
Yeah, you're not gonna do it. And the Lotus Orb from the Doom.
Yeah.
It feels good to be this morph.
He's just getting everything he wants. Alpha in dire straits now. I mean, if you were on Alpha right now, well, what's the game plan? Like, you kind of, as you mentioned, misutilize the rises. You know, he doesn't have any sort of gold lead. Your high ground's just being ripped apart with no congestion.
You gotta go from behind and maybe catch a Walker first. Like that's a play. Or maybe Doom. As you're not killing the Morphling any longer. So if you could find a different target, that would probably be better. But yeah, they're struggling to find the right targets.
It's just not lining up. They don't have control on the map. They still have decent vision that they can use with the Hawks, but it just doesn't feel like they've been able to find that flanking maneuver they need to. And they, like, it looked decent. They were taking tier 2s earlier on Alpha. They were onto the tier 3s, but they'll try now. Smoke out here. Everything's back off cooldown except Moonlight Shadow. So, let's see if they can find that angle forward. Gold Silver Edge up now on Ferta as well. A little bit more escaping for him as the Aegis does expire here. Dragon form up. And Tilted Boys playing on the right side. They've got the Hex up on Valobka. Some more control coming in here as well.
I love how excited you are about the Hex. They got that Hex. They're gonna Hex
they've
people.
Got it. Yeah, they've got the double hex, man.
Double Hex, man.
Soulbind. So big with the double
Soul
doom.
breaks it.
You probably don't need that, but yeah.
But what happens when you Soulbind Soul?
He gets double souled. He finds a secondary soul.
Okay.
And, it's like...
You don't have to answer every stupid question.
I have to. This is exactly what I do with Mike. I give him the stupid question, so... They get the Doom up onto Rises once more. Sunstrike on top and Twack down. Taken out. One more for the road here.
What happens when you EMP?
Oh, that's a positive feedback loop. That should resonate, right? So the EMP resonates and you gain mana instead.
Damn.
That's how it works. That's the science.
We find perpetual mobile, free energy, right?
Exactly it. As the BKBs pop on and Soul pushed back. BKB, Soul bind out. Oh, damage coming out from Rise. Ice Blast forward. Can they catch anything? No. Notorious is fine. Rises is low. And the Mega Creeps are up and running for the side of Tilted Boys. 14 to 22, 36 minutes in. And now Alpha, well, they've got to play Defense of the Ancient. This is it.
But they have decent heroes for it, right? Like the Sven with the Cleave, the DK. They can defend. It's all on Tilted Boys to see how much they want to wait. Like, they can wait for this next rush. 2% win probability. That's double of what I would give them, but it is what it is.
Yeah, that's a little bit more fate coming out, marginally, but 2 times more. It's a massive amount when you frame it that way. Full BKB up on Ezekiel now. And Alpha, I mean, it's so rough. Like, they had a pretty decent time coming out of their lanes. He had his really great time for Soul, but Rise is just not able to get that lead that he's been trying to build up for. And up against the mid creeps, I mean, yeah, you can handle it, but how are you going out? Double damage on Ferta, 2 hits.
Oh.
Yeah, okay.
That's Joker. That's Joker having a Joker moment right now, I'm sure.
Right there. Yeah, he's just laughing, you know. You know the laughter.
Yeah.
You know which one. Yeah, he starts crying in the end, obviously, but it begins with the laughter.
Yeah. Begins with a laughter. It always does as you start to lose your mind.
You've had those moments, right? Like in Dota. Dota,
sure.
Dota takes all of us. For me, it was probably Tinker patches. They drove me to that place, you know?
Tinker's an experience. So they tried to jump, but the Lincolns is there. They didn't manage to pop the roar, and Monster's gone with no buyback. Buyback and Joker, but their tier force is just under siege.
It was
Side of Tilted Boys not fully committing there yet.
It was a nice attempt. The Hawk to break the Lincolns plus Beastmaster to jump in and roar, but he mantas and then he kills the Beast instead. So Ferte just outplaying them a bit. I think if you're going to this game too, if you're Alpha, you just ban the Morphling. Let's see Ferte on something else, because Morphling for him looks... it doesn't look Div 2, you know?
No,
Like
it looked really top tier.
Yeah. It looks like a top tier Morphling, so if you're in Division 2 and you have a top tier hero, chances are you either don't belong in Div 2 or you don't have a big hero pool because you're just playing a couple of heroes, right? So maybe force him to play something else if you're going into game 2.
Yeah, right to test Verte, see how far he can carry himself with other heroes.
Right now,
that's.
Did he impress you? Did he impress you with the Morphling?
Yeah, he has. Like it looks solid. Like he's been playing really well. He's been trying stuff. He tried to manta dodge out of the ice blast, didn't quite work out, but he's been so hyper aggressive as well. Like yes, this is a bit of a bit more in the initial build up, a cookie cutter build, but now he's got Silver Edge along with a blink, so he is going in for that jump into the back line. Clear out something like the AA before it's trouble, clear out some of his single target control. And he's just been performing so well. Like all of Tilted Boys, I can see what you were saying with them coming in as the favorites, despite Alpha being, from Div 1, having a pretty experienced player. Tilted Boys actually look, all things considered, outside of a couple of weird build-ups, pretty solid.
They just look a bit cleaner, right? Like overall.
Yeah. Like it definitely feels like, this is a team that could be in Div 1 if they maintain that kind of playstyle. I mean, whether or not they'd last in Div 1 is another thing, but definitely, a cut above other Div 2 teams for sure.
Yeah, I want to see Tilted Boys in Division 1. Fart Studios and Tilted Boys, like the best that NA can give us. Let's go.
What names too, huh? Tilted Boys, like definitely something that sounds like a very NA name. So you go for the Moonlight Shadow here in Alpha. Trying to find those Tilted Boys. Rashawn is off.
Ezekiel, he
jump in. They got to do him again. Rises just a non-factor this game. Looking for more
GG.
Hex out onto Monster. GG is called. And Alpha with a Hail Mary play just do not find the connections. And Tilted Boys. I mean, there was some awkward things coming out there, right? We questioned stuff like the pipe on Ezekiel early on. We questioned... maybe a little bit more on the Lotus Orb just early on there as well. The placer of Valopka not being able to just meteor hammer down the mid, but it all connects. Like they managed to execute really well, and I think Ferta just played a spectacular game. Like his Morphling was really impressive.
Yeah, like the pipe worked out as well for Doom in the way that they played it. The Lotus Orb as well on him worked out. Like he did get a blink as one of the first 3 items, so he was able to just blink in and doom a couple of these targets. Overall, I have a feeling every Roche fight Sven got doomed. And I'm not sure if that's on Sven or his teammates. Maybe someone should have been like shield walling the front, Dragonite attempted it a couple of times, but then he just gets soul binded and soul bound, and then both of them die. No, both of them get doomed, that's it. Not sure, like Morphling definitely looking a cut above in game 1. For Alpha, what can they do a little bit better? It's rough to say, and I don't want to call out a single player or anything like that, right? But they definitely didn't manage to make the Sven idea work.
Yeah, like we questioned the pick in the draft, and it doesn't really manage to line up here as well. So I'm kind of keen to see what will happen. What if they can kind of correct? I mean, maybe just don't pick the Sven, because it's like you mentioned, like Soul didn't care too much about the Doom. So in that Soulbind interaction, he actually did not mind. It was really just Rises as the primary target that made that entire game difficult. And all things considered, I think Alpha, especially with Soul, Alpha executed pretty damn well. When they got that blink timing, they were really aggressive. They were lining up for these ice blasts. You see that attempt in this highlight where they did try to go, but it didn't really manage to connect. The force staff save was there. So it stalled out more and it forced the buyback.
At this point, I have a feeling Ferte is already too big, right? Like, nothing that they do really matters unless they kill him off instantly. And they can't kill him off instantly because of the item build that he's got. So they needed to deal with the Morphling. This lineup of Alpha, it was on a timer. Like, they needed to end the game a bit earlier or gain significant advantage. They never managed to do that. I feel like they needed to connect with the Blink Dagger on Sven a little bit earlier and then play off of that. Like, you have a Blink on Sven, Blink on Beastmaster, you can take fights. Like, if you remember when Morphling died on the high ground next to the stairs, like, those kind of fights should have happened a bit more often for them, but they didn't. I don't think it's a draft issue. Sven is a bit of a weirder hero to play in the current meta, but I still believe it could have worked. Unfortunate, really, for Alpha, but it is what it is. Refresh, go game 2.
And we'll have to see how well they refresh. A really solid game from Tilted Boys. A really great performance coming out from Ferte. And I think his performance was definitely worthy of something like an MVP for him coming up here. Like, he played a spectacular game. And I'm keen to see again. Do you want to respect Bandit on Alpha? I feel like you had a great point. They just take it out. See if Ferte can still play other heroes. I think last time around as well for Tilted Boys, he's played stuff like Lifestealer and Faces Void. So we'll see if he can kind of perform to that same level on these heroes once more. But I mean, he just had a great time. Like, he ran away with that game. And for Alpha, I know you touched on this a little bit, but if you had to do one thing differently, what would you change here for game 2 before we go?
You know my answer.
No Sven.
No Sven.
We will see if they change up that one. We'll check out game 2 when it's going to be back, but we'll take a short break before then. Stick around for more games. All right, ladies and gents, we are back here for game 2 of Alpha up against Tilted Boys. We had a pretty spectacular game 1 there, Lizard. A great showing coming out from Ferte. For Alpha, it was a lot rougher, right? Like, you had a pretty good time early on. Like, the connections with Soul, along with Monster and EMP, like, they did manage to play around this single target control really well. But certain issues came up, namely in the form of Sven for the side of Alpha. The fact that Rises just couldn't get a break. What do you want to see a little bit more different going into game 2? Is it clearly just the Sven? Or is there more in like the playstyle that comes out as a team for Alpha that needs to change up here too?
I think they were all right as the team. I really think that Sven should have a bit more farm in a game such as that one. You shouldn't be out-farmed by the Morphling. That's perhaps my main takeaway from the game. Not sure though, because like they were doing all right across the map. Dragonite was winning mid, Beastmaster was doing all right on top. You know, I guess maybe just fix things up a little bit on that position 1 and you'll be golden.
Yeah, and we'll see those corrections very soon, as we do have the draft on hand now for game 2 of Tilted Boys up against Alpha. We're going to be able to see those corrections relatively soon. We do see Alpha taking out the Beastmaster themselves after kind of running it pretty well last game. Really interesting to see that first phase. They still have first pick. So
there it goes.
You could probably run it back. And yeah, they respect then the Forte Morphling. I mean, you've got to.
Yeah.
After that last game, he was just way too much.
I really think that it's a good ban, and now we get to see like what's he gonna do without the Morphing. Oh, when the Brood pick. All right, these guys would really want game 3. They're not messing around.
Yeah, take out the Brood. Tilted Boys allow it true. They had a lot of opportunities to just ban it out. They banned out the Rubik instead, along with the DP. So they gotta have a solution for this Broodmother on hand in mind.
You know what I do?
But the
I'd go Naga Disruptor right now, and I'd feel, or Naga Slark, and I'd feel, Disruptor Slark, and I'd feel really damn good about playing against the Brood, no matter what they go. Feel like
actually, yeah, I agree with that. Like, that's one way to kind of get it done. They go for the Undying first.
Also fine.
So what is left? Would you like the Disruptor more, or would you like the Naga? Or do you just change gears here?
I think that you can change gears a little bit here. I think that Undying plus Drow is still good, and Undying plus Naga, Undying plus SF, Undying plus what else? Slark. Like, you can still go for these like melee cores into the Brood, because like, why did I call for Disruptor? Because he kind of wins the lane against Brood, and he can always catch her later on. With Undying, you don't have the catch, but you still have the lane domination, so it's still alrightish, I would say.
Yeah, still can give you like a strong foundation up against the Broodmother. Just have to see what Tilted Boys wants to kind of combine with it here. For the side of Alpha, I mean, you've got the Broodmother, so you're kind of in good hands. I know Monster has played that a few times now as well. Should be a very stable pick for them. Tilted Boys really digging into that reserve time here to kind of get their combination on hand. Digging really deep. They'd want something coming out here. The one thing that I do notice up against something like the Brood, like if you do get it into your head that you've got to have these hard quote-unquote Brood counters, like say the LC on hand and stuff like that to take care of the Spiderlings, that's where I think it falls flat. Like if you kind of all in on that, you force something like an LC5. That's where I've seen, especially in NA Tour 1, that's what some teams were doing against Broodmother, and just it did not feel good.
It's not only NA, like other regions, trust me, have tried that as well. And you get like this LC that kind of does well in the lane, later on does nothing. I agree. I don't want to see that, but I think if you're Tilted Boys, you already are decent into the Brood, but I like the Disruptor quite a lot. I like it into the Ember. I would have, like, if I could choose an opening to play out and draft afterwards, I'd choose Alphas. Like, I'd rather draft like the stage 2 for them. Because
Yeah,
it's just simpler, right? Like you already have answers to the Ember. The Brood feels uncontested at this point. Like you can protect her with some bans.
10 seconds
They
remaining.
take out that Naga that you were talking about there as well. I'm a bit surprised Tilted Boys actually opted for the Ember as sort of a solution. I guess, they value the mobility, the ability to clear out the Spiderlings, this prolonged Sleight of Fist with, I guess, a chance to proc more Maelstrom charges as well in there after the internal cooldown. So you could try to play around like that, but with the Disruptor on hand, it feels a lot more difficult than it ought to be now for the side of Tilted Boys. And again, all the protection for the Brood. Like now you've got the TA taken out, and the SF was taken out by Tilted Boys themselves. Maybe something like the Slark could still slide through if Alpha will allow it, but
10 seconds
for Tilted Boys, this looks a little bit difficult. Like I've watched a lot of the Disruptor up against these Spirit Brothers, like Ember and Storm. Storm just gets completely crushed. I think the Ember is a little bit better, just because when you do go for a bit of a faster BKB, it's not as awful. You don't need as much, especially in, say, Mana Sustain in comparison to Storm, to kind of have impact. So Ember's second item BKB is not too shabby, and that can give you a bit of breathing room up against that Static Storm here.
Yeah, like, or some saves.
5 seconds
But
remaining.
you don't have too many saves left in the pool that are kind of good versus Disruptor, right? Like, they usually come in the form of either Rubik or some Shadow Demon or something like that. Like, you don't get it. So you just gotta get an earlier BKB, play off of that. They ban out the Slark, they ban out the Naga, they ban out the TA. What's left, Mr. John X Fire? What's left that's good versus the Brood? I'm struggling right now. I guess
I can't really see it either. It's like
maybe a
lot trickier.
monkey. Like from position 1, Troll is decent, but I never want to see a Troll in my game, so...
No. Yeah, I'm with you on that. Troll is... It's one of those heroes like the Sven. Tilted Boys go back to the Grimstroke instead. So keeping things a little bit more open. You don't have anything like the Double Tomb. Heck, you don't really have anything to combine with Soulbind, but you do have this Inkswell Ember, I suppose, to run forward and be hyper aggressive early on. They can just kind of play some pretty good tempo coming off of that. And I suppose the Grimstroke is like a solution to some of the Spiderlings, I guess, with a Stroke of Fate. It does do a lot of damage if you catch a lot of Lings, but at the same time, it's like not completely reliable to kind of use it that way. But you hide in the fog, you can maintain some of the creep waves, I suppose.
Yeah, let's see. Let's see what they go for to combo up with the Grimstroke. Like, they can do a ton of things, I feel like, from the offlane. So it can work. And it's so satisfying, man. Like, isn't it satisfying to just use that Stroke of Fate on like 10,000 spiders?
Oh, yeah.
You just hear that vroom voice as well, no noise, as they all fall.
Yeah.
If the Brood is on top of them, God bless her soul, because she did. So
Yeah.
it's nice.
It's rare you get to see that, but when it does happen, it's always very satisfying for that Grimstroke player. Alpha, they pick up the Tiny, and we have seen, Tiny still be a relatively popular hero, especially in the support. I have a feeling that should be Joker's hero on the 4. So you're already establishing pretty decent lanes. Tiny and Broodmother lane, I mean, it takes a few levels, but that can be pretty overwhelming with how much output you can have by, say, level 3, maybe level 4. It's a little bit better for that as well.
Could it be Tiny mid as well, maybe? What do you think?
You could shift it out. I mean, Tiny mid still does pop out on occasion. I think we've seen it much more on support in pretty much every region, it feels like. I'm not sure if the same held up for NA. But as a 4, it still feels really ridiculous how much this hero can do. Like, just hit your blink timing and you're pretty much set to go. But we need to see what, Alpha kind of starts to build up now into, because they have pretty decent team fight just with Disruptor and Tiny. They've got great push coming out with their Broodmother. And now they go for the Tusk as well. So they're keeping it kind of flexible. Like, you have the potential for the mid-Tusk or the mid-Tiny. And Tilted Boys go for the AM.
Damn, very early on as well. Just like you still have that one last pick from Alpha that can counter him. But now it makes sense why they banned out the Ursa too. Like TA is banned out, Ursa is banned out. All these carries that are like really strong early on are out of the game. So the tempo from Alpha will be damn Ferte. By the way, look at that. That brain power is being channeled right there.
The brain power is being channeled. His room is in complete darkness as well. So he's full on.
Where is he from, by the way? He looks very Slavic. I need to Wikipedia this guy.
I'm pretty sure he's supposedly Ukrainian, according to Wikipedia.
Of course. Yeah, I'm not surprised. He looked like some faces you can just recognize. I'm not being racist here. I'm not, it's just like if I go into a store and I see someone that looks Slavic, I'll know it. I'm a Slav, I guess. It's just what it is. They ban out.
Feel you.
Yeah, they ban out the troll. They don't wanna play against the troll. I guess the matchup versus the AM is solidish. Like you can play a bit faster, and Bloodseeker as well. Another one that plays the tempo. Ruptured AM feels very bad, so there's that. Let's see, like, what's left?
Oh,
GG. Let's go game 3, please. Can we skip this?
Oh my goodness.
Pick sniper, anti-mage sniper. Let's go. Sniper mid.
Oh my god.
Anti-mage off lane with Vanguard's Radiance. Go full clown mode. It's Huskar game.
This.
Ancient Apparition last pick.
Huskar.
Yeah.
AA last pick.
I don't know.
Let's go.
All jokes aside, like what do you pick? Because you don't want to lane Ember into him. You don't want to lane Anti-Mage into him. It's like
there's nothing clear. Like, literally nothing clear. You saw Furta's face. He looked like just as like astounded.
Yeah.
That they'd get Huskar here.
I'm telling you, man. If I was Tilted Boys, I'm one game up. I don't care. I put Anti-Mage on the offlane. I do there have been a couple of AMs offlane with Vanguard Radiance builds or whatever. Echo Saber Vanguard, and you're just like going in. You're just fighting constantly. You're like the battle mage. Battle Anti-Mage, whatever. You put Amber on the safe lane, and then you last pick something that counters mid Huskar, at least a little bit. Because if you just play the normal lanes, I mean, let's be honest, you're gonna have Brood on one side, you're gonna have Huskar on the other, they go normal lanes, okay. I guess go game 3, that's my opinion.
It's gonna be a toughie. Soul on that Huskar should make this game pretty hellish for Volodka. I'm keen to see how Tilted Boys plays this one out, because Alpha, maybe a little bit of a back and forth in terms of their decisions they made in those fights in game 1, but certainly a big factor of that really was just Ryze's not being able to do much on this fan. Now, I mean, you've got the Huskar, you've got Brood. These are the Huskar into the Ember, which is always great, and then the Brood Mother, which is always a first phase ban. They've got a good foundation. If you were Tilted Boys, right, you see this draft, you feel like calling GG early on, what do you do in game to actually, try to reel it back your way here?
Man, like it's rough. you have these spiders coming from one side. It's a horror movie of its own. You have Huskar on the mid lane. It's a different horror movie. It's like you don't have ways of answering either. Like even if you win that anti-mage lane, you're still being hunted down by Huskar from the mid lane. Okay, look, you have Dawnbreaker, right? Like one problem that Huskar has is if he's making a solo move, which he loves to do, if there's some global presence, global potential, and Dawnbreaker does that. Like she brings global presence. So maybe if he oversteps, as Huskars usually do tend to, maybe like you can jump in with the Dawnbreaker, save things. If you kill the Huskar once or twice, he generally falls off badly. So there's still a chance. There's still a chance that they take this game, but it's NA Div 2. We're going game 3, John.
It looks like we are. It does feel like we are with this kind of draft coming out from Alpha. Well, let's see if Tilted Boys can make this one work. They played a pretty spectacular game last time around, and Furta is on something like the AM. So I suppose there are ways to still play this one out, but it's tough when your lanes look like Huskar versus Ember and a Broodmother lane to have to deal with. I'm keen to see what does come out here. Does look like we're not setting up for any lane shenanigans as well. It should just be the AM coming down bot. Ezekiel going up top.
30 seconds to battle.
They do love their own voice line here as well. To be fair, it's a pretty NA kind of voice line as well.
You have to advertise yourself, you know, when no one else will.
Absolutely.
You just gotta spam it on your own. I wish my voice lines were ever good enough for anyone to use them. I have to
I know
tell
that
you.
feeling.
I have to. No, John. You might, but my 2 voice lines that I've had so far on TI are
Battle begins.
the most trashy voice lines you've ever heard in your life. They're like like basically how it works, right? Like you send 3. I shouldn't. Basically, I'm not gonna go there. I still want to get invited to TI, but my voice lines were pretty bad. That's all I'm gonna say. It's my fault. All my fault. Like
It's all our fault.
I should do
That's
better.
Really it, right? We submit, and that's it.
Yeah.
It's on us.
It's on
What
us.
isn't on us is this game. As we're taking luck down bot. Monster on that Brood, along with Joker on the Tusk, up against Ferte and Dor on the AM Undying lane. So first few levels can be a little bit awkward for the Brood. Dor just already running up, getting some good decays, getting some good right clicks off onto that big old spider, slapping her around a little bit. And this lane can get pretty aggressive from Joker. He is doing the right thing though, just trying to pull, but the creep wave does still meet towards the middle. They set the equilibrium on Tilted Boys and loses his career early on too. Nice little gold boon here for the side of Alpha.
Do they have anything that combos with Soulbind, by the way? Soul Rip, Soul Bind, Soul Rip. Of course, yeah, it makes sense. Yeah,
I guess double Mana Void as well.
Double
But
Mana Void.
that's-
Okay. Yeah.
It's not particularly amazing, so it does feel a little bit rougher for the Grimstroke pickup as well. Not sure how much value you're going to be gonna get, because last time, I mean, we talked about like that Soulbind Doom, and yes, it was impactful, but in the end, the most important Doom target was really just Rises.
Yeah.
Right, so you don't need to go all in on just looking for the Soulbind combo. Sometimes that crowd control is more enough. You know, having these 2 heroes that can't run and have to stick together can cause some issues.
Yeah, I guess it's like sometimes you just win a game with a hero and then you feel a bit too good about him and then you pick him again when the game isn't perfect. I've seen that scenario so many times. Ember, yikes. Yeah.
This is to be expected here. Valodka is still getting a decent amount of farm, but it's not going to last too long. With Soul hitting his level 3 111, ready to just apply that hurt
Top lane maybe?
onto that. Ember
Okay,
on
they're gonna
top,
get
they
the
are
kill.
dropping low. They do manage to punish Rises, who we didn't even mention is playing the safe lane Tiny here. And does
Yeah, he
get
got-
taken down.
He got demoted a little bit, I would say, from that game 1. One thing that Tilted Boys could have done perhaps is force the Disruptor out of the creep wave so the Tiny doesn't get it and just hit the tower, but okay. Like, it's still a good kill. They got the first blood on the Tiny. It's still very solid for them.
Yeah, it sets a good tone. And they're
What kind
playing
of
really well with the Sing Swell.
Tower is under attack.
So, can you tell me, John, what kind of a nickname is Door? Why is he a door? Like, there's
Because he shuts the door on you and he kills you, of course. You know, that's it. You send a message.
If he was Cellar Door, I would understand. I would get it. Just Door.
Yeah, just door. He shuts
Just
the door
door.
on you. That's it. He's the doorkeeper. He
does
closes the
feel-
door. He is the door.
He does feel like a door, like the door. You know, with this Undying, definitely.
Yeah. Like he's just shutting you out. He's just spamming his decays and having a good time. He's managed to give Ferte a really good lane. Like, you're not doing too much as a Broodmother just yet. Level 3 is up, but they're not really able to get aggressive with Joker in that lane just yet. And so far, what I am seeing from this laning phase is it does look like the best lane for Alpha is really just this mid lane. Even then, Valobka is still keeping up in farm. Right? Like, so the Ember's not completely shoved away. Somehow finding some distance, just the right amount of distance to work that lane. Although, again, once Soul starts you lose a lot of your HP really, really fast.
Yeah. Do you think he's Jim Morrison fan? He'd be the Doors then, right? Like he wouldn't be just the Doors.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, it would be the Doors. Nah, so not completely. Joker, dropping low. Decay's ready. It's rolling out.
I can feel
rolling
that you're
through
done
deep.
with my questions.
No,
so-
I actually just don't know too much about the Doors, except for
Joker?
what's that one song they have? As Joker starts to fall. The slow is there. The blink's ready. The decay's not enough, and Joker actually lives. All right. No, I'm trying to think of Doors songs. I know. Is Riders on the
Riders
Storm
of the
a Doors
Storm,
song?
it's them.
Yeah.
It is. It is.
That's literally the only Doors song I know.
When
now.
your people are strange, that's also them.
I have no
They
clue
have
why I
some
don't
bangers. Yeah, they
know. I
have
know
some
they
good
do,
songs.
but I feel like I haven't listened to them, and that's the weird thing. It's like I know who Jim Morrison is. It's like, but no, I have to educate myself musically here, Lizard. You know, I do not know why I'm not aware.
It's fine. It's not like I could remember too many songs. You know, it's fine.
That's fair. That's fair. And this game is also going pretty fair. Again, still rather even. You are starting to pull ahead a lot more on Soul, is trying to go for the Inkswell play onto Rises, and they find him again. Avalanche toss. The toss did stall for a bit. The Avalanche stalls as well. Does lose a lot of his HP, but he has the salve ready to go.
I love how
But this
he-
is a really good lane.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
so far for them, the lane is decent, right? Like the Dawn, the only kill on the map. Anti-Mage, by the way, getting a lot of farm. And Ember, yeah, struggling mid lane, but isn't like... He's got level 6. I expected this to be much, much worse for him. So I'm surprised and impressed by Valopka. I know I'd feed in that lane.
Yeah, I think most people would, as they're trying to make a play again up top. Avalanche stall, Ezekiel dropping low, but has the stick. Has a wand, gets the kill, and they get the Inkswell onto Rises once more. Still has a toss back, so not going to fully commit. But a 2-0 start for the side of Tilted Boys. And again, just surprisingly, Volodka is just not dying. Being stalked here by Joker. Rune is taken away, so no top up for him. No backup to really jump that Ember. I mean, all things considered, we were all doom and gloom in the draft, but for the first 7 minutes of this game, it's not the worst thing in the world for Tilted Boys.
Yeah, it could have been much, much worse. Joker as well is scouted out, so the Doors are here. Jim Morrison.
Singing you a song as they're chasing him down. Oh, Shard's not going to save. This is Ezekiel finds a kill up top, and Volodka cleans up Joker now as well.
Okay, Notorious.
Notorious.
Oh, the blocks.
The blocks, just enough. No tree to
Just
toss as
enough,
well.
yeah.
And now Rises is not in a good position. The Twacks are coming in. Doesn't have the level 6. No armor. The Dawnbreaker rips him apart. 5-0 so far.
Have we been wrong in the draft? Like, I guess I baited you the most, but I mean, if you're executing like this well on Tilted Boys, like the draft doesn't matter anymore. Also, by the way, when they killed the Undying, when they killed the Tusk on mid, I'm pretty sure Ember used all his remnants, and Huskar still backed out. Like he didn't want to go on him. That was kind of surprising. I really thought he had a kill there, but instead he moved back.
Oh, DD, they're getting the jump, but there's that Solar Guardian coming in. Does get called away, but our Ember is still dropping
Notorious.
low. The heals, not going to be enough. Is it enough? Not enough. Let's tick away. So they do manage to get that kill, and now Soul gets to go ham, gets to jump forward with a life break, finds 2 for his trouble.
I just
It takes a little bit
this.
longer, but he's there.
Yeah. I just expected this much earlier, right? Like this is what I expected to happen like 2-3 minutes ago, because Huskar was already strong enough. But okay, he takes a little bit of time, you know, to wind up, get the juices flowing.
Get online, get into that animal mode that you want to be when you're playing that Husker. It does give you a little bit more breathing room here on Alpha. You still have issues. You know, this AM is still farming well on Ferte. All your cores are still looking pretty all right.
That's all
on
the
the side of
stacks.
Tilted Boys. And they are going for the stacks. And Oh, not going to be able to kill off the Ember yet, but they do scout out and might be
They
able
might
to
have
contest.
ribs.
Although, Joker starting to drop low here with a jump out. Inkswell should connect, and they find one. Can they find Notorious? They find Door instead. They're still going for these stacks. Soul on the constant clear, and the side of Tilted Boys not going to tempt fate. So a lot of gold going the way of Alpha here as they're starting to make some aggressive moves, and it's lining up.
Yeah, they're really strong right now. It's very difficult for Tilted Boys to fight them. Like AM isn't gonna join. Dawnbreaker, I was surprised as well that she left so easily.
Ooh.
Armlet.
That was a pretty sick dodge in the life break there as well. The little sleight of fist play right as he started jumping in, so it doesn't even take that rip damage as well. Still,
Yeah.
Alpha, I mean, they're playing to their strengths now. You know, you are starting to clump up. You managed to start to apply pressure. You're level 7 in your brood now as well. That's one hero that hasn't really connected just yet. But Monster's pretty much set. He's got the summons. He's running around and no one's there clearing him out. You know, Notorious isn't keeping track of the brood. So he gets to farm and play his game now as well. And eventually you just hit this point where Alpha starts running at you with the brood as well. And that's where it gets a little bit scary for Tilted Boys. Oh, I say that.
Man,
For it to just
avoid.
clear out.
Yeah, kills all the spiders. Cool. I feel that Tilted Boys are maybe a bit too complacent at the moment with the map. There's not a lot that they can do, but Huskar is like, he's mad. This man is going for Axe straight. Once he gets that Aghanim's, your Ember and your AM, they have no way out. Like, you just jump them. He actually queued up BKB instead. Never mind. I got debated.
Aw.
I actually think
Yeah.
like Aghanim's was a high risk play. That's why I said that he's mad. Like if it does work, if you get a couple of kills, you just win the game off of it.
Pretty much. Like I felt like it's actually a really cool thing if you got it way earlier. Ezekiel though, getting
mech, he's
jumped
got
on
wand.
up top. He's got the heals coming in and he's got his Undying to help. But here's a glimpse back with a roll up. Ezekiel's still gonna fall, but they're starting to drop everyone else low and punishment rises. Does manage to escape from the Inkswell with the avalanche out. They used its smoke in the middle of that as well. And they will find the Tombstone Soul rotating up top. Not gonna find any more. So an off lane for a pause 4, not the worst thing in the world for Alpha, as I still hear the mana voids. Verte is just constantly mana voiding this brood.
He's just getting
Fighting
He's
farm.
just getting spiders. Yeah, look at this farm, man. Like this AM he has 100 CS 12 minutes in. Most of those are spiders recently, obviously, but still, like he's having a really good time. The Vanguard build on AM, interestingly enough, just destroying Brood's life. Like she doesn't have a game.
Nah, she just can't physically output onto the aim at this point. So Ferta is just fine with all the spider links around, and he's still free farming. Like all this attention being drawn towards the mid has given the AM a lot more room. Like still number 1 in net worth, not really contested. Your hold from Alpha, not particularly amazing unless you want to commit Static Storm. So it's a lot harder to
Rises,
play that
top
game. As
lane.
Rises gets jumped again, Starbreaker's there, Phantom's embrace as well, and slowly but surely Rises should be set to fall. The Avalanche does stall, but here comes the Inkswell toss up, backwards. Inkswell misses, but there's the hammer flying through. Ezekiel knocks another one to the ground.
I think like if you're tiny, you don't maybe go echo this game. Even though you're position 1, I feel like maybe blink dagger and you just make stuff happen on the map. You leave that top lane, you start hunting heroes, because like realistically, your true carry is this Huskar, right? So if you can make him happy, that's all that's needed. If you go
Yeah,
echo,
absolutely.
it's also okay, but you mustn't be top anymore. Ember Invis,
Well,
no detection.
no detection. Bails out, forces out the disruption, the glimpse out as well. And they do have the heals coming out here.
Huskar is coming.
Ooh, yeah, they managed to get a lot of damage, but Joker's still alive. Running down door. Get the Solar Guardian on top, but is cancelled off.
They're fighting Soul.
Yeah, they are
Volodka is
trying to
dead.
fight
Oh, neutral
Soul.
kill.
No, Volodka does manage to get the neutrals aggro. So you trade 2 for basically nothing. And Alpha, I mean, Soul's still showing up and trying to contribute, but You did lose. Well, you just lost your supports. Not the worst thing in the world, I suppose. In the end, you're still pretty all right with that.
Okay, just one thing. Volodka, he got denied, but we're not gonna give him credit on that. Like, the man literally tried TPing out, so the creeps were just like randomly there, and they started hitting him. So, yeah, his TP is on cooldown. That wasn't intentional. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but if it was intentional, you know, that would have been amazing. But unfortunately, not. He has to walk back to lane. Still, off the back of that kind of move, they clear up the top lane. A little bit of smoke out here from Alpha. Joker taking point. He's going for the Blink Dagger instead here on our Tusk. And Ezekiel's out of mana. Does have Guardian Greaves though. Let's see if he lasts through this one with a couple of mangoes. Does not. Could not pop the Greaves up. Get the kill, and here comes Soul to clean up more. Jumping on the door, Jim Morrison all the way down.
Hold the door. Hold the
Can't
door.
hold it.
He couldn't
door's
hold.
crushed.
He could hold the door, and now Rush is also probably gonna get taken by them, right? Like, this is the timing. They just got 2 kills into the pit. Meanwhile, Ferte is losing to the creeps. It's okay. I like when my carries lose to jungle as well.
It does make it entertaining. Roshan sent him out very, very quick with Soul on hand. Should be able to just take it, no problems. Aegis up for Soul. BKB not too far off now as well. So those timings lining up for Alpha. Despite a little bit of a slower, I don't know, first 5 to 10 minutes there, they're jumping into form and reaching their power spikes.
Yeah, it's the danger zone, right?
It's the point where the Husker is just really hard to manage. If you're on Tilted Boys right now, like, what's the game plan? You know, you're seeing this Husker become a massive issue. Is it time to just chill out and farm, or you still need to force something?
Right now, you're lighting a candle and you're cursing them going into game 3, because picking Huskar last pick and having Brood in your game, it's like the ultimate bad karma that they can get. So the curse works double. Tusk, they want to fight this.
They are forcing. Inkswell not to connect. The glimpse and Static Storm does, though. They're going to be able to find Volodka. No, he's pushed out. He dodges the push out.
He's still dead though, right?
From the inner fire. Does still melt. The heal just a little bit too late. Not enough sustain coming out.
He tried. Ezekiel.
It looked dicey. They get the Aegis, though. That's one. Whether or not they can find another is a different question. To punch us out onto door. The door is being beaten down once more. A 2-0.
I feel like
Alpha.
It was a mistake that the Aegis got reclaimed, but still you did get that Aegis away from Huskar, so small win. And I would say not so small, actually. Like, taking away the Aegis from him stops the Huskar from just being this, you know, the annoying man that's just on your tier 2. He's hitting it and you can't do anything about it. Like, it doesn't feel that great. By the way, why didn't Volodka buy Corrosion? Why just the Blightstone? What do you think?
Yeah, I've seen a few players do this. I think when it's down to the fact that they feel like they can't use an early Corrosion timing to absolutely like dominate mid and swing or the rotation and lane, they just go for something else. Oh boy. And Static Storm catching out again.
I guess he needs a BKB as soon as possible, right?
Yeah, like he really does. He needs that protection from that hold. So they are trying to go for more. A little bit of a poke and prod. But the tier 2 down bot just set to fall. Nothing to stop a Soul any longer. 10-9 with the 3K lead for Alpha.
Ezekiel goes in. Doesn't have a TP, doesn't have ulti.
Disruptor. Doesn't have anything to bail out. Still has 20 charges on his wand, but with a jump in, that should be more than enough with a stun on hand as well. And 10-10 with a 4K lead. The only hero that's really still finding space on this map is Ferte right now. So at the very least, your AM is set to have that Manta timing, but your map is shrinking to a shockingly small degree. There's that really big stroke of fate, though, onto Monster. That was pretty fun to watch. More than half his HP gone. Very nice.
This is slowly turning into only Anti-Mage versus the world. Unfortunately for Tilted Boys, like they are doing some crazy things. Like this Dawnbreaker going on Disruptor just to deny the double damage rune or take it.
Radiant's
Like,
middle tower is under attack.
Ember Spirit, I don't have anything against his playstyle. He just got caught. It's not an easy game for him. Like he laned into a Huskar and then he's playing versus the Disruptor, so he's just being picked off left, right, and center. It's not an easy game.
No.
But it ended up being on Anti-Mage, right? Like it's him against the world.
It is him against the world, and whether or not Ferta can deliver that performance as we saw in Game 1 once more remains to be seen. He's working the map really well, but he has got to have that massive impact for the team once he is online. As that map is shrinking, it's getting harder and harder for the side of Tilted Boys to just get some build up, get some progression. Like this BKB for Volodka has been stuck in this dead zone for at least 5 minutes now. It does feel like. Ezekiel just trying to work onto the shard, has the Hood of Defiance up. So they are getting the jump. Door taken out again. The door is just constantly broken. Repair builds are stacking up here for the side of Tilted Boys.
Dire's middle
And
tower
Soul
is
is
under attack.
getting terrifying. Like he still has that long duration BKB along with the Ag slowly being built up.
They're
He is
hunting.
hunting, but no. Volodka bails out.
He's still
And
hunting
So
though.
will Ferta. Still trying
The
to
glimpse.
run. The glimpse is there with the avalanche on point, but blink forward from Ferta. Jukes him out a little bit. And
Yeah,
goes
nice.
for more farm.
Why not creep skip a little bit? They can't really catch him.
Yeah.
If Disruptor was behind and then the glimpse was into the static storm, maybe, but he just got a glimpse. Yeah, even better for him. He finishes off his Manta. He's next to the secret shop as well. It's like, thank you, Disruptor.
Yeah, it's actually giving a lot of space out for the side of that one here on Tilted Boys to get what he needs. So full Manta up, a little bit more durable coming in now for the AM. They are starting to make moves onto Ezekiel. It's a snowball is up from Joker. They are going to try to hammer in. No shard, no spell immunity for you as he gets tossed up in
He
the
can
air.
ult out, right?
Trying to...
Oh.
No. He tried to TP instead.
Oh, damn.
So,
What
does
happens
get
here?
punished for
30?
that. Ferta? He is very low.
Dire's
Still
top
being
tower
chased
is
down
under
by
attack.
Monster. Does manage to blink away and
Juked.
TP home.
Juked.
Just a little bit of a juke as they are trying up top onto Rises. Does find Notorious, but Rises is alone. Snowball comes in. They will find the Undying in exchange. But Volodka will find that core tiny kill. So across the map, 3 for 1. Still really good for Alpha, but a few very tiny openings coming out for ITB at heavy cost.
Yeah, if you're Tilted Boys though, you're not too sad as long as Ferte isn't dying. Like if you're creating space for him and making trades that aren't that great for you, but are still trades, I think you're okay. Like look at this. You can see that Alpha are the Tilted Boys. Look at the map. Huskar is not very happy. He's literally like Soul is playing. He's cosplaying Huskar right now. He is role playing it as well. Like draw on the map. Probably flame your teammates, you know. Tell everyone that they're useless and that you're the win condition. Every Huskar player ever, not in pro games, but in pubs, always the same. Have you ever played with a nice Huskar, by the way?
No.
Right?
I don't think I have. No.
Like,
I've never had it. It's all right. You know, just chill out as we start to melt here. Find Joker in exchange while their Ember drops up top. Trying to chase onto Monster, but a little bit too slippery on that Brood. So, again, you're finding some exchanges. Sacrificing your Ember is pretty big. Volodka and that BKB just so close yet so far.
I just imagine if,
Alpha.
Is under attack.
you know what, like one thing that really sticks out from the drafting stage itself. Imagine if they first faced Disruptor instead of Undying. Like this game would have been so much easier for them. I feel like you'd get the catch versus the Brood. You'd also Ember would have a much easier game too. But it is what it is. He needs the Skadi. Once he gets the Skadi, maybe they can even kill off the Huskar. The problem is he's got the Ags already.
Yep. That's where things get deadly. That taunt is very annoying to have to deal with. It's such a long duration there as well. So Soul just set to take over this game now.
You
So
basically- you basically
Finding
just
more.
get you basically just get dual, right? Like with the Aghanims on.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Pretty much. Like he's currently just a little bit of a better LC. He does get that. And now, with that kill, I mean, straight to Roche. Nothing to stop them. Roche number 2, free shard on hand as well. So you're really just getting everything. And there's nothing here for Tilted Boys. Except to farm and hope for the best. Like that Scotty timing you talked about, still inching closer for Ferte. It doesn't feel like it's going to be quite enough, but maybe if they play their cards right, it can catch the side of Alpha off guard. Aegis going to go the way of Soul. Shard goes his way as well. So he's got that inner fire with a lower cooldown now and the movement slow on hand.
He really wants to be higher net worth than the AM, you know, but he can't. It's annoying. Give me the shard, give me the Aegis, give me the Aghanims, everything.
Yeah, still not enough. Still a lot of room out for Ferta. He's, again, mad props to Ferta. He's played this game really well.
Ezekiel? Oh man, you're dead. Do they have a blink here? Yeah, he's so dead.
Yeah, he is just gone.
He tried to creep
Gets
skip, but
taunted.
he tried to creep skip, but even the creeps just got healed by monster.
Yeah, you can't stop it. And again, they're trying to distract away from the AM, which is fair. So Ferte again is the guy getting all the space right now, and he should have his full Scotty up sooner rather than later. It's going to be a big timing for him to play around with. Balobka
He
rises, Shadow Blade, and they just toss him up and cook him up.
did.
Gone
EMP.
once more in the Ember.
Yeah, he didn't even use Static Storm. Like he had it, but he was like, yeah, it's unnecessary.
Radiant's top
Okay, 30, you got your Scuddy, man. I think it's time. Like, you gotta do something. The high ground's being pushed. I guess you wait at least for the Ember, right? Do they have fortification? No, right?
No,
Yeah.
they do not have the fort up. So tier 3 will fall. And you're in a rough spot right now for Tilted Boys. I mean, this is pretty much where I'd expect them to live up to their name, having to play against this kind of draft coming out from Alpha.
Yeah, the question now is, do you fight as AM or do you farm the BKB? Because if you fight right now, like, you can lose the game on spot. Like, if you die once, that's it, basically.
Yeah, it's on a knife's edge right now. For the side of Tilted Boys, they will opt to fight. They go for the smoke out. Can they find something? Age is still up on Soul, and he's not going to care about losing one life here.
Ember?
Balubka jumps in. BKB's out, trying to go onto Rises, keeping him in control. They do have a good drop down as well.
Oh, the Static
Static
Storm
Storm
is
is
massive.
wasted, although they still catch more. They catch Ezekiel out. They're tossing around Ferta. He's stuck in the middle of this engagement. Trying to melt down Joker. Will find at least one. Can they get more? Going on to Rises. Gets the
Still
bomb
can.
out of the void. Soul, still 2 minutes on the Aegis, so we'll have that secondary life.
They can kill him twice.
If he even
Oh.
drops. There you go. One life down. Buyback first out from Joker. And they will not look to play tag with a Husker once more. Just
Okay,
go
just
back
to-
and kind of reset.
Just one question for you, John Fire. John X Fire. My dear
Yes, sir.
colleague. Friend, I would say,
Yes,
even
sir.
after sharing so many breakfasts with you. If you're this Huskar, right? And you're taking this team fight, and you have this ulti, do you ulti the Dawnbreaker or the Anti-Mage?
It's got to be the AM, right? You just
I-
pin down the AM, first
I
and
feel
down.
like, yeah, I feel like it's gotta be the AM as well. But he ulted the Dawnbreaker, so AM was. I think he was even confused. I think he thought he got, because he wasn't doing anything for a second or two. He was like just sitting around. But okay, yeah, like they win that fight, I believe, on Tilted Boys. They even force a buyback.
Yeah, no, that's pretty big for them. Like Ferte, he's very close to that BKB now. He is a pretty massive threat on the AM as long as he's not the one being life broken.
If they
And
have
Rises
detection,
is exposed. There you are. BKB. Slowing
that's a
down.
big rock.
Yeah, it's a big rock, but it's not a rock that can run that fast. TP reinforcements are in.
They need
They
to bail
can't go
now.
for the all-ins. They are being flanked. Glimpse back onto door, trying to TP, trying to get out, but not going to be able to.
If he's the only
All
one that
things
they lose,
considered.
yeah, they should be happy because they forced out a BKB. They lost the position 5 Undying. It could be way, way, way worse.
Yeah, it's not that bad. You're feeling pretty all right here for Tilted Boys, as they are just going to have some time to sit back, try to farm up a little bit more. They're going to go for the Kai Sanj here on Valodka. BKB for Ferte still set to come online. And a Halberd out on Ezekiel. That could be the big one as well. If you can just disarm Solo when he's trying to go in, then that takes a lot of the bite away from our Husker here. Not to mention that the mischance should provide a little bit more EHP out for Ezekiel. So you're feeling good. You're finding some angles back. It's still a hard game, but it's not out of the realms of the possibilities to win this.
Yeah, for sure. They and 3 bounties for Ferte.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I really completely agree with you. I think that they've reached that point in which, from this point onwards, the game is playable. Like, they just had to survive to this point. They lost one side. It's understandable, like, to lose versus a Huskar Brute. But from this point onwards, like, it's anyone's game. It's all about the execution, and Tilted Boys, I think they're in a decent spot to win a fight or two. It's not like Disruptor has an Aghanim's already, right? And then your game is like, whatever, we're done anyway. Like, he's not even building it, I believe, so. Yeah.
Still a long ways for Emp. He is queuing it up now, but he's literally at 100 gold. So a lot more to go. Nothing like the Philly Stone here as well to help accelerate that process. Once that's up, though, it does change things, but it's still a long ways off. Full Silver Edge up for Rises. So his output is significantly higher. Got a pretty decent break to use as well. So probably just soften up the AM.
Do you think that
Just
maybe
take out the
Lincoln's was an option on Tilted Boys?
Yes, I think Lincoln stacking would have probably been one thing they could have done. I think we kind of saw that in the last game as well. So just a lot of protection.
I guess they just don't have the farm for it, right? Like, that's probably the issue. If Ember goes for it, like, he has a BKB, if he buys Lincoln's, he'll be kind of useless.
Right, so
Oh.
get the jump in. You managed to isolate door, but now you're kind of exposed on the side as Ferte's trying to jump into the back line. Static Storm used onto Ferte. Soul does get the life break off onto
Isn't
the
he
Ember,
dead
but
here?
Soul's dropping loads. Soul's dead.
It's just gone.
Die back on door, but they're cleaning up and they take the big target they want. Ferte, still on the chase, is hexed up. And they do manage to get some hold out, but the chase still continues. Ferte not being stopped at all as Rises now trying to kill off Ezekiel. The hits are big, but not
The
big
high
enough, and
fives.
the slows are there. The high fives flying out.
The high five
Tilted
and the
Boys.
Yeah, the high five and the blink over the Tiny to start hitting the tier 1 before he's even dead. Yeah, this is just bad execution from Alpha, I'm sad to say, but like, they had options, they had maybe a better way to play it. Disruptor pops his ulti on an AM that still has a BKB, he doesn't even bother popping the BKB, and then afterwards Huskar uses his ulti, but on an Ember, after Ember has used the BKB. So he's literally just forcing himself to stand there in that duel until he dies. Antimage just jumps him, right? So he just helped them out. Like, the execution from Alpha needs to be better. Tiny did rescue them a little bit in the back. Like, he got, what, a triple kill? Like, he cleaned up on the other side of the map, but yeah, if they were a bit luckier on Tilted Boys, and if Roshan was up, this game would have been over already. I don't think there's coming back if they took ages. But as Roshan is still dead, there's a chance for Alpha.
Oh. Yeah. Joker melting down, doesn't quite die to the Mana Void coming true. Full Halberd up and running now for Ezekiel, so some of that disarm on hand to make things harder for Soul in this game. And with Roche full minute away, both sides are going to have to be patient to get that opportunity for their next progression on the map. We'll have to see who does cave in first once that rush is up. And yet it's dicey. Like Alpha doesn't have a significant lead anymore at 34 minutes in. The side of Tilted Boys, I mean, they've done a great job, honestly, but it does feel like it's a mix of them playing decently well and Alpha not being as tip-top as you'd expect. Like, it feels like a couple of these life breaks have cost them just a little bit in these fights.
The 4-man smoke. Spooky. Where do they go,
Spooking
John?
out, looking for something by the Roche, but they will lose Notorious straight up. But the jumps are there. Static Storm is out. Rises Soul actually isolated. And Snowball out. They're trying to save
Tombstone.
Soul. It does get healed up. The Tombstone is being rather disruptive. Here comes the Solar Guardian. Does manage to come in. The bashes come through on Rises, but the Hex onto Ferta. The AM in danger. The taunt is there in the right target.
Got him.
They do get a good stun off onto Soul, but all their damage dealers are dead. No, they find it. They find Soul. The buybacks are there. They're cleaning up. Monster stuck in an awkward position.
They can't
Joker's
rush,
still
though.
alive.
I don't think they can
can't
rush.
rush.
Yeah, maybe if you kill off the Tusk first. Ooh, they're so... I don't know. Don't let Huskar solo it, though. Okay, you can't
He's gonna
rush, but...
try.
Yeah, you can't rush, but at the same time, you shouldn't let him solo it, right?
No,
Right?
you shouldn't. They're not checking. They just backed off
No.
completely there for trying to repair top.
This snowball, by the way, right here on the Huskar saved the game, more or less. Like, he saves him, and basically because of that, they can win the fight. If Huskar just dies there, the game is, like, really rough. But okay, the Tombstone here, giving vision.
Took
Volodka.
Joker out. The damage from Volodka is huge. And they're starting to tall for some really good time. There's a free Ags on this. Roche, you do not want to give that out. Emp would be a big one to upgrade here.
Ah, man.
Even
like,
the kickback on the Tiny.
oh, no.
There you go. And he
He goes
steals. No steals. Gets taunted up. The jump in. The Solar Guardian does manage to stall for time. And for now alive with the Hex coming through. No, he ate the cheese. Volodka finds
will
it.
eat
They
that
get the
cheese.
first life. Can they
Glimpse.
get another? Trying to TP home. The Glimpse does
He's
kill him
dead
off.
already.
That is a dieback. They will chase for more. They will find more as they find Door. And they will find Ezekiel here as well, or will they? They play it safe.
Maybe a glimpse. If they jump in.
Jumping forward.
Yeah.
They have
They
the
have
vision.
vision.
There's the glimpse back, and dodged out for the shard.
Yeah.
Starhammer, and they get the punishment. Ferta is back up,
That
and they
was
clean
huge.
up a little bit.
That kill was huge because I feel 4 of them, they would feel... I think 4 of them would feel strong enough to go for another high ground push with the Aegis, which has been killed, right? Like, they don't have the Aegis anymore. Never mind. I was wrong. My feelings are irrelevant.
It still matters to me, Lizard. It still matters to me, even without that Aegis. Still,
Aw.
I mean, that was a pretty big set of steals, right? Like that play coming out from Volodka, taking away the cheese, lasting a little bit longer, finding kill. Granted, Empyrean still gets the Ags.
That's huge.
So you do have issues. Like that free Ags from Roche. Like the Dota gods just kind of favoring Alpha to have a game tree here. This
Yeah.
makes it infinitely harder for the side of Tilted Boys to get anything done. Like
Yep.
this is a bit scary.
So far, like, they could play around the Static Storm with BKBs and stuff, but now, yeah, like you said, infinitely harder. That Static Storm Aghanim's, man, like, no one wants to play into AoE Doom. What the hell is that? Why does why does Enchantress, when she buys Axe, she gets Sproink? She jumps back and she fires 3 missiles, whatever. I mean, it's decent, but not amazing. And some heroes get AoE Doom. Like, what the fuck,
Yep.
Gabe?
Yeah, it's not balanced. It's simply not balanced. And they're gonna go for an unbalanced
How is
smoke
that
here as well.
balanced?
It's certainly not. I do love Sprink though. Admittedly, I have had games where I've been smurfed really hard by some dude like playing like core Enchantress safe lane rushing Ags and then just Sprinks us and we're like, oh god. It's actually obnoxious if the timing's right. Still Alpha, timing could be right here as well. Swinging around with that smoke still.
If the
Looking
guy
for
is
the
playing
angle in.
Enchantress safe lane and he's smurfing it with Crystal Maiden on that safe lane as well,
That
you know
is
what
true.
I mean?
That is true. That is true. Although I feel like the CM should be more punishable, you know? Like,
Okay.
Enchantress is harder to punish just because, well, when she's 6, you know, you're slowing down, you might not have a nuke, your other players might not coordinate to nuke. It's like, whatever.
Maybe a little bit of hyperbola from me there, but yeah. Like Enchantress can definitely she can definitely smurf down plebs. It's not saying that you're a pleb, just overall, like if you
Oh,
if,
no.
if
Like, in that
Enchantress is really
matchup, I'm
good,
pretty sure.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure the player was like a 6K player smurfing in my bracket. I'm like, all right.
Yeah.
Which is fine for me, but like my teammates are like, yeah, nah. Like I'm playing with my friends. We're not. My friend group isn't exactly like the best players, you know.
Yeah, I get
but
it.
I do want to stay friends, you know. So that's all I'll say.
They don't play Dota together then, you know, it's like, oh.
I mean, no, it's like two choices: either don't play Dota together, or accept the fact that when you play with your friends, you lose, and
Yeah.
just enjoy the moment. Right? It's either or. And most people just choose not to play with their friends. Me, I choose to accept that we lose and just have fun. That's
You
it, you know.
You choose to lie to yourself. Very, very nice.
It is fun. Although sometimes when my friends get a little bit memey and run Warlock safely and as a core, that's where things get a little bit disturbing. Still, smoke out. Tilted
Joker.
Boy's trying to disturb stuff here. Joker doesn't manage to break it.
He was smoked as
Sneaking
well
around.
with his little ninja gear. If they find EMP, like that would
EMP
be a
would
huge.
be big. Empyrean would be massive. He 4-stabs down. Does dodge out, but are keeping chase. Doesn't manage to
Ferte?
catch. Ferte now in a risky spot. Gets jumped on by Ryze.
the toss.
Away, but the walk back in. The BKB was already on, and Empyrean is gone. They'll find one. Can they take care of more? The damage is coming through on by the gold company. He's still alive. He gets healed up, and they burned him down. Soul
is-
gone. Buyback on Emp. This is disastrous for Alpha.
Yeah, this is not
That
disaster.
could be the game.
That's game. Okay, Tiny does have buyback now. What's Huskar's status on the buyback? He doesn't have it, right? Like for quite some time. So, what the hell just happened, man? Well, so he BKB'd on AM, but I'm wondering, maybe, just maybe, if he doesn't get tossed out of the static storm, he doesn't BKB. Is that
That
is
was a big one.
right? I have a feeling Rises. Yeah, he maybe he shouldn't have tossed there. I'm not sure. I'd like to see a replay. One possible.
Yeah.
Production, please.
That
honor
would be
me.
massive. Like that was, I have no idea what. It looked so good for Alpha until that toss back came. It's like, it wasn't that far of a distance either. I think he might have been trying to target someone else, but
Probably, yeah.
ends up just going back in. Ferte though, I mean, he's hexed up, glimpsed back. Not the scariest thing.
Here we
Again,
go.
buyback still on hand.
Okay,
So
so
you do get a look at that fight. Yeah, rolled on, moved on, tossed. Yeah, he was tossed way out. Like way out. Just managed to BKB.
was that like a force staff or something while he was tossed? Because it looked like he tossed him
it
in
might
the
have
air.
been.
Yeah, right. It
might
looked
have
weird.
been. It might have been. That would have come from Notorious. So I think that is definitely possible, but man, this is the turnaround for Tilt Boys. Sure, the backdoor is kicking in. Creep wave was being cut by Joker with the DD. He is going to be able to bail out. Chains, yes, there is. Get some punishment off. But the push has been stalled. Only up till the tier 3s, so Alpha don't have to deal with any sort of super creeps yet. They are losing some map control, but 43 minutes in, not the worst thing, but the deficit's growing. Like, Ferte is way too big, man. 34k net worth, 11k ahead of Rises. And at some point, we talk about Husker having this bounce back at 25. Do you feel like Soul's still good until he hits that 25, or do you think it's just a little bit tougher going forward for Alpha here?
It's just so rough for them. Like this is a full MKB now completed on Ferte as well.
No?
Let's see, Ember.
Only catch one.
Okay, he does have buyback, but I don't think you... Do you fight? Do buyback and fight? They want to fight.
Oh, they're going. They get the damage, they get the control. Still no buyback onto Soul. Monster taken away as well. And they just clean up. They see that Static Storm commitment, and they just go for it. Rises, trying to TP away Avalanche.
They got it.
From Ferte. More than enough. They get the kill, and Ferte again delivering the goods. Buyback forced out. They need to try to stop this. Tilted boys. I mean, we thought they'd be tilted from this draft. They're not mentally strong, tilted boys. They are. They just tilt in their pubs more than likely as they're going for the tier 4s. Backdoor again kicking in though. Creep wave still a long ways off. At least one coming up top soon. Jumping in. Ferte. Gonna be alright.
Dire's middle tower
They're stalling as much as they can, but the mid-racks are going.
They're going.
And more should go. Going for the tier 4s now. Ferte.
top tower is under
Switches onto the tier 3 top. Wants to play it safe. Respawns are short.
Yeah, they just don't push very fast, right? So he goes top.
Dire's top
No AC, no Dazzle, nothing like that. He does have a leveler, so that always helps. But he's the only one really doing damage.
has fallen.
Just have to be careful now when you're going back, not to get glimpsed, because Ember doesn't have buyback. That could be dangerous. No BKB as well on him.
Yeah,
By
that's
the
a
way-
risky part.
By the way, John, did anyone ever tell you that your voice is similar to Aaron Paul from Breaking Bad?
Aaron Paul?
Yeah.
Well, no, when you said that, and then I said Aaron Paul, then yeah, I can kinda hear it.
But you know what? Did you maybe watch like an animated series called BoJack Horseman?
Yes, I did.
So
I did.
You sound like Todd so much to me, man. Like,
Hey, that's a high compliment. Thank you, Lizard. Wow, this is why you're the best partner I've had.
hey, I mean, you do. Like Aaron Paul, literally, he's voice acting that one. Like you have to, for me at least, you have a very similar voice. And it was this uncanny valley the whole day. We're casting together. I'm trying to figure out. Anti-mage goes in.
Yeah.
Probably
a
should
little
talk
bit
about
risky.
the game. Yeah.
Very risky, but doesn't get punished. They smoke out. Roshan is up. DD up for Ferte as well. They want this Aegis. They want to secure their position here with a secondary life for Volobka.
Dangerous though.
Very dangerous, but they're not angling in on Alpha. Remnants out just to burn them down a little bit here.
I think you just tombstone next to the pit. You don't go out as undying.
You got to.
Yeah.
Oh, no, they're jumping in. They've got the catch. They've got the static storm. And they're gonna have this kill on Ferte if he's not careful. No, it's still alive. Can he steal the Aegis? The Aegis still on the ground. Who's gonna pick it up?
He gets
Ferte
it.
picks it up in the end. They will take that secondary life. They get the Ags up on rises. They got a whole bunch of stuff out there. Can they clean up afterwards? Solar Guardian on top. They're
This
cleaning
game
up.
is
Soul's
over.
gone. No buyback.
Yeah.
And Alpha, the game.
GG.
They call it Tilted Boys. They hold up. Holy hell. Up against this draft.
Unbelievable.
What?
Unbelievable. Yeah.
I can't fathom it.
Yeah.
I mean,
game
to be
two.
fair.
Game 2, man. Like 2 games and that's it. John, it was T Panda. He's to blame for 3
It
games.
was T-Panda.
Yep.
It was T-Panda all the way for the first 2 days of the NA DPC, but Tilt Boys managed to find a way to take that up against a Husker Broodmother. I mean, a disgusting draft like that and still winning out. The mental fortitude for you as the Tilted Boys is through the roof. To be fair, though, they had a really good laning phase, right? Like, Volobka's lane actually wasn't a complete stop, and I think that also helped them build some of that mid-game momentum that, despite them taking some later losses, having that time stalled out, built this foundation for Ferte to get the space he needed to really farm up there.
Yeah. Like they were feeding left, right, and center, but Anti-Mage called that space. As we browse the Dota lobbies filled with bots a little bit. Like this was one fight where Alpha kind of did well. I think Tusk save with the snowball was pretty big. Like, overall, I don't know. Like, good job to Tilted Boys. They just proved that they can execute the game a little bit better. Because from my perspective, this game should have been easy for Alpha. Like, yeah, Anti-Mage with Vanguard is a problem for Brood. It's something that they could have thought about, but at the same time, I really feel that they had everything that it takes to win it, and it still didn't work out in the end.
Yeah, like, the draft just felt so much easier for Alpha when you've got this kind of cheesy last pick, when you've got these kinds of theoretically really good lane matchups, or actually in practice proven to be really strong lane matchups, and it just doesn't come out that way. Like, I think, again, Volobka just not losing mid was just huge. And I think that's something that Alpha's going to have to take a look back. Maybe again, there were a couple of moments where you said Soul was playing a little bit less confidently, not going for these opportunities. That was like really big in kind of opening up this timing for Tilt Boys. And Alpha, I mean, game one was almost the same story where it looked like they were kind of doing okay, then Tilt Boys just kind of come back in and take control. Same thing goes here for game number 2. So Alpha still left with a pretty rough time here in Div 2. I mean, this is a team, again, that came from Div 1 with a series ending. They're down to 0-2. And this Roche fight was, like, insane. Like,
I can't believe he got
they just threw everything.
ages. Like, how Tiny's... Okay, Tiny gets refresher shard. Well, if he stole the ages instead, like, maybe they even win the game off of that because you had the anti-mage kill, right? But it was just an insane fight in the end. I still think that Tilted Boys had it at this point. Alpha, they just lost all their lead. You're playing this Huskar, you need to win the game a little bit earlier, close it out. Unfortunate for them, unfortunate we don't get to see the game 3, but I'm kind of happy. Like, enough with NA game 3s in Div 2. Like, every single game, every single series went to game 3. I wanted to see some domination from one team only, and that's it.
And we get it out from our closed qualifier team. Again, Tilted Boys, not really a known factor. Like, I am not familiar with these players at all. You know, they're coming in from a grueling open qualifiers into the closed qualifiers, and they're already proving a pretty damn good point in the NADPC. Up there now, 2-0, 4-1 in terms of games, and they performed spectacularly well. Like, they just managed to really shine. And of course, you can see in the score lines, they play really well. But of course, the MVP, I'm wondering who it goes to, because the last time around we gave it to Ferry. We can't give it to him twice in a row.
We give it
to go to Door.
Jim Morrison. Yeah, I think the production chose the MVP because they really like the doors. That's 100% the reasoning here. I can't see anything else. But, like, okay, he did heal a couple of times. Like, soul rips were significant. The tombstones, like the Huskar hitting the tombstone on the when they bought back the Ember was pretty sick as well. Like, but it's not like a play from Undying. He just had a tombstone there. It's on Huskar to decide whether to hit it or not, right? Yeah, just give it to the door. Sure.
Yeah, I think the flash healing he did get with Solar was pretty big. Like, because of all the spiderlings around in some of these fights, you had a lot of healing on hand. We see, like, Facta come out with a huge burst. All of a sudden, in some of these engagements, we see the stall out on Volodka and just him surviving a lot longer as well than you'd expect. So I can see the value in Door kind of winning out that one, and just how well he played there as well, how well he kind of set up for his team. And that was quite the roller coaster series coming out there from the side of Tilted Boys. Again, for Alpha, what do you think was the one crucial thing that just kind of went wrong? Because, again, their draft just looked so much better to play, but I wonder what went wrong there. We'll find out at some point. However, we do have our winners interview ready here with a member of Tilted Boys. We do have Notorious on hand to talk about this game. Hello, Notorious. How are you feeling after that win? You guys are looking great here in the Deep Sea. How are you feeling?
Hi guys, feeling very good. This is our first time playing at DPC, so to start 2-0 definitely feels good.
Yeah, it's a strong showing so far, and I'll be frank with you here, Notorious. I don't think I've ever seen you guys play. You know, I've watched NA DPC for a while. I'm really surprised by your performances. How did you guys pop in here? Like, have you guys been trying in these open qualifiers and just getting shut down, and this is your big moment and you're coming in, and it's a really strong performance. I'm just curious where it came from.
I guess so. I hope you mean surprised in a good way. Yeah, we've been playing together for like 3 months maybe. We did play in the last open qualifier. I think we finished like 3rd or 4th, but kept playing together, so I think we're definitely stronger this run around.
Yeah, it certainly is looking a lot stronger. Have you guys been trying for open qualifiers before this DPC tour as well? Like way back, maybe a year ago, 2 years ago, or is it just really recent?
I can only speak for myself. this is pretty recent for me. I'm not sure about the other guys, but yeah, we're just happy to be playing Dota. We're having fun.
Cool. Lizard?
Yeah, like precise answers for precise questions. I have something different a bit. Tell me, where is the mustache coming from? What's the inspiration? Who's the role model?
You know, I see all the top players doing it, like Insania, Sumail. They look so good with it, and they're playing so well. So I thought I'd follow suit. Hopefully, I'm pulling it off as well as they are, and playing as well to boot. I guess we'll see.
That mustache is notorious, man, and I think you're getting some power from it, for
Thank
sure.
You.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Is there like a, is there like a team that you're afraid of in Division 2? Like who's your arch nemesis right now?
I wouldn't say we have an arch nemesis. We haven't really played against many of these teams before, so we're just kind of taking it one game at a time and having fun.
Yeah, so far it's looking quite all right. You guys had 3-game series already, right? Before this one.
Yeah, the first one.
And if I recollect correctly, you played IO and Witch Doctor. Tell me, how was that game? How did it feel playing it?
It definitely didn't feel great. We had to kind of reset after that game 1, but you know, we started the season as low as possible, so we can only go up from there. So we just wanted to like get all the throws and feeding out of the way first, so we know how bad it feels, and then we can't do anything wrong from there on.
Yeah, you definitely pulled the shimmy on all of us. We thought you guys sucked, but you're actually doing quite all right. Yeah,
we're debating you.
Yeah, debated indeed. Yeah, thanks.
All right, I am curious before we close out here. You know, I'm fairly certain you've got eyes on you now from how you guys were playing. Because quite frankly, game 2, you know, going into that draft, what was the thought closing out in that draft when you saw the Husker come out? What was the team comps like when you saw you guys just got broodmuttered and huskered right there?
I mean, we felt fine. Like, they're playing tiny position 1. We have a ton of answers to brood. We just weren't really worried about it. As long as we can help Ember have a good enough game, like, we'll be fine. And we definitely kind of threw early mid game. We didn't play as well as we should have, but we have Logan carrying us, so it's easy game.
I mean, you guys made it look easy towards the end there, having all the solutions. Before we close out, I would like to give you a chance maybe to tell us a little bit more, or, you know, is there one team that you're kind of looking forward to face up against here on the NA DPC Div 2? Like, is there a message you want to send to these teams who probably don't have much of an idea of this team? You know, do you have anything to say to them?
I'm looking at Shopify Rebellion, Arteezy. That's where our eyes are set. So, no, I'm just kidding. We're just messing around.
All right. Well, fair enough. And do you have anything you want to say to potentially your new fans here? Maybe some socials to shout out, where to follow you guys? Because, you know, you guys are really fresh, and I want you guys to get your names out there. So give some shout outs here.
I would just say buy our player pack if you'd like. I think our voice lines are pretty fun, so give that a check. I don't even know if we have socials or anything, but just keep watching the games, and yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, Notorious. Congratulations on your start here in the DPC. Looking good with your 2-0 series so far, and hope you guys keep it up.
Thanks so much, guys. Bye.
Thank you. GG's.
Gotcha.
Bye-bye. Yeah.
Oh, Notorious. I'm just so surprised. Like, this feels like a new generation of players, because quite frankly, I've watched the NADPC Div 2 since its inception, right? We've seen the Cut, we've seen Felt, we've seen all of these teams for such a long time. To have this team come out from open qualifiers, from close qualifiers into Div 2 looking as sharp as they do, I feel hope for NA. To see these players, and such well-spoken players too. Like, Notorious is a very calm speaker, you know, like for a guy on a team called Tilted Boys, he seemed very cool, calm, and collected.
I mean, realistically, to pull off that mustache and feel, you know, like that confident, it takes a character. And they've got that. By the way, Ferte, if you watched before, he's lightless. So this guy was in Team Empire before, and Hustlery as well, so he's been around for a bit, and you can definitely see the skills are coming from him there, but also from everyone else. Like, after the game 1, I don't know if you watched it, but their first game was a mess. IO Witch Doctor, they just fed forever. So I'm constantly surprised by how much better they can actually play than in that match. Obviously, it was a one-off. Every single game afterwards they won. So looking forward to watching more of them. Like, they're looking like a possible Division 1 contenders, really.
Yeah, they certainly are. And that does wrap up our first series of the day. Of course, Alpha versus Tilt Boys, 2-0 going the way of Tilt Boys. But we do have one more series coming up. It's the cut out against OVS, the Oversight. And it's going to be an interesting one as well, because it feels like, again, a bunch of relatively newer players in the DPC up against really experienced players in the cut. Scourge McDuck's been around for a while, High Shaggy, Italiano Gangster, who has a spectacular name, and B-God and Jube. So it's going to be... I'm keen to see if Oversight can kind of pull something out here. Do you expect the series, before we go to a little bit of a break, do you expect this one to go all the way to 3 games, or are you expecting it to be much more favored for the cut here?
You never know in NA, but I expect it to be favored towards the cut. I expect a 2-0, but it's NA Div 2. Anything can happen. So far, this is the last series is the first 2-0 that we've had. 2 2-0s in a day, hard to imagine such a thing.
It is certainly hard to fathom, considering how the first few days of the NA DPC went. We will find out if we'll be getting how many games we get in that next series. After a bit of a break, we'll be back for the cut up against OVS.
Watch more, earn more. Full TV.
All right, ladies and gents, welcome back to the NADPC Div 2 Tour 2. We're on our second series now. We just had a fantastic time watching a spectacular performance from Tilted Boys up against Alpha. And that was a spectacular series. We've still got one more series left. It is going to be the Oversight up against Cut. So it's kind of the same story here, Lizard, where you've got veterans in the Cut, right? Like this team has been around in the NADPC since its inception, jumping up between Div 1 and Div 2 multiple times. And Oversight, a bit of a fresher squad. I mean, you've seen a little bit coming out from Oversight. How do you feel they performed? I mean, they haven't had a win, but did it look like, you know, they could be competitive in that first series they played?
I believe they played versus Tilted Boys, which we just saw. Yeah, Oversight lost to Tilted Boys 1-2. Like the first game, they crushed them because Tilted Boys had some crazy IO Witch Doctor offlane, whatever the hell. It didn't really work. Second game, I'm just looking at the drafts and just trying to remember how they played. They played all right. Like the second and third game, they were definitely better than what we saw from Alpha. Let's put it that way. Like if I could, just by the property of transition, like if we look at how they perform versus Tilted Boys, Oversight is better than Alpha, in my opinion. So maybe a little bit worse than T-Boys, a little bit better than Alpha. Cut should be stronger than them. Let's put it that way, I guess. It's my power rankings right now for Div 2.
Yeah, and we'll have to see if the Cut can meet or exceed your expectations here up against Oversight. Again, even our odds from esportsbet.io are pretty convincing in that. A huge advantage coming out here for the Cut. Again, this is a team with a lot of experience on hand. Scourge McDuck, High Shaggy, Italian Ganstar, B-God and Jube. Very well-known names in the NA scene, not just in the DPC, but in the pubs as well. Oversight with Skyward, Odyssey, Cry, Atuf, and Dead Zone. A lot fresher. Skyward was in the previous Div 2 with a different team. I do forget that team, but it was a pretty rough road for him in that, so he switched to carry position here. I'm keen to see if that does lead to more wins, like what we saw, like again, taking game off, at least from the side of Tilted Boys, who, you know, Notorious did say they were just getting some throwing out of the way, you know, getting that out of their system, and then looking to play Dota afterwards. I will have to see if, you know, if Oversight can kind of maybe force the Cut to feel a little bit more throwy as well, or, you know, just play better. And they've had at least a day to think about this, a couple of days to kind of build up here. So I do expect them to come back in stronger form and, you know, maybe surprise us. You know what else is surprising though, Lizard, before we get into that game? It's a little bit of a shout out for our sponsor. esportsbet.io has just launched an exciting new feature that you won't want to miss. Their brand new Watch to Earn platform. You can now earn 3,000 free tokens, which is worth about $3 USD per hour by simply watching your favorite Dota 2 matches on esportsbet.io. So you love watching Dota, you're watching some DPC right now, go ahead and check out esportsbet.io's Watch to Earn and make sure to tune in. It's you know, it's free tokens. You might as well, if you're watching all of these games anyway. And we might as well get into it as well here, Lizard, with the draft on hand for our second series, Oversight versus
Techies
the Cut.
ban.
Yes, Techies ban, which honestly does make sense against the Cut. You know, I feel like that's something B-God, and I'm not sure if Juve plays a lot of it.
They played it.
Yes, it's within his zone.
10 seconds
Yeah.
They played it in the first game versus C-Dub, and they, I believe, won with
5
it.
seconds remaining.
So, yeah, sure, why not ban it out, you know? Like, just ban it. You don't want to play against Techies, that's understandable. No one wants to play it. B-God played it, I believe.
Sonic's turn to pick.
Don't want to have to suffer kind of playing against that hero. We do have a couple of different heroes sliding through, though, because of that Techies ban. And you see the Lycan NP being banned by the Cut, and they get to pick up the Death Prophet. So this is a hero that we've seen constantly first phase banned and does slide
10
through.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, like,
Should be... it's big.
I like her as an opener as long as Nature's Prophet is banned out. If Nature's Prophet isn't banned out, like, he just gets instant into her, or any other glass cannon long distance shooter. So this is also pretty, yeah, perfect. Thank you Oversight. Like, someone knows what's up. Like this is how you answer her. And now if you're the cut, I think the best for you would be to pick up a Primal Beast as soon as possible, put the DP on mid lane, and get Primal versus the Sniper. You know, get this hero that gets on top of him easily. Or something like a Primal, doesn't have to be Primal. But or you put the DP to suffer on the offlane and then you pick a playmaker that can jump the backlines from the mid, like a Puck or some sort of a Spirit. But I really like Oversight's answer. Like this is, if I could draft, this is how I would answer a first pick DP. And I definitely wouldn't pick a Skyrat afterwards, but it's just me. I don't like the hero that much.
Yeah, no, I agree with you there. Like the Sky, in certain combinations, it can feel good. It does feel a little bit pigeonholed right now in what you can play with a Skyrat Mage. I think stuff like Legion Panda is pretty much the big one, right? Yeah, or something like Axe. I don't know if it's anything that the cut would want to bring out when shifting this DP onto the mid. So I'm keen to see how the cut actually does make that work. And the side of Oversight, I mean, this is just a stable opening. Right? You've got the range core to deal or force out the DP into a different lane. You've got a big melee hero up in front of that range core. So theoretically, a safe lane sniper plus an Undying is already, again, a very decent lane. Good laning aggression there if you do go for something like max shrapnel first. Even just, you know, max headshot is pretty damn annoying when the zombies are up and you turn on that active. So you have a lot of different ways of running this from Oversight, and it gives me a lot of hope. I am curious what the cut goes for. Like, I get into a lot of arguments with someone like, say, Winter. Winter's very opinionated on this. He doesn't like that when you go on in your last pick in the first phase, you go for something like a support that is very pigeonholed. He feels like, you know, when you're closing out that first phase, it has to be something that is either like your win condition or does a lot as a support. I think the Undying is very justifiable, but the Sky, again, it's one of those things where, you know, it's very hit or miss. We've seen this a lot in NA, and sometimes it just falls flat.
I agree completely. It's like, why does Winter feel that way? Why does he have a strong opinion? It's because when you're closing up your first phase, you get to protect that pick with a couple of bans, like especially if you have the last pick of the first phase. So if you're picking a Skyrat, you're not gonna protect that with anything. You don't care about the Sky. Like, Sky is just a hero, you know. Meanwhile, Oversight, they got Sniper, Undying, Disruptor. Like, this feels amazing already. As long as they can finalize it with some good control on the other two. Like, they need a stun from the offlane. Right now, they have none. So if they can get something decent, like Beastmaster is out, but what else is left in the pool that has a stun on the offlane that's actually viable and in the meta? There has to be something, right? Like a Dragonite, let's say, on mid lane, whatever. But the cut, they go with the Primal in the second stage. I expected them to pick it up immediately because I thought it's gonna get banned out. Like, the hero just looked way too strong.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised it does land true anyway. Maybe Oversight is a little bit confident because they do have the Disruptor, so he can just glimpse back when he sees that charge in. So you can always just kind of put the Primal away. You can kind of kick him out from the Pulverize as well. You can break that combination for the pin down plus the Mystic Flare. So maybe that's just why they want it. They're like, all right, just pick it up. We can answer it with our Disruptor. And for the cut, I mean, this is still a really stable solution. I'm still not sold on just the Primal plus Sky. It does make sense, but I feel like this kind of opening from the cut, it just feels way too contingent on like really crushing your lanes and crushing like the early to mid game, because the Sky in particular just loses impact by the time the side of Oversight just start getting BKBs. You know, that tends to be something that happens for a lot of sports, but Sky in particular is just very susceptible to it.
He only does magic damage, so it's understandable that he loses a lot of value as the game goes on, unless he has a really good game. Like, this hero can pop off on a support. If you have like a good couple of kills early on, and if you get one core that you can shut down, like a Spirit or something, it can feel really good. Like, you get a Veil, you're like the only hero that gets it. Veil, Aetherlance, Atos, something like that. He can be strong, but very often he is not. I agree with you. He does have setup here. Like, you have Primal. If you jump in with the Primal, you catch the Sniper. like Blink Dagger into Pulverize into Mystic Flare, Sniper is dead 100%. So there are some nice things there. Like there are some nice combos. I don't like the hero overall. I still think that he's kind of baited, but it is what it is. And yeah, the cut finalized with the Mirana. I guess you get a way of hitting the Tombstone, right?
Yeah, you got a pretty decent way of just melting that hero. You don't really have the natural arrow combination. I suppose arrow pulverize could be something, although again, not exactly the most natural combination, but fairly low cooldown on pulverize. You can get really active. Both of you can kind of come in at very far angles, so you can kind of make that play pretty far out in the map, outside of vision. So that is the good aggression. Like the one thing the cut does have, going back to that point with Sky, is that early aggression. This lineup can just run you down quite fast. I just feel like Oversight still has good punish for it. Just with their supports, really. Like Undying and Disruptor feels like these two just enjoy fighting into those big melees early on, especially once you hit 6 in the Disruptor. Even Undying, like laning phase wise, level 3, level 4, like with a 202 build, you're kind of happy to just spam your decays and soften up all these targets for someone like the Sniper or another core to just clean up, especially someone like the Sky. Like the Sky Rat Mage with like 0 armor, losing every point of HP. And his EHP is just like in the negative zones once you start to drop strength there.
I like Pango is a good pick, don't get me wrong. I like the pick. At the same time, the silence from Sky Rat becomes higher valued instantly, right? Like it's one of those higher silences in the game. So you force the Pango to perhaps itemize into something defensive or just play a bit more careful. Because if you get silenced, you're probably dying here if they catch you. As a Pango, you usually buy what? You don't buy a BKB, you buy a shard, right? Maybe this is a game for a BKB. Like switch things up a little bit.
Yeah. It could be one of those kinds of games where you're forced to kind of go early BKB, which honestly I wouldn't mind too much. For the cut now, seeing the Pangolier, for Oversight, there's still a decent amount of flex. Like, you can still decide to run Sniper mid, maybe something like the off-lane Pango. Last pick is safe lane, but I feel like the straightforward way is just run Sniper safe, Pango mid, something else on the off, a little bit more team fight coming out. And again, it just feels a lot more open for the Oversight to kind of work what they want. For the cut, it's all about just finding this big pause 1 that ties in with this. And they protect the Pangolier now as well, banning out the Bloodseeker. You do have a lot of your usual meta range cores in the pool. Drow and Terrorblade are still there, although the TB might be a little bit
you don't want
of a harder sell.
Yeah, you don't want them into the Sniper. Like, both of them feel pretty good for me. I mean, Sniper feels pretty good versus both of them, for me at least. What's the other approach? The other approach is play the tempo with something like an Ursa or a TA. They ban out the TA. There's also an option of going for something like a Slark, maybe. You get that leash, you get the Aghanims to get close and personal to the Sniper. Maybe that's an option. I don't know. So far, I like what Oversight has got more than what the cut has concocted.
It's just brewed. A lot cleaner.
Yeah, it's just cleaner. It looks better. A lot of stuns, a lot of control.
Sorry.
Just looks better, yeah.
Sorry.
Not sure. What do you think? The cut. So you were saying Drow or TB, right? Maybe. I'm not sold on those.
I'm not completely. Like, I was just throwing it to the wind.
Maybe
like
more
TB in particular, I don't enjoy here. Morphling could be nice. Like, you do have decent things to turn into. Jumping the Sniper is an option there as well. They go to PA, so they're just going for a little bit of that tempo. You can kind of build a fast sort of style with a PA. There is a reason that hero doesn't pop out too much, though. Although I guess in this case, your evasion will hurt the Sniper quite a fair bit. Yeah. So you do have some benefits there, but I'm not sure how to feel about this. Like, say if we're expecting your Skyrat Mage to be your 5, Sky PA lane is just such a value. You get so much value from your stick.
Yeah.
Like, you will just keep regenning. Yeah,
I agree.
Especially, you just feel good. And then this Doom coming out as well from Oversight, you have a great solution now to just lock in that PA. You have a great time there. I don't know. Like, how are you feeling about the closeout? I think we're in the same kind of mindset here, Lizard.
Yeah, I still like better what Oversight have got. I think their draft is stronger. At the same time, there is a point in the game in which PA just pops off and doesn't care about anything on the map, right? Sniper, MKB, I don't think he's that sad about building it. Like, it's a good build for him. He's gonna enjoy getting it a bit sooner than necessary, but it is necessary because you're playing versus a PA. So overall, not sure. I'm heavily leaning towards Oversight when it comes to the draft, but I think the cut might be a bit better, so they might execute well. Like the PA, the new Blur is pretty damn solid. Like you just don't see her anywhere. Like what's the range? Like 400 or something? Like, you have to get really close to deactivate the blurs. So we'll see. If PA pops off, the cut can take it. If she doesn't, this sniper, it's a free game for him.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of back and forth. It really has to come out from strong lanes for the cut, whether or not they can kind of hit their timings here and start playing really early. I mean, they have a lineup that can do that. Again, as a PA, you're not necessarily pigeonholed to the Battle Fury. I think it's fairly viable to actually just go for like the faster play with Desu first, although again, it's kind of all in. If your early engagements don't work out, then you don't have a recovery plan. So I'm keen to see what the cut brings out, what Scourge McDuck brings for it there. And for the Oversight, whether or not they can start bouncing back. You know, they did manage to take a game off Tilted Boys, but they are still at a single loss here as the smoke comes in. Smoke breaks on Italiano Gangster.
Any glimpsers?
You mentioned drop the ward, but no skill point spent yet, Natuf. No glimpse back, no punishment.
No glimpsers. Very, very sad.
Surely you get it level 1 here. I mean, it's so nice.
You're gonna get it anyway, so it's not like
exactly.
It's not like you're gonna skill up Thunderstrike anyway, so.
Not necessary, it feels like. Still, looks like both sides should be able to just get away with probably a 2-2 bounty rune, although there's a chance that you could slip up here from Oversight on the bot river spot. And see if that's something that they might surrender. Ward's giving good information as to when the cut should dip in or out here.
They're really strong on Oversight, like level 1. I don't think you want to fight them. Like maybe if some crazy arrow connects, but besides that, like you just leave the beasts alone. You get 2 for 2. Oh, 3 for... Wait, what rune?
Yeah, they snuck away.
Which one?
Italiano Gangster just snuck in the back. He just walked up. With a ward, he knew they all kind of backed off, lining up for the river.
That's a true gangster move right there.
And this as well, just clearing out the range creep.
Okay. Is that double decay? I feel like it was, right? No, not the double. Very unfortunate, but it is what it is.
Yeah, this lane should be rather interesting. I kind of expected you to run Primal Beast plus maybe the Murana, but they are switching things up. Don't want to give too much value on that stick. So you can have some good trades out. However, having the Sky here is always a little bit shaky. If Headshot comes in, the Sky Rat just kind of melts. If you get even 1 decay on the Sky, he is in threat of actually dying, especially as the levels come up here for Skyward. So they just need to kind of temper their aggression, maybe wait for their own level spikes, because once you can line up with Concussive and the Trample on top, there can be openings here for the side of the cut, right?
Of course.
You mentioned it. You're looking for something to go on top of the sniper. The Primal Beast is that hero.
Yep. Yeah, he's the glass cannon breaker, so the weight is on his shoulder to deal with the sniper early on. I mean, not necessarily completely early on, but, you know, mid-game, it's on him. Later on, PA if she gets the farm. And it's a strong lane, like you said, Sky plus Primal, even for an Undying. Like, if you're not really careful, if you go a little bit too deep with decays, you can fall to them.
Can be a really harass-heavy lane. We'll see how they deal with it down the line. Down mid, you've got Odyssey on the Pango up against Sadman or High Shaggy on that DP, and he's already getting a lot of value. No man on Odyssey, and he just gets taken down by the Spirit Siphon behind the tier 1. High Shaggy, Sadman, just sees that opportunity.
McDuck. The Scourge
Dropping low
himself,
as well up top.
he's dead.
It does melt.
Maybe
That little burn coming out.
no counter
Just
kill.
enough.
Really nicely done from Doom there to get the kill, obviously, on top. At the same time, it was PA that went a little bit deep because of the sticks. She gets easily countered. And look at this. That's a man waiting for a glimpse right there. A tooth. But PA smart enough to TP behind the tower. How do you feel about mid lane feeding first bloods? Like, for me, it's like the worst lane to get that first blood, obviously, given.
Yeah.
Right?
It's definitely the worst. Like, out of all the lanes you'd want to do that, it's mid is the most painful to kind of bleed out. And again, in this matchup, I don't think it's something you necessarily expect. If Odyssey just was a little bit more conservative, perhaps, and not as aggressive with his spell usage, and just saves the swash to bail out, then he wouldn't be in that circumstance. Because the Pango versus DP is, like, it still feels better for DP, just because your cooldowns on Pango are a little bit higher, but you shouldn't just get run down like that.
Yeah, you definitely shouldn't. I agree completely. Top lane is a disaster, by the way. PA does have 12 CS, but Doom is going to have more or less of a free lane. And Doom is a huge hero in this game. Like, the way he itemizes can completely mess up what PA wants to do. Honestly, I'm feeling really, really optimistic for Oversight, even though the cut are like fan favorites, I believe.
Yeah, like they have the experience, but Oversight, they come out with a solid draft. They're going again on Scourge Duck, a good glimpse back, dropping very low, does not have a blink strike, does have stick charges, has that blink strike up now, but he should be able to regen Scourge Duck, stay in the lane. He does have the Iron Branches to kind of drop Ring of Health up as well. So it's not the end of the world. At the same time, this is not the smooth sailing that we were wanting to see from PA, right? Like, that timing on the PA is just so important, and it feels like if you're not able to hit that timing quick, then it's all down to whether or not Italian or Gangstar can shut down Skyward. And if that doesn't connect either, then your lineup it doesn't have a good, straightforward answer to the sniper as he grows bigger and bigger.
Yep. Like, all about shutting her down on that lane. Sheepstick fan, Skyward.
Yeah, Skyward is... I believe he was actually around in ESL Stockholm as like a volunteer manager. So managed to meet up with him there. Hung out a lot with Shivo. Was a pretty solid fella. Good guy to talk to. As they are starting to make moves onto our Undying. The stomps out, the charges out, the good old Ancient Seal dropping Dead Zone real low. Does still manage to get the tombstone off right before dying.
Kill the zombie.
And the hits on Bigot
Kill
are
the zombies,
painful.
man.
He is not killing the zombies, and he might end up dead. He is ending up dead. Fairy Fire out, but it's still gone.
A tooth. Bigot.
Find a trade up top for a tooth. So at least they are finding some trades now for the cut and starting to relieve some of that pressure coming out. So despite the slower start, they're hitting back here on the side of the cut. They do have a slight network advantage, not the most meaningful at the moment anywhere, but you are setting the foundations to bounce back. Yeah, like you're getting some momentum back your way.
Mid lane.
Setting up.
This isn't a kill,
rotation.
is it? Is it?
No, Ancient Seal's out. They've got the output.
It is.
And Odyssey's down. Dead Zone. He doesn't have Soul Rip, which honestly level 1 feels awful. Does manage to steal away a rune at the very least, but again, our Pangolier is not having a good time at all down mid.
Yeah, I was talking about Skyrat's silence versus Pango, but I wasn't really talking about like minute 6 when he's level 6 on Pango, that is. I expected it to come into play a little bit later on, but yeah, they get another kill on Pango, and he's a sad boy right there. He's not a sad man. Sad man killed him twice, but
no,
he's a sad boy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's getting demoted so far. They go bot again onto Skyward. And now they're starting to keep a lid onto that sniper. And it's just this combination with Sky. You get the Ancient Seal, you start to trample on top. Trample is magical, despite using your attack damage. So it's amplified up. Like that is such a devastating combo out from the cut.
And the slow, right, as well, from Sky. Just the slow itself is very annoying too. You can't run, even if you could run away, which you can't. It slows you down even further. So Italiano Gangster and Skyrat definitely making this lane work. And there is a reason why Primal is the glass cannon breaker. You just get on top of them so easily and you trample them to death.
Yeah. That's why I was kind of expecting a Tooth to, or at least the Disruptor to be down bot, right? At least you'd have the Glimpse to save.
Yeah.
Instead of the Undying, just sure you can Solar Rip. Again, level 1 Solar Rip is pretty atrocious in how much it actually does.
Can they do something top?
You can't really do much.
They have Glimpse.
Trying to run down. A Glimpse back onto Jubei. Got the roll as well.
He's got some sticks, right?
Jubei still has the leap. Has another leap. Jukes out. Does fall in the end. Didn't manage to leap the last time. But that's a massive time commitment just for the Mirana. They can shove into the top tier 1, but Scourge McDuck should be safe to bail out. Has a TP to bail anyway.
Yeah, they killed him, and now they should take down the tier 1 tower. Let's see. Scourge. Does he chill out or does he try to defend this? Because there's Doom. Like, you can get doomed. Okay, Mirana actually TP's back in. Yeah.
6 is up and Cry. Jubei just heads back in, and they don't push the fastest, so there is room to just keep farming. They know that the Pangolier has gone back mid as well. And Sadman is just... He got an Arcane Rune and instantly pops Exo to just do some good chip damage onto that tier 1. And all the Ghosts are actually doing a fine job of just doing that solo. Who needs Meteor Hammer when you play DP, right?
Yeah, just chill out in the lane, you know, and hide behind the tower. Ooh, Exorcism is running out. The Glimpse, maybe? Yeah, Glimpse is there. He gets level 5. He will heal up, though, on DP.
They do him up as well.
Deny?
They can kill him off. Nah. Not going to be doing it on B-God, and they're going to find another for the trouble. 2 kills down for Odyssey. As they're lining up for one more with a roll. Jubei dodges the roll first time. Stomp forward coming out from Italian Gangstar. Atoof does manage to glimpse him back to the tier 1, so he saves himself, and no trades coming out for the cut. Big wins for Oversight here.
Yeah, that was a timely level 5 on Disruptor. Like, he TPs in, gets the 5, instantly glimpses the DP back. Well, they did use Doom, so if you're the cut, maybe you're feeling a little alright when it comes to that, because DP used Exorcism with Arcane Rune. So he's gonna have it off cooldown a little bit faster than usual, and there will be no Doom, so this Disruptor might die. Yeah, he did.
It's melted by the jump from Scourge McDuck. They do manage to take care of our Skyrat Mage, and now Scourge McDuck isn't safe, getting twiddled down by Skyward.
This is dangerous, like diving.
Chased down by Cry as well,
sure.
diving so deep. Cry does have at least a Head of Defiance, so is lasting a little bit longer, and Scourge McDuck is the one to be punished. They find a trade, but it feels a lot bigger for Oversight, as Jubei still not too safe here as well.
Here comes the spooky ghost lady.
Yep. Sadman running up, the Arcane Exorcism coming off, and is just going to try to chase down Deadzone, but this is really far up. Level 6 up on Atoof. Static Storm up, and Sadman's gone. The overcommitment.
Like his spirits were farming the creep camp next to him, like instead of going on Undying. That was a little bit sad for him, but Jubei as well. Jubei, he dies too.
Gone down. Odyssey. And missing out on that opportunity earlier, but finds it in the end anyway. And the cut feels like they're just presenting themselves in pretty awkward positions right now. Oversight should be able to find that top tier 1. A little bit of a shove coming out from Italian Gangstar down bot, but it's going to be a little bit of a slower process for him to push. And now with this kind of start, I mean, the cut, they're not completely behind, to be fair. You know, like, they aren't out of the game for sure, but it does feel like this kind of momentum with this lineup that they have. Like, we talked about momentum coming through. It doesn't feel like you've gotten enough from the cut, despite a little bit of some good back and forths there.
Yeah, some good back and forths. I'm not sure, like, which team is actually feeling better at this point, because, yeah, DP isn't feeling that great after these last couple of deaths, but your PA is getting closer to the Battle Fury. I guess Scourge could be happy with that. At the same time, Sniper is, you know, doing sniper things, just farming up. Nothing too terrible for him. This could be a huge fight for the cut. Let's see. Blink. Yeah, missed the flare.
Oh,
There
they
we
got
go.
the combo.
Yeah. It is.
Early blink out.
Yeah, it is what it is. Primal gets blink, you get blown up by that, you know.
Radiant's bottom tower
It's not a shame to die like that. It just happens. Very early blink, 12 minutes in.
Yeah, he had free lane for the most part once they abandoned that bot. It's Italian and Gangstar. The connections being made with B-God. This is what we have to see. That aggression, that constant running around with these low cooldown spells, and just forcing that issue out. As you mentioned, Scourge McDuck, only one part away now from the Battle Fury. And that's where things can start to kick up. If you don't hunt down this PA at that point, Scourge McDuck can take over. Like he will grow massive. Like this PA can flash farm pretty damn fast once the Battle Fury's up. And Skyward's trying to do the same.
Is there a
jungle with his own Mask of Madness?
There's no glimpse mid, never mind. Like he's fine, he goes back. One thing the Division 2 teams are not doing, that every single Division 1 team does, is they don't stack that much. Like out of these, I don't know, 12 games that I've casted in the last couple of days on NA, like Div 2 teams really aren't stacking a lot. I'm not sure why that's the case, but
They just don't. Like they don't make it an emphasis.
Yeah.
And you miss out on some efficiency on that. I think for the cut, it's kind of important for them to try to get their stacks up for their PA, especially as the Battle Fury comes up. It's going to be a little bit hard to clear the Ancients first, although I suppose with Blur, it's actually not the worst thing in the world. You can kind of gun down for that.
I would say it's huge, right? Like here, 2 stacks, right? 2 stacks, but I think maybe it's even PA that made these. So one more. Runaway Scourge, use the dagger, nice. So he gets a couple at least. Yeah, like stacks for me are incredibly important because they shift the item timings quite a bit for the carry. Like if he's the one farming them, suddenly he gets a BKB like a couple of minutes earlier because he has all those ancients waiting for him. They're really big. I don't know. I think every team should be doing them more.
Yeah. We'll see if that's something that does improve for these Div 2 teams so far. For now, not quite. Still, some timings being met. Oversight. Otzi, he does have his Diffusal Blade up.
This is a bait.
A lot more impact and easier to line up. Hold on, they are baiting with Sad Man. Italian Gangstar is waiting here with B-God. Running up. They get the glimpse back and Sad Man, isolated in the middle, does get doomed up with Exo running. They kill off B-God as well, so the combination's cut off. You know, it's a little bit of a bait. They get cleaned up. Like nothing.
No, I meant they're baiting. Like Oversight was baiting with the way they were positioned. Because like, how do you fight Chubei? Can he survive? No, I don't think this is a.
Yeah.
He does. Okay, cool.
Enough outfit.
Like,
Italian Gangster. Running forward by himself.
There's a glimpse of cooldown. He just needs to get there a little bit closer.
Oh, he has it. He has it.
Oh.
He has it. Glimpse.
I mean, he's dead anyway now, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Doesn't really matter. But this combination, Disruptor and Pango, is... I honestly think this is the most broken combo currently in the game. That's kind of... I don't know, undervalued. Because you roll in, and you have to run no matter what disables you have, because at this point you probably don't have BKB piercing, right? So you're kind of running, getting away from the Rolling Thunder, and then comes Disruptor with a glimpse. So this guy just bounces back and kills off whatever target is glimpsed. It's not that broken. I made it sound like it's game winning, but it does win team fights in this mid game.
Yeah, I mean, in the right hands, you win those team fights, you kind of win the game. So. In a way, it is game breaking.
You're so nice.
If they keep...
You're so nice.
Yeah, if they keep executing. Because I know these dumb points, Lizard. I make a lot dumber points, and I try to justify them, so don't you worry.
Both
You're
you
and
Mike, you two are like saints, I swear. Like, look at that. Tango.
That's not that Stanley, although they'll find a kill on V-God anyway. And they catch Jubei out as well. The TP not going to work this time around. Bit of a burnout. That is, I believe, an Australian tradition to burn out your tires like that, but... kind of pays off, just showing off a little bit there, Odyssey.
Both of you two are just saints, man. I have to say it. Like, if if you said what I said, I'd be like, yeah, maybe, but you know, there's. I'd hit you with a maybe.
Yeah, no, I get that.
You even jumped in to like help a brother out with a point that's very stretched. I mean, valid but very stretched. Yeah, you and
It's
Mike.
No problem.
Like, yeah.
We're used to it. When we're both dumb, we kind of have to boost each other as they do catch out Odyssey. And they lock him in with that Mystic Flare.
As long as Mike isn't leaving any dead rats or birds in front of people's rooms, you know.
That beef with Fear, huh? Some real beef right there.
Oh yeah, like
to get the glimpse in
Fear. Like I've never seen him that red in his face. Like when he's talking to Mike, it's like he gets some real dad energy. He takes out his belt. He was ready to spank Mike a couple of times, I'm telling you.
I've seen that a lot, and even from Tour 1, you can feel that tension rise up, where, you know, Fear, I mean, it's in his face, man. You can always tell. Yeah, he has a very expressive face, right? You can tell when he's happy and when he's sad. He's very expressive.
You know that long time ago there was a meme, like 16 pictures expressing like different emotions, and it's literally all the same picture of a guy. Like we need that for Fear. Every emotion, same selfie of Fear.
That's exactly it for Fear. He has a wide range of emotions, you can tell from the face end. And what's not wide is the range of fights coming out here. So they get another glimpse onto Sadman. The Doom's out as well. And they get that easy kill on the DP, clearing out their path for the Roach.
Oh my god.
This is not going to take too long.
I love the drawings on the map. That's some tilt right there. You know there's a tilt when someone is just drawing circles. And when someone dies too many times and then suddenly there's a lot of drawing on the map, you know what they're like. You know what the situation is in the comms. They ain't happy.
Definitely not happy campus right now in the cut. Someone called them, perhaps, Tilted Boys right now. As the game is, I mean, to be fair, it's 16-10. Sure, you're dropping a lot of kills, but Scourge McDuck is farming. His BKB's coming on. You actually have a 3K lead on your side on the cut. You know, that's up against a Doom who, to be fair, doesn't have Midas, but again, up against the Devourers. It still feels pretty good.
Okay, so
your timings are still lining up.
So that last series that we watched, the last game, it was Anti-Mage, and he was pretty much free to do whatever once he got his farm, right? This game, I would argue, is different. Not only are you playing into a sniper that is gonna get an early MKB, you're playing into a Doom. If you're Cry, all you gotta do in this game is save that Doom, like get the blink and save the Doom for the PA. And that's it. Like, PA might get super farmed, but you're still playing into a Doom. So one core lineup usually doesn't work versus Doom.
Is you just, you know, you focus in on that big core, there's not going to be any counterplay for Scourge McDuck. Even something like a Lincoln's is easily poppable here with how much single target you do have to target on. So you've got some solutions.
Yeah, you can glimpse,
Oversight.
Right?
Yeah. You got glimpse. I guess you could try to assassinate, although the windups
Soul Rip
kind of make that annoying. There were Soul Rips on hand. Like, it's not the safest for Scourge McDuck to be that big condition, and you're getting a lot of protection out now on Oversight. A fresh Lotus Orb up on Odyssey, another smoke out, and they might run into some juicy targets here, especially if they pin down Italian or Gangster.
Unfortunately, just a Mirana. And okay, they do get the kill.
Got the dust, clean up, and they also get the timing for Skyward to finish his BKB. So a hell lot more protected now on the sniper on top of everything else. Like that combination with that instant Mystic Flare Pulverize, it's not going to be effective on at least the sniper now. It feels like probably the one big target you want to jump.
It's a hard one to kill, really. At this point, like, he has an Aegis, you won't jump him anyway, but you probably want to wait that out. I love that even Cry is just carrying a casual Frost Mage Golem, Ogre, sorry. Frost Ogre, whatever the hell it's called. He gets the Ice Armor from him. Ice Armor everyone around him. Pretty good versus PA, right? Like, no, not too shabby.
Yeah, 5 bonus armor on a PA that doesn't have Desolator up yet. It makes it a lot harder to go for that physical burst. And just ensures that you're always safe here. As they find that bot tier 1. A double damage is spotted out here by the side of the cut. It could be a nice pickup if they want to kind of hand it over to Scourge McDuck. I don't know if they've got the timing to use that. Desolator is like 400 gold away. You'd probably just want to wait.
Italiano.
Not going to get the max utilization there. Italiano is surrounded. The TPs are coming in. They do not have the glimpse vision. Still trying to run. No, they see him. Glimpse back. They've got the damage. They've got the control. BKB forced out as well. Wants to kill off Atuf, but everyone's here. Not the safest play. They want to fight. Scourge does dive in, reveals the BKB with the DD. Melts Atuf. And Italian Gangster comes back in, gets the pummeling onto Odyssey, but he is still alive. Lotus Orb usage here saves him in the nick of time. Doom out on Sadman. Trying to deny from Jube, a bit too early on the right click.
What?
So 2 for 1 so far.
What the hell was that? That's the craziest fight I've seen in a while. Holy hell. Like they just go in. PA, as Primal Beast is running out, PA is running in. With a DD, albeit. Like he does get a kill on the Disruptor, but still, you're fighting uphill. You don't have too much vision into a Disruptor, into a Doom. Doom does get used in the end, so maybe this is an opportunity for the cut. Once Primal is alive, together with EP, Aegis will be reclaimed. I think if you're the cut, you can just smoke up instantly and go for a fight. Not having BKBs is an issue, but still, like, you could take some fight.
Yeah, you've got the fresh Deso up as well here on Scourge McDuck. So he's got the output if you do jump in now, but we'll opt to just give out the tier 2. One more falling for the side of Oversight. Going to be able to just take complete control up top now, but here's the Moonlight Shadow. Can they find the flank? Pretty far forward here in Italian Gangstar. Has his BKB ready. Aegis reclaimed. Skyward would be a very juicy target at the moment. Instead, jumping onto Cry, but the glimpse back is there. Arrow comes in, and the intercept out from Odyssey to catch Italian Gangstar. Charge away.
It's just stunning all
Odyssey still just being a nuisance. And he can't do much. Scourge McDuck, he does have the BKB if he needs it. Does manage to blink out anyway. That blur just buying him to time, but here comes the BKB forward. Still Skyward manages to push himself away. They get the lock in onto the Undying, but that's just the support. A very nice Static Storm to cut off the supports now as well.
Here comes the Scourge.
They will find Cry, but Skyward, it's just getting the hits. He is eventually going to melt. No MKB, no hits onto Scourge McDuck. So the cut does manage to make that one work for themselves now as Oversight. Good bounces around from Odyssey, but no Doom up and no MKB means your PA is very happy up there.
Yeah, you just really have to save that Doom for PA, and that's it. Like, use that Doom on PA. When you don't have the Doom, don't fight. I feel like it's as simple as that for Oversight. But even this one fight, this one singular fight that they gave away might be too much. One fight too many, because you're playing versus a PA. Even if you have Doom, you're not allowed to make these mistakes. So, okay, Scourge has a Dezo now, couple of stacks on it. Battle Fury going for a Basher next. Like, I really want to see a Lincolns or two from the cut or something like that, you know, to protect her even further. But did you see how crazy the blur is in that last fight?
It is.
Yeah, he was on the hard camp, blur activated, and they just weren't deactivating it. No one came close. Like, you couldn't, they couldn't get rid of it.
And the range is just insane. 400. It's very forgiving for you to weave in and out of these fights. And the 4K lead now for the cut still up there, kind of bouncing around between that 3K.
Haste.
They've done a great job of playing around this. Haste out. Trying to get a bit of a chase going. Do get the glimpse back onto Sadman. BKB is there, but the Doom is out. Again, Cry forced to use it on that DP.
I don't know if you want to...
That's Doom down once more. Oh, the boulder toss.
Holy shit, Gangster.
Right through the middle. He runs right through that Static Storm. Gets the pounding off onto the Doom. They still managed to save him, though. No follow through. No Mystic Flare ready on Bigot, but Scourge McDuck rips them apart. Kills off the Disruptor, chases for more. They find dead zones up top. The bounce is interrupting this chase just a little bit, but Cry's not safe any longer. He does get slowed and taken away. One more for B-God here, as Italiano is just diving so deep, and the cut. I mean, this is their moment to shine. Their lineup is starting to get online.
This man is a true gangstar. He really is. Like Italiano. Just, yeah. I don't know. That's some balls of steel play style right there from him, you know. Just goes in. Yeah. Then again, like Doom was used way too soon. I think Doom needs to be a little bit less trigger happy. Like, again, he doesn't use it on PA. They instantly lose a fight after DP pops the BKB, so you couldn't even. It was basically wasted, right? Like, nothing done with it.
It's like the second time in a row that we've seen that come out here from Cry. Just forced to doom someone straight up, then they can't get the follow-through fight, and then the re-engage from the cut is just too strong. So they are smoked up here. And running forward, Italiano actually gets the jump onto the sniper. Force Staff is there to save. BKB is back up for Italiano. The boulder does connect, but where's the follow-up? Not quite there. Italiano starts to melt for a sense, but holy hell, that dagger.
Glimpse.
Onto Dead Zone. Just melts him out. Glimpse out in Sadman, but BKB is there to save. And now in a bit of an awkward
nice
crossroads.
Arrow.
BKB has Fatal. Oh, great arrow out. BKB still up on Scourge McDuck, starting to pierce through skyward. T's taken down, chasing for more. Cry. Still relatively tanky, but not for too long. The Glimpse does save for a while, but Scourge still gets a dagger off.
Just
3 for 1 for the cut.
It's just a messy fight, left, right, and center. Everything that happened there was just so messy. The only reason Sniper really dies was the arrow. And he couldn't see it and he couldn't react to it because it was flying straight through the tree and it caught him right behind the tree, right? So it's like no time to respond to it. So Scourge McDuck sees it, instant jump, kills him off, easy peasy. And now they're waiting for Roshan, which will respawn in 20 seconds, which isn't soon enough, because Sniper and Doom should be up. They can smoke up, fight that.
You have this really big timing for Scourge McDuck, though. He basically almost has the full Abyssal Blade up and running already off the back of all of these kills. And his Desolator is now up to 18 on the damage. So that's kind of ridiculous, just how much he's gotten over the past few minutes. Even a blink up now for B-God as well.
This is...
He can play really far back to get the follow-through.
Yeah, this is greedy, though. Like, I think they need a smoke, maybe Mirana ulti, like this, yeah. Go find the fight first.
Blink out. Odyssey does dodge. They will get the glimpse to safety for Italiano as well.
This, now you can maybe even rush, because Tombstone has been wasted, right? Like, Tombstone has been used very far away, and now it's on Oversight to decide whether to fight or not. It feels like they will not. They're just chilling there around the Tombstone instead. I can't blame them. Like, taking this fight without Tombstone is like very difficult.
Yeah, it's a hard prospect. Kind of see them do that.
Then
so they surrender Roche number 2 with a shard as well.
Yeah, then again, exactly that. Giving this Roche Aegis and the shard to PA. They had this game. It really felt like they had it in control, but not any longer.
Certainly in the favor of the cut now. Take a look at Dota Plus, giving us an 82% chance to win now for the cut. After a rocky start, I mean, all the space in the world for Scourge McDuck, and the investment pays off. Not just him, but even Italian Gangstar, I feel like just got a bit too much down bot with that early blink up. Just managed to play aggressive for the team, and they coordinate around that aggression well. And this is maybe where you start to see some of the differences between these fresher stacks in the DPC up against, more experienced players. With coordinations there for the cut. They know what each player kind of wants to do, what timings they want to hit, and they can just plan around that. Like, even if one part of the game goes wrong, they know what they have to do to get back on track, and they managed to make that happen. They're making PA look like a decent hero. This hero's been dead for a while.
The PA has definitely been retired for quite some time, but I've seen a couple of teams pick it up in like the last season, mainly because of the blur, right? Like playing around that. And Like, she is always picked when glass cannons are picked a lot, and we have a lot of glass cannon type position ones picked. So we'll see. Maybe it's the cut that resurrects PA, and everyone starts picking it again. What a timeline we live in.
It'd be a massive timeline for an NA DPC Div 2 team to kind of have that much influence, but I'd love to see it. As I'd also love to see this DD that spawns here to go the way of Scourge McDuck. So another DDPA. This is dicey for the side of Oversight. So much output. Moonlight Shadow up as well, so they want to use this. Could have some tasty targets mid if they overstay their welcome here. See what they find. Charging up. There's the jump in. There's the damage coming through. The Static Storm not enough with a BKB on. We do have to buy Abyssal Blade out. Pangalier's gone. DD Scourge McDuck killing off some fat cores. No problems there. With the Exo popped as well, they should be able to run up to that tier 2 once the creep wave catches up and just find more objectives.
He dealt 4,000 damage in like 10 seconds. I mean, that DD is... it hits different when it's on a PA. 100%.
Yeah. It is probably one of the best DD heroes to have.
I was thinking maybe they will buy back on Doom, but... yeah, Aegis, you know, you don't want to play into it anyway.
Yep. Just cut your losses, regroup, and kind of come back in. The progression from the cut is just phenomenal, though. Lotus Orb already up in Italiano, going for the Linken's next. Yeah, you've got what I'm assuming is the Shiva's Guard on Sadman, not too far off now as well. And now the Scotty being formed up here by Scourge McDuck. You also have the Ags and B-God. I didn't even notice that. Like, he has the Ags, double usage on Ancient Seal, double Mystic Flare coming out. There's so much that this hero does with that Ags, which I feel like it's a massive Ags. It's just not something the hero ever gets to farm, but here we are. B-God, he's got the timing.
He was queuing it up from the get-go, so, you know, he gets everything. It's pretty big. I love the itemization, by the way. Boots into Aghanims on him. Was interesting, but...
Wait, he got the Ags before the Blink?
I think he did, yeah.
Damn.
Maybe he got the Blink first, but he queued the Aghanims first, for sure. Like, he had Boots, and he instantly queued up the Ags. I think he got the Ags, like, very, very soon in the game. And the Blink afterwards.
That's just ridiculous. Like, it's just way too much impact. Inside of Oversight, again, they've got some early VKBs, but we haven't really felt it. Like, honestly, they actually only have the Sniper BKB.
Yeah, it's
no protection on Cry. You obviously probably don't want to have to buy a BKB on Odyssey right now.
Yeah.
So it's an awkward spot. If you're on Oversight, you know, after having this draft that you feel like you could execute, what do you have to do? They do go for a smoke play here. Oh, Italiano breaks the smoke and blinks away.
What's Doom's item build right now on Cry? Like, how
he's got Pipe
this is nothing.
And Guardian Greaves and a Plate Mail.
I like that he's building towards the Shivas, which is nice, but I feel like you needed the BKB and you needed the Blink much earlier so that you can pick and choose your target and pick and choose the PA every single time. Just to get on top of her. And maybe the size armor should have been
Skyward?
Eventually Skyward, yeah.
Oh.
It's got the BKB, right?
Oh, the Abyssal Stare. And he is gone. That is risky. Walked under the ward. Instant TP's out. And that's your sniper gone. MKB's not even finished yet.
Nice ward by the
Dire. Even
at
this point.
Yeah.
It protects so well. Another DD spawns as well here, Lizard. So a little swing if they want to see that one. And Scourge McDuck will be very happy. Like, at this point for Oversight, I'm not even sure if the MKB's enough. It just feels like the protection's not there for the sniper. Like, once he's jumped, he's just dead.
Yeah, with the Abyssal for sure. Like, there's no way he survives. Let's see, PA. Do they save the DD? What are they doing? Like, you can save it for Rosh or something, yeah. Or did they see it?
They didn't see it. I don't think they saw it at all. They're going to see now with B-God. So there should be the ping. There you go. He's here. And he'll probably just pull back. Maybe save it for the Roche. So they do have some time to wait. Scan does find Cry. Down your Gangster. There we go again. And he is more than likely gone. Damage outputs there. The chain stuns for a million years. He is trying to juke around, but this is only stalling. This is a lot of time, to be fair. But you're still being efficient on the cut because they're just camping Roche and, well, picking up the DD.
Not efficient. Picked it up 37.15. Could have waited 37.55 or 59 for full efficiency.
Very true.
Yeah, Primal, TP's
Gotta
in.
work on that, Scourge.
Does he get glimpsed? Oh, the blink. Oh, the jukes.
Oh.
Breaking ankles. PA is coming.
Oh, Italiano pops a BKB. He wants to go for a Skyward, but doesn't have the way of jumping. But Scourge McDuck does with the DD and the Abyssal. He's gone. Pulverize onto the supports, onto the Pangolier, and the damage outputs there. Everyone's torn apart off of that little chase. Italiano Gangstar. Man, he's been a gangster this entire game. Just running down, no cares in the world. And he just finds them, man.
He lived up to his name, 100%. Like, this game was... Yeah, if you see him going at you, you don't know if he's alone, if he's with everyone, if he's just crazy, if he's a genius. There's a thin line with him, you know?
Yeah. Or it could be all at once. It could be all of that at once. This is NA. I think your average NA DPC player is kind of an eclectic mix of genius, madman, and boss. And when it fails, kind of, you know, EE.
Yeah.
It's all at once here.
You need it. You need to be like when you're pubbing in NA. I think that's what happens eventually to you. I've had my experience of NA pubs a couple of times. Like I've been there. I've done the NA rounds. I'll never be the same man again.
It's funny. My experience with NA pubs was stacking with a bunch of these DPC players actually when they were much younger, like a couple of them, and I would play Pudge and 200 ping and I would enjoy it. It was actually fun. I don't know why my Pudge was better on brain delay. I guess because my hooks were also on brain delay, so it balances out, you know, and the ping compensates for my slower
It confuses
brain.
them, right? That's what it is.
Yeah. Like, why would he hook here? It's like, oh, he's so next level. I'm like, no, I'm on 200 ping. You know, that's what it is. What's not in 200 ping is that speed on the Roche. Very fast take.
Agonyms.
They gave the Ags to Scourge McDuck. Yeah, this blur constantly reapplying. It's
big. It's big.
Really annoying with the dispel.
By the way, I don't want to. I'm not one of those NA haters. I think, like, you know, it's. I mean, I hate NA a little bit, like anyone else, when it comes to, but not a lot. But I have to throw some shade. Like when I came back from NA and the server was still on NA when I continued playing. At one moment I considered going pro again. Oh my god, that's a lot of damage. Because I was winning every single game and I'm like, what the hell is happening? Why am I good again? Then I checked the server and I'm like, ah, god damn it.
I like that you got that insight from playing in NA. You know, NA is a good server. It boosts your confidence sometimes. It brings you up. And then sometimes it crushes you down with the people you play with. It's a roller coaster, man.
I guess I was on the positive side, you know, because they still had a good behavior score coming from Europe. But
there you go. Look at that.
It probably wouldn't stay that way if I continued playing there.
I'm sure it wouldn't. I mean, I heard what Jenkins had to say about Quinn's stuff earlier today, as they do jump Cry and he's deleted. And Italian and Gangster are just charging away. Not going too gangster here. Want to find more. The bash jump in onto Odyssey. The plings from Skyward are annoying, but Italian and Gangster blinks forward, doesn't manage to get the grab. Should be able to charge off. And is fine, but they've forced everyone back to the fountain. Not able to make moves onto the top. But as I was saying, you know, I remember Jenkins on, you know, Dream League a while ago was talking about Arteezy or Quinn as they do roll forward. Static Storm's there to pin in Italiano, but he still has his BKB.
Scourge.
Charging forward now. BKB up as well, and Scourge just looking for the delete button. He does find it. Gets the pin down on Odyssey. BKB fades, so he's being plunked around a little bit, but the bashes come true. And there goes the Mystic Flare with the Yags. There goes the damage as they get the Doom off onto High Shaggy. They've got the burst down on the Disruptor. The buybacks are flowing through, but the ults are all gone. The damage coming out from Scourge. He's just deleting them, melting out. The damage from our Skyward is kicking in with that MKB though.
Is he ever gonna die?
Have to respect that, but they melt them.
Yeah, this Courage, man, like this PA just couldn't die. Like, he still has the Aegis even. Primal Beast cooking things up once again. A bit too deep, bro.
Italiano, high five. High five dies as the E-Blade's out. They've got the damage to kill Skyward in the fountain. He's got no buyback. The GG's called. Oversight. After a strong start. Maybe a little bit of some oversight on their part to overlook that PA. And the cut, they bounce back in fantastic form.
Yeah, at this point, like, I didn't think that we'll see the same thing we saw in the first series, in which, yeah, one team was obviously just a little bit stronger, even if they pick AM, they take the game eventually. But unfortunately, I think we're in the same position. Like, the cut fan favorited for a reason. It seems like they just executed better. It's as simple as that. I don't think that they outdrafted the Oversight by any stretch. I think Oversight had a really nice draft. They played the lane decently enough. It's just that afterwards everything kind of fell apart. They couldn't find their footing. I'm not sure. Maybe Doom could have itemized a little bit better, but realistically it all comes down to the way they executed. Primal Beast on point, by the way. Gangstar indeed. Like, he played according to his name.
Yeah, he lived up to that namesake. And I think one other issue for Oversight was Odyssey the mid. Like, I don't think Odyssey showed us that he was kind of subpar. It's just that Sadman forced him in such awkward positions on mid, right? Like, running out of mana, giving that first blood away. We talked about the impact of first blood on mid. It played such a huge part for Shaggy to just get going there. And sure, the game kind of slowing down for the cut at some point when they start to get those rotations in, but like this one hurting lane in mid was really a big factor, I think, that affected the side of Oversight quite massively. So I think they're gonna have to look back at that, because again, like, sure, DP still has a little bit of an easier time mid, but the fact that Odyssey just got stomped for a good 5-6 minutes there is not something you'd expect in the matchup at all.
Yeah, well, for sure. Not something you'd expect. Like, Sadman as well on point later on in the game. Like, that mid game was kind of rough for him, don't you think so? Like, he got blown up a couple of times with some glimpses, and he was feeling a little bit too strong. But I feel like his best play was when he ate that Doom BKB in the river. You know, like,
oh yeah,
he got doomed. Their PA can do whatever the hell she wants to afterwards. So yeah, a couple of plays that weren't really his plays but still happened to him that helped the team out. I still think that Oversight could take a game off of the cut, but maybe, I don't know. Before this game I was 60-40, now I'm maybe 75-25 that they can actually take a game. The series definitely a bit rougher, but we'll see. It's a best of 3, anything can happen, right? As long as they don't try cheesing them with like Brood and Huskar like that last game.
I mean, you never know. It might end up in that point, and we'll have to see if the cut can still play as a better team. If you had to give an MVP award out, who do you think really shined in this game 1 here from the cuts end?
I think you understand me well enough to know, right? At this point, we've been casting for 6 hours together, more or less. It's
should be Scourge McDuck.
Come on, it's the Primal Beast, man.
Ah, okay, yeah, of course. Italian Gangstar jumping in with the name. I don't know why I just thought of the carrier. It's like, what's a serious call? It's like, no, it's Italian Gangstar. It has to be him. Living up to the name. It must be terrifying having an actual Italiano Gangstar running up to your face like that and beating you down for your money. This is like New York in the 60s or something. Very terrifying imagery. Before we cut off to a little break, what do you think should shake up here for Oversight? Like, is it mainly draft, or is it really down execution? Because you and I both kind of felt the draft was pretty good.
Yeah, I think the draft it shouldn't be changed way too much. They should maybe talk about itemization. You know, that's it. Like, talk about itemization and like discuss where your game is going in the mid game, because the laning stage was decent, the draft was decent. I still think they could have taken this one. It's just that they all fell apart a little bit in that mid game. Primal Beast should not have this much fun. Like, this guy was just he was just doing whatever the hell he wanted to.
That he did. We'll see if Oversight can correct in that game 2. Of course, we're going to have to take a short break before we come back for that game 2 between the Cut and Oversight. Hang around and we'll be back for that next game.
did not think it was possible.
right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NADPC Div 2 Tour 2 for game number 2 of the Cut versus Oversight. We saw the Cut bounce back in really spectacular fashion in game number 1, going up against Graft from Oversight that looked pretty dominant. And to be fair, like, Oversight did manage to do pretty well in their lanes, except maybe the mid lane was probably their shakiest one. But just the mid-game execution coming out there from the Cut. The plays coming out from Italiano Gangstar was a little bit too strong. For Oversight, what do we have to do here? We saw them, you know, kind of ban very specific heroes, allowing certain things through, like that DP out. Do you feel like from that game 1, maybe something like a DP first phase ban has to be prioritized?
Nope. You know, sometimes it just comes down to execution. I just have to say, like, most of the time when we panelists, we professional bullshitters in Dota, all we do is we say, yeah, draft, you know, they could have done this, they could have picked this hero instead, this hero, PA was too strong. Like, no, PA isn't too strong. Like, if you're banning out meta heroes, you're definitely not even thinking about PA right now, right? Like, so the draft definitely isn't the problem. They had everything. They had a good draft. The execution just was a little bit lackluster. So maybe they can fix things up that way instead, right? Like, go into the game with a fresh mindset, focus, channel your pub energy, channel your 9k, 10k, 11k MMR, you know, like, dig deep and play better. That's it, simple. Also ban the Primal Beast, maybe. Maybe the Gangster is a little bit too strong on that one.
Yeah, he certainly was. And we'll see if those adjustments are made by Oversight, as we do have the draft on hand. So you can take a little bit of a peek into what adjustments may have been made by both Oversight and the Cut going into this game number 2. We already have Oversight banning out the techies of Jubei, I believe, along with Brood Mother, and the Cut taking out the Lycan. And just thinking about that next ban.
Prophet, probably.
Oversight
right?
does have, yeah, the Prophet's gone. So
I didn't say which Prophet.
So. Exactly. I was going to say, well, Nature's Prophet, but you covered all your bases there. And the Treant Protector is the first pick for Oversight. I'm a bit surprised by that. I thought we'd see something like the Disruptor once more, but they'd shake things up for the Treant. I don't know if it's as high of a priority in first phase like this in comparison to that Disruptor.
Yep.
And the Cut also just dipped back into the Skyrat. Sure, it worked in game 1, but you know, I guess if it works, it works. You know, don't touch things, don't change things if it works out.
If I was Oversight, I'd pick Disruptor now again. Like, it has even more value. You're playing into Ember. Right? The stuns are lacking from the 2 supports, sure, but you can play Disruptor for 3 and 5. You have the catch for the Ember, you have the Static Storm as well to work with. I really like that, I don't know why. It just feels good. By the way, Odysseus, you have a good posture, man. Everyone should strive towards that. And whenever he's on cam, he's like straight up, you know, not bent over. He's not gonna get any spinal issues from like most of us gamers. Good job.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen some really degenerate poses from our pro players here. Like, no care in the world about their backs. It's kind of insane. And that straight posture is good.
Yeah,
you
look
can
at
even
him,
see
like,
the weights.
Always. And the weights in the background. Like, this man cares. Yeah, this man cares.
He cares. It's good to care. Your health is important. As what also is important is that pickup on the Nature's Prophet coming out from Oversight. So they do end up with another Prophet after the first phase Prophet ban. And we'll
look
see.
At Italiano's posture, man, in comparison. Like,
yeah.
This man needs
all the way down, bending his neck.
Yeah, he needs to take that bed and bring it closer to the PC. That's all. Just lay down. Hell yeah. Chilling. This man is chilling.
You know, they have those setups for the bed, right? Where you can lie down and you have like a desk setup on it with mounting points and stuff. I feel like we should see someone in the DPC just kind of get that. It's like, yeah, just play from your bed, dude.
Like, how old is...
You can drag it closer.
Yeah, like, definitely. We need those setups. Do you think you'd enjoy that? Like, I can imagine myself using that, but not playing Dota.
No, I wouldn't play Dota. No, God, no.
Yeah,
I do imagine I'd enjoy it. Like, the reason I enjoy my Steam Deck is really just to lie down and play the games, but I don't think a game like Dota is kind of suited for that kind of vibe.
Trust me.
For chilling, because you do not want to chill playing Dota.
Trust me now. Trust me now. Hey, listen.
Yeah.
I'm gonna start streaming this when I figure out how. But Steam Deck and Clockwork and a couple of these stupid heroes, man, it's easy MMR right there.
Really?
You just literally just play your own game. You follow people around with the left stick. You pop battery assault, and that's it. I've been doing it for a while now. It's like it's very enjoyable.
So it's like you're playing some sort of PvP Diablo-like game at that point, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. The only problem is like I don't know how to target attack people. It's always the closest target that I attack. But battery assault doesn't care. Hookshot doesn't care. I can always hook the right target and just assault them in the cogs. So,
I would watch that. I hope you set that up sooner rather than later. I would love to watch this gameplay.
I'll try.
Of course, you'd have to have your camera pointing down at your screen as well on top of recording. Or actually, you could probably just point your camera at your screen and have the brightness up, and that would be more than watchable.
I don't even know.
So
like I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out.
Yeah. Watch out for Lizard Stream for that high-end Clockwork Steam Deck gameplay.
Yeah, just
everyone's gonna be looking for it.
That's the casual plug. I mean, if I was actually streaming, that I'd be ashamed, but I haven't streamed in a while, so.
I know that feeling. Just drains your energy, man. After all this Dota, as we see the rest of the bans. I do like that they protect the Nature's Prophet this time. Again, respect banning Italian Gangster and his very gangster pose, posture.
Mm-hmm.
The cut taking care of the SF, the Monkey King, just a lot of big cores and matchups that actually the Ember Spirit doesn't enjoy on mid as much. So I do like that. Again, a lot of protection there. What other heroes do you have that runs down Nature's Prophet? Because in Southeast Asia,
Primal Beast,
the main solution is something. Well, Primal Beast is gone.
Yeah.
But the other solutions that we've seen, at least in C, tend to be like Bat Rider, and I feel like
that's great.
At least in the games I've been casting, I have not seen it as a response. It's been ignored, not banned, not picked at all.
I think teams are just forgetting about it. Bat Rider would be amazing here. The problem is you'd have Ember and Bat as cores, which would sort of force the Bat to be offlane, because you don't really want an Ember carry with a mid lane Bat. Like if you have an Ember carry, you want a bit more of a semi-core on that mid lane, right? Like a semi-carry, which maybe you could sort out with something on offlane that's like that, like let's say a Lycan or something crazy. Lycan banned out, never mind. But you get my gist. Like Bat is really good versus Prophet. It's just not the best. Not the best pick right now for the cut. They like the Nyx into the sky.
Yeah, I can see why you'd like that. It's very easy target to burst down. You can mana burn him really nicely as well. Really high int gain. So it feels pretty good. And you get a lot of utility from the Spike Carapace, right? Like you can kind of lock in the Disruptor, you can lock in the Ember pretty well.
One mana burn and I'm die.
Follow through.
Yeah.
Exactly it with the Sky. Like it's not gonna feel great. So it's a lot tougher of a game for a Sky Rat. And they go into the Tiny now as well, which I'm assuming should be our mid here.
I think
probably not the safe lane.
I think so
Maybe
too.
Safe lane?
I think it's mid, like versus Ember. Then you put the Prophet off lane or safe lane, doesn't really matter. You still keep it flexible. I mean, Tiny is flexible as well, so anything can happen. But I think it's mid Tiny. I'd rather have a mid Tiny and the Prophet with a 3 than a Tiny and a 3 lane. Like that's nothing. Let's see. For the cut, they're looking for what, an off lane. Like you have Tide, which is pretty decent into the Nature's Prophet, and they need some frontline as well. Like Tide, Underlord would be solid too. What else? If they want to carry, they could just go for an Ursa straight away. Looks like a sick Ursa game. Spectre
there
as
is
well.
Some kiting from oversight for the Ursa, I think, but it could. I mean, you could still just dance around it, no problems here.
Yeah, there are stuns, right?
Resist.
Yeah, there are stuns. Once you get the Axe BKB, like you're fine.
Yeah, free to do what you want. I'm wondering if it's viable for them to kind of consider something on cut like a Timber Saw. They go with a Marcy instead, so just jumping in, chasing down. That's still pretty flex on the cut. I'm not sure if I'd lean towards the safe lane Marcy or the off lane here. Like, I'm unsure which one I'd prefer, but you can kind of flex into both roles.
She gets on top of Prophet,
decent.
right? Like, she's one of those
Yeah.
heroes on offlane or safe lane that are really good versus glass cannons. So I can see why they picked it. Then again, the lineup of the cut looks... Do you see it? Like, it looks very flashy. Like, they have a ton of flair, but they can also just fall apart if they don't play their cards right.
Yeah.
I don't know. I see it and something's missing. What is it? Like a reliable stun, probably? Like, you have Marcy and that's it?
Yeah, that's kind of it. Maybe you can count in the Searing Chains as well, though that I guess that's really just not reliable. It's a lot harder for them to just play, like, reliably. I think the key thing is, as you mentioned, just a flash factor. Like, this is them saying we're super confident against you guys. We know we can kind of outplay you here, so we'll just go with this kind of lineup. And it's down to you to try to punish us, which, to be fair, I think on Oversight, again, they've got the draft that can punish. So, and they are also assuming that the Marcy is just going offlane right now, banning out the Drow, again, taking care of some range core matchups that can stand toe-to-toe to an extent with Nature's Prophet. And side of the cut just taking away other bigger cores. There's the Timbersaw band that I was kind of thinking that the cut could actually gun for, as it does feel pretty decent in the lane, at least.
It feels pretty safe. Post lane as well, right? Like, feels like a good pick. So, nice Timber ban by Oversight. And it looks like the cut is actually expecting an offlane Prophet with the last pick carry. So they're banning out the morphling, and let's see what else. But it was same from Oversight. Like, they banned out the carry and the offlane. So both of these teams aren't quite sure what's gonna be the last pick of their opponents.
Still some flex on hand. Now the cut just focus in on a lot of safe lanes. Slark gone as well. So yet another time where no Slark will pop through. For Oversight, this is where, you know, it all gets locked in. Your Nature's Prophet kind of gets decided whether or not Skyward plays it or Cry plays it. It's still really open. I think you do have those good answers on hand. I think for Oversight, maybe a little bit more a core that just plays into your tempo, because you do have really good tempo with this line. No, they get to PA themselves. All right.
Damn.
Okay.
Damn, they're like...
So there you go.
You can play... PA, we can play PA. Stealing it.
Yeah, it's... I mean, you said in the last game, maybe the cut would start to influence teams to remember PA as a hero. Well, Oversight immediately get influenced there. The PA themselves. But to be fair, evasion is going to be annoying here, especially for something like the Marcy. So you can't really burst down to PA as a glass cannon burster because of that evasion. The EHP is pretty damn high until you get a break mechanic on hand or just get the MKB. Maybe a Blood Torn could be one way, although BKB is just going to ruin that. So I kind of see where Oversight's going with this, and I can understand why you'd pick the PA. I'm not sure about it in this one though. Like if the cut do play their cards right, I feel like you might not get the same game as Scourge McDuck did last time around.
What do they last pick into her though? What's the something with a ton of armor, I guess.
Yeah.
You like this?
I think the DK lane against PA is actually pretty decent. Like you can just breed fire or just Dragon Tail, secure the range creep, be fine, get denies. So it's not the worst thing. It also gives you a lot of push and a reliable stun, right? Like you mentioned that lack of reliable stun. You have one reliable stun coming out now with Italian on Gangstar. I can see this push going really fast though. Like you sidekick a DK and a push and the towers do melt quite quick.
And you get like these 3 semi-cores, like Scourge McDuck, obviously. Scourge can go for a Battle Fury or something like that, but you still have 3 very like formidable semi-cores. I don't know, I just like it. When I see the cut, I don't like the draft per se as a draft that I would draft for myself, I would much rather have oversights, but at the same time, the cut looks fun. It's like I want to see where this goes. You have December, you have the Marcy, you have the DK. You're gonna have a lot of fun in that mid game. You're gonna be jumping in and out of fights like Skyrat and Disruptor. There's no passivity here. There is no passiveness. Passivity, is that a word? I'm not sure, but yeah, they're just gonna go all in, fight, make plays. Entertain us. Entertain us, Cut.
Yeah, like all the way back to what movie was that? Gladiator. They're going to throw their sword down at us at the end of the game and ask us if we're not entertained. I'm with you on this one. I think the Cut has a draft that looks a lot more explosive. Oversight again has this really clean draft, like in game 1. So they're kind of sticking to that same philosophy in drafting. It's just very stable. It has all your bases covered. But I think after watching game 1, I think the Cut can play this way, right? They can play these flashier heroes. They can play these maybe more unorthodox style of execution. And I think for you to adjust your playstyle in the span of a game in between series is pretty hard. Like, especially for a team like Oversight, which I think is, in comparison, just a lot less experienced. So we'll have to see if it holds up.
Smoking up from behind. Look at this. Let's go.
Yeah, jumping onto Jube. They got the slow. The glimpse back is on the Treant. So that's actually a pretty decent target. Really high right-click damage. Jube is still set to fall and will be given out to Skyward. So a nice first blood for Skyward.
This is...
It is better news than last time where they fed first blood on their Pango. So this time around, they get to feed their PA, although Odyssey is still there. Dragon Tail stun, the slow is on top, but the numbers are there to shove them away. The stun doesn't connect as well.
This is where you hit them.
B-God still manages to pick up the rune.
If you're a Disruptor, this is where you hit them with the nerds. In all chat, Just hit them.
That would be.
Just hit them with some nerds.
Coming out, though, from a Disruptor. And to be fair, the Cut still manages to get away with 3 runes. So overall, your total team net worth gain is a little bit more spread out, but it is there to compensate for the first blood loss.
What lane are you?
Lanes.
What lane are you thinking is gonna be the gangster on top lane, actually taking a ton of damage? Is he gonna fall here? Oh my god!
Yeah, he just melts. I mean, he has that level 1 Dragon Tail. You don't have the highest base armor on that DK early on. So when the PA is just applying all those slows and running you down, it doesn't feel great. There's not too much a Sky can do to stop that either. So early on, Oversight already coming out with strong lanes here. I think you were going to ask me which lane is the most exciting or the most fun. And I would not have said top, but it's looking very fun at the moment for Skyward as he's starting to find B-God now as well. Leech Seed out, damage flying in, Dragon Tail stun to slow down. And now Dead Zone's the one in a little bit of trouble here as he gets slowed down as well. And the kill is there, but B-God's gonna pay for that with his life. Fairy Fire, right click, kind of stuttered on that last hit, and the dagger does come through. Skyward, a 3-0 at a minute 40. Again, not the lane I expected to be the most fun here, Lizard, but it's working out.
They have to stop feeding this PA. Like, really. If you want to have a normal game, at least, you need to stop feeding Skyward. But I love that he is committing into full Orb of Corrosion, because you're having, what, you got a first blood, you got 2 kills afterwards. Like, why not just go into Orb of Corrosion, continue dominating the lane, make this DK's life absolutely abysmal. And he's got it now. Full Corrosion up.
Yeah. A lot more damage coming through. A little bit of HP to help the cause as well.
Okay.
There's one thing that the Cut have done here. I do enjoy seeing against Reen. Just cut all the trees off. And just prevent that padding coming out from Dead Zone. I mean, Nature's Skies was nerfed, but still, the flanks you can find there are pretty important to kind of equalize that lane.
I think, honestly, you don't care about trees. If you do, for sure, but on top lane, if you get level 3 on 3, you get level 2 Leech Seed, you just go in. 24/7 now, you just go after the DK, go, they can't trade against PA 3. You just have to make sure to play this lane aggressively after a good advantage that was given to you.
We'll see if they can maintain that. A little bit of a warding war over that small camp. It gives us a little bit of a chance to talk about the other lanes. Taking a look at down mid. We've got Sadman up against Odyssey, of course. It is shaping a lot better for Sadman already. I mean, you're not too far behind on your Tiny here. Rune control is a bigger part of this matchup as well. We're going to have to see who can kind of collapse on top early on. I feel like the rotation threat from both sides are pretty equal. I think mainly on the Nyx here for Oversight. But like this Disruptor and Skywrath Mage can also make it pretty hard for the Tiny if they do decide to come in at, say, 6 minutes, as it doesn't look like they can leave by the 4 here.
Yeah, like both teams. Oh, shit.
Jesus.
Yeah, I think
Odyssey
he did.
Run down.
He did.
Yeah, all right. All right. There you go. Sadman showing off a little bit.
That's...
I mean, he has the Blightstone, Tiny with 0 armor. He just melts. No little stat items as well to help correct that. Just the 1 Iron Branch building into the 1. So you're really susceptible to that physical rundown.
Yeah, that's, by the way, two games in a row now that he dies 1-on-1. I mean, I feel bad for him. Just dying 1 versus 1 on mid lane is... It hits different, you know? B-God?
Yeah.
Getting gone on.
Getting run down a little bit. Does get the Ancient Seal off, and Gangstar is there with the stun to slow it down. So, a little bit more durable now. And they do manage to stave off that threat, but B-God needs a little bit more regen before it starts going. They are trying down bot. Trying onto Cry. The rebound does not connect. The glimpse is there. And they get the damage.
Nice
blocks from Atuf are great. And the TP home. One more right click. No, couldn't find it. They planted a tree. Atuf? I think he did that.
Atuf is a god of blocking, at least. Like he this guy blocks.
He blocks, and he blocks hard. Regen back into the lane here for Cry. Already at the double Wraith Band, so you're feeling pretty damn good. You're durable, you've got good right clicks out in Cry. And the side of the Cot this time around, our lanes are not looking as sharp. Which, to be fair, again, this is sort of a similar story to Game 1, where Oversight came out with pretty good plays on their lane. But the mid lane's kind of the same story right now, as they are clumping up here. B-God's there with a concussive, and level 6 is up.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
Sadman, and damn, that is just too much. Running forward again. Output, toss back is there, but the miss on the right click. He does not get the kill, but B-God won't let go, and there it is. Homing shot onto that Tiny. Second death for Odyssey.
It's the ward.
No, he does have TP, please.
Yeah, it's the ward. Skywrath planted the ward to scout out the Tiny, and then used concussive shot. But this is something that I wanted to see more from OES. I really don't know why they focused on going on Skywrath in this lane. I think in this lane, on top lane, when you get Orb of Corrosion so early on, you can literally use your level 2 Leech Seed on DK and just go on him with the PA. And make his life miserable, make him unable to farm. Atuf?
Let's get taken down on the mid once more. So you are finding a lot to stack on from the mid, but you are sacrificing your top to get that done. You're going to have to deal with his PA somehow. The Battle Fury timing should be fairly good here for Skyward. Granted, Italiano is also working onto his Meteor Hammer at a pretty decent pace. Just lacking a recipe now. Should be able to get some good shoves, Dragon Tail, Meteor Hammer combos as well without too many interrupts. And that's where things can start to shine. 4-4. Pretty even back and forth game so far with a slight net worth lead coming out for the cut.
Look at these two ninjas on top lane, like...
Early rotation.
Level 5 PA rotating from top. This is some ninja action right here, my man.
Yeah, this is some next level stuff. Not gonna find anything. They scout for stacks, I guess.
No, I'll at least explain it. Like, they saw the Skywrath on the ward, so they thought they'll kill him while he stacks, but that guy does not stack. He ran away.
Backed off. Sent some danger without seeing the people in the lane.
Atuf?
He plays it safe. A Tooth trying to set up. Does manage to catch out Jube, and we'll find that kill. Managed to get more going their way. Can Oversight trading back and forth in a really strong manner. Finding some openings. Do have to say, look at the warding coming out from the side of the cut. It's all on mid. And they're heavily invested in having Sadman have this great start in his lane. And it's all in, just ensuring that the Ember isn't going to get any surprise angles coming through here. As up top, they have the Meteor Hammer. Dragon Tail stunned into Meteor Hammer. Skyward's starting to melt. The damage output is good, but the living armor is there to at least stall some of it out. And the chain stunts are coming in onto Italiano.
Where's the rotation? Ember, where are you?
Wand is there. Where is any of his friends?
Yeah.
Gangster.
Help.
Blocked out by a Tooth, and it's just taken away. No movement in to back him up.
What do you think? What happened in the Tooth's life that he enjoyed blocking so much? Like it has to. Like he's a natural. Like you can see that he's a natural blocker. So something must have been. Cry.
Well, but what's not being blocked right now is Cry at the moment. The jumps in from Sadman. The Avalanche to stall with a toss up. And Flame Guard's still running. Cry alive for now. Remnant back for Sadman.
Here comes a Tooth.
Commit with a response, but a Tooth has the angle. Can he find it? Only finds Jube. The Disruptor will fall. But Sadman is looking to come back in. Did get topped up a bit. That slight with a sidekick is pretty damn strong. The rebound really off the mark. And the Unleash, not really going to do much. They managed to get the dispose.
This is so deep.
Avalanche there to save. A double stun and the jump in from Skyward. They've got the damage. Sadman does still manage to remnant away, but the cut is forcing the issue constantly, and Oversight are more than happy to oblige.
I mean, they just went into 5 heroes there. And by the way, I have to admit, I really enjoy pronouncing a Tooth's nickname. So if I overdo it, do notify me. But every time I get a reason to call him out, like I will. Like nice double stun, by the way. That was completely deserving. Also, just coming from the river, reading the movements and helping his teammates out. I know what the cut is a little bit too cocky after game one. I really think that's the case here. Sometimes you feel yourself a little bit after winning a game convincingly. You go into the next one with a little bit too much confidence.
For sure. They are, again, they drafted this kind of lineup which depends on some pretty good outplay.
Yeah.
So it's going to be punished Scourge. Being chased down by a Tooth. Does have the 6, gets the damage and the stun off. Scourge McDuck rebounds. Level 1 rebound doesn't take you that far. And is taken out. They TP'd the numbers onto the outpost.
Jube.
Is your 2 supports. Jube gets jumped. Aggression from Skyward. Another good stun from a Tooth. And Jube is a freebie. Good forward vision from the side of Oversight to kind of play around with this aggression.
Yeah, here comes...
That Obs is right outside the sentry. Sadman, though, with the invis.
They don't see him, but...
Is ready. They back off. Or do they? Down bot.
Skyward doesn't, but now he does. He even jumps into the trees. Yeah, he knew what's up. Like, I think they saw the courier flying. And the Skyrat obviously wasn't in with, so he was a dead giveaway. Yeah, like right now, I'm not sure how the cut is even keeping this 1k advantage, or less than 1k, but still. They're keeping an advantage, but the game looks in Oversight's control, more or less. They're gonna try to go Ember with Spike Carapace. Yeah.
And they've got the stun call. Oh,
hey,
not quite fast enough on the Impale.
Wait, no. Did the Carapace connect?
It did?
It did, right?
Like, that's the initial stun. 1 second. That's more than enough time, and they get the kill on Atuf instead. All right.
Oh, mistakes have been made, yeah.
It's a level 2 spike. I thought that would be enough time to follow through, but the Impale, there was a slight delay on it coming out with a cast point as well. It's Odyssey gets found out here. Unleash is up on Scourge McDuck, and they've got the output.
Yeah, I didn't even see the
find
first...
them function.
I didn't even see the first stun, so I got confused because of that. Not in game right now, but yeah. Okay, they're going for tier 1 mid. Atuf is here. He can stun them, but that's about it.
can try. Fortify is there to stall. Some living armor as well, but doesn't heal as much. And tower just goes down as sad, man.
Yeah, he glimpsed him.
For more, they glimpse him back. To top. I thought they'd actually gone for the kill, but yeah, they don't need to risk too much. Shove him away.
No. That was definitely a mistake. He wanted to kill him. It was just he just didn't like. I think it was like the bare edge of where he gets glimpsed to the tier 1 or towards top. Like the timing was maybe a millisecond off.
Sometimes it bites in the bum. Still, more than happy here on the side of the cut. 6-10 now. As you've got, again, a pretty decent bounce back in. Your DK is actually keeping up in farm with the PA. So you should be able to hit that itemization quite fast here.
Oh, the sentry.
Italiano going for... Oh. They're jumping on to Jube. Static Storm does come down with the Dragon Tail stun. But the follow-through is not there. Jube
Tiny is
still
here.
set to fall as Italiano. Meteor Hammer does fail to connect. And they're running up now on the cuts end.
Oh, damn.
Remnant forward into the Impale, but there is the Mystic Flare. No lockdown to really find that kill. Avalanche Toss. Almost enough damage there to kill off Sadman, but not enough. Leaves behind a dug up little healing salve as well. Not the biggest loss.
I have to say, like these guys on the cut, they're playing with some giant cojones. Like they just jump in without a care. Like that Ember as well goes straight into like 3-4 heroes, and each one of them has a stun. He still gets out. He did have that haste, so it helps. Instant smoke into the triangle. I love that Marcy is going for a Battle Fury, but she's playing like, I don't even know. It's any sentries, Juve? There it is. Some control. Nope. Oh, they're gonna get punished here.
They're gonna get punished hard as they do clump in. They get the jump forward. Skyward again, willing to join these early fights. Scourge McDuck does have the unleash, but they can't even find the life of the treant with that. They are trying to toss her around. Sad man will be able to force him away. 2 for 1. A kill on your core, Marcy. That Battle Fury timing again stalled out just a little bit more over this early participation. They still go for more. Yeah. They get a tooth on the Nyx at the least. So they even it out a bit.
I don't like pronouncing his name when he feeds. Only when he does something sick.
I mean, for me, it's a satisfying name either way.
It is.
You know, the circumstances around saying that name, that doesn't have to be good.
That's true. I
just have to have an excuse.
I guess you're a true Atuf fanboy, you know. I'm just like, I'm a poser.
No. I would say I am a real name appreciator.
Okay.
As they find a DD on the cut. I mean, how many times have they found DDs? Last game they found like 1 million for the PA. Now you've got the DD on Sadman, and they are pinging the PA out.
Is it? I think we basically just forget about all the other runes. PA, Skyward. Oh, the blur kicking in once again. I like his build, by the way. Maelstrom, Yasha, Manta. He just wants to be very active. I still think BKB is really solid this game. Damn, that Nyx disappeared.
Yep. Atuf dies off once more.
Don't
You're
say
right.
his name. If he feeds,
I have to.
If he feeds,
I have to.
If he feeds, we call him the Nyx assassin. Okay.
All right. No curse upon his name. The Nyx dies. Skyward does manage to bail out there. And again, the cut are still relatively even in this game. Less than 1k lead still their way. You do have the Ags up in the NP. So this is where things can get a little bit interesting. You've got that global control with that root ready. Glimpse back. Dragon Tail stun. Meteor Hammer is interrupted, but they kill off that treant anyway. And they're going to be able to kill off Odyssey now as well. Big pickoffs coming out for the cut. As Oversight trickle in for that defense and get punished for it.
Can you tell me, is Marcy farming? That's all I'm interested in. Because this man has been... Okay, he's got the Battle Fury and 600 gold. Scourge McDuck finally realizing that he's a core. Seems good. Go into the triangle, farm up a little bit. I mean, he's been constantly playing with his team. 18 minutes in, Battle Fury when it could have been bought like 5 minutes ago, I swear. Then again, he's, he's making the game more interesting. It's fun to watch this.
He is. He is.
Sad
They
man.
do manage to kill off.
And who got him?
Atuf.
Atuf.
Got him.
Easy for Atuf.
King on the Knicks, man, just to take it out, Atuf. I mean, it's one of those things, right? This is not the smoothest Ember game until you get a BKB. Italiano, though, looking for a little bit of revenge. Skyward, Blur does fade, blink forward, Mystic Flare, the hammer as well, and they get that kill. Overgrowth there to pin them down, though. But where's the follow-through? It's just your... well, you do have Cry there on hand. They do manage to root him down on Italiano as the 10 magic wand charges up.
That zone also has a shard,
Should still
so...
fall.
Yeah. I think you're not happy with that if you're the cut, but then again, you killed the PA. You did slow down the most important target. What's Cry having? Like, he's... Okay, Maelstrom after the axe. So, yeah, he's gonna be a problem eventually, too. Like... I don't know, if the cut played this game with a little bit of a lenient approach, I think Oversight eventually just hands-off keyboard win it, Nature's Prophet, PA, Knicks to set up on the Ember across the map. It's not gonna be easy to win this game. And by the way, Ember is going for man. Okay, nice. He switched up to BKB. I was afraid for a moment.
And they find Nyx. They've got the damage, and the Nyx does fall this time around as they do manage to get the Ava toss out on the Ember, but just remnant away. Jubei is gonna fall. They dropped the Static Storm beforehand, but no real follow through.
Why Manta on PA?
Finding to trades here.
Why Manta over BKB?
That one. I mean...
Did he, look at the heroes and he saw Treant and he was like, oh, gotta get Manta. And then he's like, oh, he's on my team. Never mind.
I'm not sure. Maybe they just feel like they need more physical burst, so the Yasha just feels a little bit more important, the stats that it provides. But, I mean, in terms of, using the Manta to protect yourself, there's only really Ancient Seal to protect yourself from. So everything else is still going to be fine, which I find curious, but we'll see. Maybe the investment does pay off. Again, more agi, more damage for that PA. That's the side of Oversight now. Starting to swing up top. Scourge McDuck has been here for a long time, not showing anywhere else.
Oh, look at this.
Oh my god. To get the jump in. Get initiation, and they find the angles to get those kills.
Scrooge.
They are trying to jump back in. Scourge does manage to use the Unleash and gets a rip down onto a Treant.
No ulti
He is
anymore.
getting rooted up. Oh, Atuf starting to drop low there. Avalanche Toss is up, and he will manage to find that kill. Not going to be able to find the Ember just yet.
He's just unable to finish
The
anyone off.
are so high. It's just such a slippery hero. Trying the crits coming out for Skyward. Cleans up a full team wipe coming out for Oversight. And Oversight now, I mean, they're looking good. They're the ones in control with a 4K lead in this game so far.
That's filth.
It's the cut that are really suffering.
Look at this 3-man Avalanche toss into a really sick team fight. I love that the cuts still decide to fight 2 versus 5, They're down for it. They don't care. 3 of our heroes that never mind, let's go fight. And they still dish out a ton of damage, like Marcy and Ember. In the end, I felt that Ember might take at least another kill, but he was a bit unlucky with the Maelstrom procs. I didn't get too many of those. Skyward making PA work game 2 out of these series. Second game in which PA looks strong. You can jump here, right?
They will find one more. They catch Italiano out. He is durable, but not durable enough when Skyward's on top of you with that PA. Now gunning for the bot. Side of Oversight, just again.
Look at their movements.
Working that tempo.
Like the rest of them, the 3 of them just setting up, smoked up, searching for another kill. Oversight is hungry for game 3. They might get it if they continue playing this way.
I think they've got a good trajectory for it, for sure.
Yeah.
It does feel like, again, the cut maybe a little bit too proud to have gone for a saver draft, as they will find Jubei. Easy food, easy pickings for Odyssey at the moment. the cut, they did kind of go a little bit ham here. As they are trying to go a bit ham up top, they will be able to lock in Cry, but could come at the cost of the life
of them.
All of them. Yeah, sacrifices were made. You kill the NP, but you give away a little bit too much in return.
Can they go into rush with this? I'm surprised OES didn't try that a bit earlier even, but this time around definitely they can. Is there a BKB on Marcy, by the way? Like, what's he building after that? Battle Fury.
It is
being
the
delivered,
BKB rush.
Oh.
It should be delivered. So I think that should be your protection. Now there it is. Full BKB is up, so you feel pretty good now.
Maybe you can fight this
on
rush.
Marcy. You try to force. It's not the quickest coming out here from overside, and he will jump in. BKB immediately popped on. The damage is coming through. Silence is up onto her PA. Is glimpsed backwards as well. The punches misses, but he eventually lands.
He goes for Rosh.
He's trying to Rosh up. Just snatched by Cry. Not the result you wanted on the cut. So you've got the secondary life ready to go.
Meteor Hammer.
Meteor respawn. Should be able to land, and they connect. So they should be able to find that hero, and they do clean up. Finally, after a little bit of a struggle, it starts to line up.
Yeah, he.
There you go.
Look, like after seeing this and the majority of game 2, you can definitely say that Oversight, they're not necessarily on the same level of the cut. Like the cut is a little bit stronger when it comes to executing their drafts, but their draft at the same time is very wonky. So let's put it this way: if we do see game 3, I think the cut should take it. PA stunned up maybe. The glimpse is there.
Glimpse back instead. With a root down, they've got the output here if they want to go for it. Meteor Hammer first over the
nice double stun.
Dragon Tail, but the double stun from Atuf. Still, Odyssey comes in to clean up. They find the Disruptor. Not mentioned to get that Static Storm off, and they clean up the AA now as well. So it's starting to line up again.
PA
and
dead?
The cut.
Nice.
Just reckless. They do kill the PA, which is big. I think that is something that keeps the cut in the game for a little bit longer. But the side of Oversight, again, they're executing pretty damn well. They're re-engaging. They're counter-initiating crazily good.
I'm just thinking...
And the side of the cut, it's just they have to be a bit more cautious.
Yeah, I'm just thinking how easier would it be for Oversight if they had the BKB instead of Manta on PA. Like, this Disruptor wouldn't be nearly as big of a problem. Like, PA would be able to do whatever she wants to against Static Storm at this point. So he kind of hurt himself, I believe, with the Manta build. But then again, I guess he dishes out a bit more damage with Maelstrom Manta than Maelstrom BKB. Now Basher being picked up very soon by Scourge. He's gonna get that to work with once he gets the... I mean, even right now, the Marcy is a problem. Like, she hurts. But with the Basher, it becomes a bit more solid. Italiano.
Yeah, it becomes really obnoxious. Italiano is caught in the middle of a lot of heroes. Avalanche tosses up, just trying to stall for time. Mr. Claire is there, but the Force Stabs do save. They come in for the punches, though. So they'll have a support trade for that mid. Glimpse is not quite ready yet. It's just used. And they do manage to find more for the trouble. Taking out a tooth now as well. So
any glimpsers?
You've got the glimpse ready, I believe, in 5 seconds. No. Not gonna go for it.
They decide not to. They could have maybe fought that, like 4 versus 3. These two supports are extremely important for the way Oversight fights, because without them, they truly don't have a lot of control. Nothing through BKB at least. So I feel like the cut could have fought that a bit more. Oversight, they could chill out a little bit and just catch Ember with the combo of Nyx plus Prophet. It's so easy for them to win this game if they just play the right moves. Like,
yeah, they just need to find these targets. They need to find. Don't go overly aggressive coming out. And for Oversight, And our item timings are lining up.
What they say?
Oh.
They might find him.
Odyssey, yeah, they've got the blink initiation here. There's a Dragon Tail, Mystic Flare. Damage output's great, and Odyssey does melt.
1 second.
God does pick up that kill for himself. Nice, easy 1 second kill as they look for more. Atuf does manage to vendetta his way away. There's a regen rune for the picking here for Mr. Sadman. So a little bit more play out from the Ember. Not the biggest deal kind of rune at this point as well. He is still saving up for his own Ags to be up and running.
What's
But the side of Oversight, I mean, they're just going so much bigger. Like, eventually Skyward's going to have this BKB, and the PA is going to be a huge issue, because she will just have a free 8-9 seconds to just twack at you for quite some time.
Yeah, if he had that BKB earlier, the game might have been already like completely out of the Cut's hands, but the BKB coming a little bit later on, so we'll see. We'll see just how much impact it's gonna have, because they're getting some better items on the Cut as well. Some sustainability is on them. What about Disruptor, Jubei? Like, how close is he to his next big thing? If he even has a big thing going for him? Nothing, just a force. Yeah.
No. Yeah, he's queuing up the gem just for some D-wards as well. Although he has been dying, I worry it just transfers as back off on mid. They are clumped up fairly nicely here on the Cut. They find an opportunity they could run down, but they are spotted out by the wards. So we'll take out that first.
They need the gem for Nyx and Treant as well, right? So getting the gem is definitely a good idea for Jubei. He might feed it instantly, but it is what it is, you know, you need the item. If it kills the Nyx a couple of times, it's still worth it.
Yeah, still get a ton of value out of that. As long as you manage to find something off of it.
Lotus Sword.
I'd say 2 minimum kills coming out would be the one.
I just got used and spoiled by the Manta Dragonites, you know, that are just owning with Aghanims later on in the game. Seeing Lotus, I'm like, ew, what kind of a Dragonite are you, man? What the hell? You're gonna Lotus someone? Come on, bro, don't you want to kill people? You're a Dragonite.
Hey, don't question the Italiano gangster. He'll find out where you live and send you a message right there. Respect the dragon guy. I mean, to be fair, I do agree with you. Like, the Manta does feel really good.
It does.
Especially if you're trying to scale up. But I think the key thing here is they're expecting the Marcy and the Ember to scale up, so they're just gonna sacrifice for him.
Well, he's about to sacrifice Jubei.
The roots are big. I think they catching Scourge McDuck is even bigger. Oh, if back is there, they missed the follow through on Scourge though. In backline, BKB forced out immediately from
doesn't want a BKB.
Cry.
Okay, he gets out. That was a little bit cheeky not to BKB there and TP, but he managed to blink out, so it worked out. They only lost the 2 supports. The rest of them, they do live. And the Lotus Orb, like you said, will make the Marcy feel a bit more comfortable. He is getting that... he's getting the MKB next. DK though. Rip.
Turn to drop walls. And again, just sticking together here from Oversight. Managed to get that kill onto Italiano. Well, that Lotus isn't quite up. You do have key timings out for the Cut now, though. Ags up on Sadban. So you can dance around a lot more with those remnants. He's going for the BKB next, but their map has just shrunk massively. 7k lead already for the side of Oversight. And for the Cut, I mean, I don't know if you can really scale into this lineup really well. I mean, you can, but I feel like it does take a lot more farm than just this, so still have much more to work on the map, though. Avalanche toss out, they get to jump in. The punches are coming out, though, but it's not enough. They lose Scourge McDuck, but no buyback. They lose everyone. Respawns are still short and everyone else, though. Inside of Oversight.
You know what?
And they're just gonna go high ground.
I really did believe that you broke the curse. I wanted to believe.
I wanted to believe too.
I wanted to believe that
The curse is not broken.
but the curse remains unbroken because even you cannot beat the Marcy position 1, you know, like you came here, the curse of 3 games was about to stop, but Marcy, you know, she's way too strong. She's way too powerful at losing games, so.
Yep, way too powerful from the 1 to lose games. Oversight just ripping through on that mid set of racks. Inside of the cut. No clear answers presenting themselves. They've got the Static Storm ready. They've got B-God with his Blink and Ags and just nothing. Like this interesting angle being kept from Italiano. Blinks forward once more as they are all just backing off safely on the side of Oversight. I mean, they don't want to push the luck. You know, no need to really force any issue. You're so far ahead. You've got all this farm on your profit and on your PA.
18k
Abyssal
ahead.
Blade not too far off.
Yeah. If they maybe start doing rush here, even Oversight. They learned. They got punished in that last game when they went into the pit. This second game there, they have learned. Double stun from the Carapace. Oh, yikes.
Yep. Getting control off now as they are keeping that chase off onto Italiano. No lucky bashes come through. Scourge McDuck getting the punches onto Odyssey, but
he's
the
gone.
Abyssals out from Skyward. Damage output's just too much. Now onto the Ember as well, and Italiano's going to be taken out sooner rather than later.
Wrap it up, boys. GG.
And the GG is called. Oversight managing to force out the game 3. And the side of the cut, I mean, it looked like they could have held out. It looked like they could have executed, but when Oversight kicked into gear, they just managed to run it down. You know, they hit this timing. They have a free time for the PA once more. And when that timing hits, I mean, man, this PA has just looked amazing in this series.
What's up with them though? Like they don't look very happy. I only see concerned and sad faces. Where's some hype? Like what's happening, Oversight? Come on, man. You have the posture. You need to have mental posture as well. Like the good mental smile after the game has been on.
Yeah, not quite showing up. Maybe, maybe just a bit fatigued. Maybe they felt like game 1 was not supposed to go that way, so they're still in the process of like a mental reset. Game 2, maybe they got it into their heads a little bit that the cut was drafting a little bit differently there as well. So, a lot of things to think about, but hopefully that mental reset kicks in for the next game. The cut, again, like their laning phase, it just felt really clean, but, well, not clean, maybe a little bit back and forth, but really clean for at least one hero on the mid. Did have a pretty damn good time there for Sadman, but it just doesn't connect once more. Like, I'm not sure where to pin this down to this time around. Like, maybe the Marcy core. Like Marcy 1, it does work out pretty well in most cases, but it just felt a little slower. The lane wasn't as good, and they just managed to find a way to just constantly pressure there.
Maybe he was a bit too active, right? Like he was too. They were forcing moves way too much. Like he could have just farmed the Battle Fury, gone off of that, like kept on farming because PA didn't have the best of. She had a good start, like good, but then the lane was kind of back and forth. So you could have farmed more with Scourge, maybe gotten more farm and then fought. Also, the itemization from both of these teams. I don't know. It's just interesting, different. All these words that we use skillfully to stay diplomatic.
Absolutely. I mean, this is the second game in a row where B-God has kind of rushed the Ags after his boots, and he got decent timing. It just didn't feel like the impact was there this time with just the Dragon Tail to play with. So, I'm wondering if the cut goes back to that Sky, because again, they've been kind of prioritizing this hero, and I don't see the value in game 1. It did work out in game 2. You're seeing that opposite side of the Sky where if it just doesn't do anything, then it actually looks kind of dead. And, it stays dead for a lot of that game. But for the side, again, of the Oversight, they play it really nicely. Like, again, a bit of a slower lane for Odyssey, but Skyward just manages to pop off. Cry, with his timing on the Ags, just had so much impact there. And of course, Atuf himself making some big plays, sneaking around on that Nyx, catching them unawares on the side of Cut.
Yeah, he gets the MVP. Atuf! The Nyx assassin, the MVP, with 3 kills and 8 deaths, but plenty of assists. Yeah, I don't know. I think Oversight late game. Let me quote myself: "Hands off keyboard, they will win." And I really felt that because Ember is gonna struggle. You have this Carapace to just run in. That last fight of the game was literally Carapace into 2-man stun into a 1-team fight. PA as well had a pretty good time. Nature's Prophet too. Itemization wasn't stellar, wasn't perfect. It made the game a little bit harder for them, I would say. Like not getting a BKB earlier on PA. Even the Maelstrom is not that bad. Like you're playing into a lot of armor, so getting some magic damage in there is decentish, I suppose. And what else? Yeah, I don't know. Let's go game 3. Like, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's been a rocky back and forth series so far, but before we head to our break, make sure you check out our sponsor, esportsbet.io. They've just launched an exciting new way to earn free tokens. With a brand new Watch to Earn feature, you can now earn 3,000 tokens per hour by simply watching your favorite DPC matches on esportsbet.io. It's easy to get started. All you have to do is log into your esportsbet.io account, go to their Watch to Earn platform, and start watching your favorite matches. Just like that. You'll earn your tokens automatically. You're watching the DPC anyway. Check it out at esportsbet.io. But as Lizard mentioned, can't wait to see that game 3 kick in. We'll have to take a short break, but we'll be back for that action here in NA in a short while.
Watch more. Earn more. Full TV.
right, ladies and gents, welcome back to the NADPC for our last game of our last series today here in Div 2 for Tour 2, Oversight versus the Cut. We've gotten a little bit of a back and forth here, Lizard. It's been really weird. I think both times it felt like Oversight did have a little bit of an easier to execute draft. Game 1 didn't quite go their way. Game 2 definitely did, though. Like, the PA last pick was just a really good foil for the Marcy, right? Like, a lot of her physical output just didn't connect onto the PA. And this time around, the Cut were a lot more confident. Like, they were taking these risky fights. They were jumping in and getting punished by Oversight way more. So they've managed to adjust since that game number 1. For game 3, what do you think this time that the Cut will have to do to look for that series win?
Pick Skyrat again. You know, you win one, you lose one, you win one, you lose one. Now it's time to win. So go with Skyrat. I mean, if you pick Skyrat versus Skyward, no, I'm stretching. I'm reaching here. It's not gonna happen. Do you think they pick Sky again? Do you think it's doable?
I
Do you think they're mad enough?
I think they might be mad enough. I actually think that they might do it. I mean, I'm hoping not, because again, in game 2, like, its weaknesses were much more exposed. I like the pick in the Nyx. It was a really good way to kind of handle that and made it a lot tougher for him to play the game. You literally just die. Like, there's nothing you can absolutely do. And B-God did kind of greed out once more, rushing Ags after his arcane boots. He did get a pretty decent timing, but it did mean that you weren't spamming sentries all over the place. You weren't, like, carrying dust. You were kind of soaking up a lot more and not assisting your 5 in that economic duty for your team. So there was a lot more space for the Nyx to just sneak around and be highly effective. So I don't know. I would prefer not seeing the Skyrat, but they have prioritized it so much here on the Cut that I wouldn't be surprised if they just went for it.
Like, why not prove that you're a man? Pick the Skyrat again. Like, I dare you. I double dare you. You know, like, if you think the hero is good, stick with it. Don't just stop picking it the moment you lose the game. No. That's not how it works. You pick it every single time, man. You continue with it. Yeah, even when you lose 10 games in a row, you still continue doing it. Do it the puppy way. That's how we do it. The Slav way. Stay stubborn. Stay toxic.
Oh, man. You know, that takes me back. There's this one guy in Southeast Asia that you used to see in high-ranked pubs, and I used to run into him a couple of times. His name was... He was notorious for just literally playing Abaddon every game, no matter what. And his name was Evil Virgil. Like, every time, you would hope at that point that he wasn't on your team, because that was when Abaddon was not relevant. What is relevant now, though, is this game number 3 for the Cut versus Oversight, and we've got our draft on hand, so we can see some of those adjustments made in the bans and the initial picks. Respect ban for that Techies on Jube, and of course just taking out the Broodmother. This time the Cut take out the Nature's Prophet, which was pretty hard to manage, especially once the Ags came up. What else are they going to want to clear out? Disruptor still in the pool. Skyrat Mage is still in the pool.
Yeah.
So you have a lot of options to open here for all sides and their favorite supports.
They probably won't ban their own Skyrat, though, right? Like,
no.
Maybe they will.
I mean,
they were like, bro, you played it so bad. I don't even want to get tempted to pick it, you know? So I'm just going to ban it right now so I don't hear you asking for it later on. You know, that's going to happen as well. BM your own teammate. That always works out well.
I've seen that a couple of times, actually, where you lose a game with this hero, then you just ban it next game. You're like, all right, we played pretty bad with this. I don't want you to tell me or trick me into picking this. It's gone. But they will ban the Lycan instead. You know, just taking care of the zoo heroes that have been popular. Beastmaster still available, though, in that pool. And Oversight open up with the DP. The Cut change it up. They go Hoodwink. They go Doom. They ignore the Skyrat. What is this?
Incredible.
3 does come out for Oversight, but wow, they ditched the Skyrat. Lizard, they gave up.
I'm disappointed heavily. I have no words. I need to have a talk with the Cut. By the way, Odyssey, man, I know you're into Greek mythology by your nickname, by your Greek name after, but he's so stoic. He's literally just like good posture, and that's it. Like, this stare is killing me right now. He's very
He's
serious.
showing a lot of expressions to me.
He's very
I
serious.
I feel like I'm looking at a mirror with fear in it. Fear 20 years ago. Fear 30 years ago.
30 years ago,
Fear
yeah.
40 years ago. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like a young Fear. It's prime.
How old
Back
is
before he
Fear? Like
touched Dota
we talk about his age. Fear Dota 2. How old is he actually?
I want to say he's like 36.
He's 35.
35. So yeah, I was a year on.
I mean, he's not that old. I mean, he is, but
It's
not
not
that
that
old. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. But it's always fun to make fun of the old guys, you know? I make fun of Mike all the time. I'm hitting 30 as well. It just it makes it less painful to grow old when you can laugh at it. Like, you're old. Instead of like, you're old. You know? Like there's a difference in the tone.
Ah, that's true. Fear won $2.5 million, by the way. That's some good earnings right there.
Yeah, but he
Yeah.
only won one TI. Now he can't act all big-headed like this.
Only one TI, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that's what Mike's been saying. Like every time Fear gets it in his head that he's like he's some sort of pro. Bro, you won one TI.
He has he has exactly 1,000 times more earnings than I do.
That's what winning one TI does, man. Yeah. That's Dota 2, baby. That's the way it tumbles.
What can you do?
What can you do? But at the least, now, Fear's just on your level, man. He's working the same circuit as we are. You know, he's brought down to earth. God's been made mortal once more. And he's old. So you have that going for you.
He's not much older than me, man. We're close. We're there.
Yeah, no, yeah. I get you. Still, the ban's continuing on here as we ban Fear from our tots. The Bristleback and the Quap being taken out by Oversight for the cut, taking care of the Puck and the Sniper. So, what he's banned from Oversight, is it telegraphing anything? Is this to protect the DP? Because the Bristleback, probably not, but
Oh, really?
the Quap is an interesting one.
I have no idea what they're doing with these bans. Like Quap maybe in the lane is decent. You can blink out of Siphon, but it's not really anyone's the go-to pickup into the
Yeah.
DP. Usually it's a Sniper maybe, like versus her. Like that's a decent lane. Overall, DP doesn't really lose many matchups. On the offlane, she loses versus a Nature's Prophet and versus these like glass cannon range heroes that can just keep the distance. Not sure. Co-op might be something that they screamed against and they didn't like it, so they just banned it out. Meanwhile, the cut, the way they're banning makes me think like they have the DP. They ban out the Sniper, they ban out the
Yeah.
Drow. Like if I have a Doom on my team, I'm worrying about Monkey King, I'm worrying about Ursa. I'm worrying about these heroes that just stomp me in the lane, right? Like Stark feels incredible for Oversight right now. If they could get their hands on that guy. They didn't ban out the Bloodseeker, that could be an issue. Like maybe they don't have the last pick of the second stage. If they did, maybe the Slark, but like this. Let's see what they go for.
We'll wait and see. As the Disruptor is still available for Oversight if they want to pick it up themselves. Like Disruptor Treant coming out again.
I would love that.
One way to go.
Yeah, I would love that for them. It wouldn't be that bad. 3 heroes without any stuns, just the overgrowth. Still, they go with the monkey. I mean, this is, I don't know. For me, Monkey King here feels really damn good. And it's flexible. You can put it on 4 in the end if you really decide that he is not the carry that you want. But it looks like a good Monkey King carry game.
Yeah, I don't disagree. It looks pretty clear cut. You don't have too many worries from the cut as well. So you should be able to have just your impact here, no problems. And they go to Marcy. So maybe gunning for that Monkey King support or the Marcy support, right? Like either one can kind of bring out. Although I would say I feel like Monkey King as a support is a lot better than Marcy. Like Marcy support just rebound just feels so awful. It just feels a lot harder in comparison to what Monkey King can do with minimal farm. So I'm keen to see what kind of flexibility and how they kind of drag that around here for Oversight.
Do you think they're doing the copycat? You pick PA carry, we pick PA carry, you pick Marcy carry, we pick Marcy carry. Is that what it is?
I mean, it's been working out for them so far. Like, they take these carries and adjust them to their playstyle, and it has been paying off. So I wouldn't fault Oversight for kind of thinking this way. It does feel like this is something that, you know, like if you brought that style to Div 1, I feel like that's the teams there can easily punish that kind of adjustment. But maybe in Div 2, there's a lot more leeway to actually just, you know, readapt this hero in a different way, and the enemy team's just not ready for it.
Sonic's turn to ban.
There's that Bloodseeker.
I mean, when I talked about Bloodseeker, I talked about him as an answer to the Slark. As a carry himself, like, I guess he's all right, but it doesn't strike me like an amazing Bloodseeker game. They just wanted to play it, I suppose. That's it. Like, you get some tempo from him, you get that early Maelstrom, you can play the map, you can rupture the monkey, but the monkey doesn't care that much. You just stay in your Wukong's command anyway, right? Like, you have the combo Wukong's command with the Treant. I agree with you 100%. I dislike the Marcy on that support position. At the same time, I like her. I'd rather have the monkey here, and Marcy can do whatever the hell she wants to. Put Marcy offlane, put DP mid, whatever, you know, as long as monkey carries this. It should be a decent monkey carry game.
Yeah, it does look that way here. And I suppose even if you did run, say, like the Marcy 1, I mean, into the Bloodseeker, that's where it kind of feels awful in comparison to the Monkey King, because you kind of do need to chase heroes down. You know, you need to rebound off, get the chase going. Bloodseeker can sort of punish that. So you could just shift your gears here just to ensure that, well, Monkey doesn't care too much, so he's probably going to have a better time with the farm now. And again, keen to see how Oversight kind of flex here. See the last sets of bans coming out. Invoker taken out by Oversight, Enigma taken out by the Cut. So it looks like they might be expecting probably the off lane, figuring that the DP will just head down mid here for the side of Oversight. Maybe banking on Flex, so we might see like an off lane and then another mid ban, like all the Spirit Brothers. Well, no, Ember's already gone. Storm's on hand, but Storm versus DP can be hellish with a silence. Probably not the most straightforward lane to play.
What's the second mid lane? Invoker and... Is it a Spirit of Swords? Puck is banned out, Ember is banned out. Could be a decent Storm game. I was reading the chat, by the way. What do you think, John? Not about the chat, about the last pick for the Cut.
I'm surprised they've banned out the Void Spirit on Oversight, actually. Like, that hero just feels so dead.
Yeah.
Like, I have not enjoyed... Like, to be fair, I have not been a Void Spirit fan for a very long time. Even when it was popular, I was just not fond of it, because I felt like the timings were so... You think about Void Spirit timings versus Ember and Storm, and Ember and Storm actually feel a lot faster with the initial items. Like, I don't know. There's something about Void Spirit that just feels a little bit weird.
Yeah, he's just not strong.
Yeah. He's just really faded out.
I like that.
For the last pick for COD.
I like that they banned out Witch Doctor in the end. I mean, look, I don't like that they banned out Witch Doctor as a hero. It's just like as an idea that they could pick. Okay, so it is. They're the ones that snatched the Storm. Puck is banned out. Quap is banned out. Like, is there anything that really kills him on that mid lane left in the pool? I don't think so. Nothing really insane.
Not seeing anything big. And I was going to say, like, the Storm fits Oversight a lot more, just because if the Cut picked up something like the Storm, well, then again, Storm into at least the DP silence, Storm into Overgrowth can be really damn annoying. So I think it fits Oversight a little bit more. Sure, Rupture's there, but you don't actually care about that on the Storm. And
for
the
sure.
only big concern is probably just
Necrophos. Someone wants to lose.
Yeah. Ooh, it's a mid Necro as well for Sad Man. Up against Odyssey Storm. I am not sold on this. I'm definitely not sold on this Necrophos. I don't know, like this here is just I have seen Necrophos games work on, you know, the last patch. It hasn't changed too much, but it's never like a game that looks clean. Well, to be fair, Necrophos is just really boring as well. But if your team plays around your tempo, it can work. But once your tempo is thrown off, this hero just doesn't recover.
Yep.
Right? Your ult is a stupidly long cooldown. It doesn't prolong respawn timers anymore. It doesn't pierce BKB. Your sustain is still something that can be punished, especially with some of the magic damage you have here on Oversight. And you can be counteracted by an Urn or a Spirit Vessel early on. Like, there's a lot of downsides to the Necrophos, and I don't think it ties in the draft for the cut. I think Oversight, again, came out with a much more straightforward draft here for themselves.
It might be fun, though. Like, you can buy some Radiance on the Necro, and you have Bloodseeker as well with you. Damage is going to be flying everywhere. The Bloodseeker is going to zooming in and out with 500 movement speed. And that's maybe what it is. And also, the lane versus Storm, the lane itself should be decent for you. And you said some magic damage. It's very minimal, right? Like, they don't have a lot. There's what? Storm, and that's pretty much it. They don't have a lot of magic damage. So once he pops that Ghost Shroud, he should be quite safe in most of these fights. Until Storm, I want to see, like, if this goes really late, I want to see Storm Spirit with, what's the Witchblade upgrade? Revenant Brooch, right? I want to see that. Like, maybe that could be a game changer versus the Storm, versus the Necro. Maybe some Nullifier as well later on.
Yeah, be interesting to see. I think the Nullifier is probably a very safe bet for something like Skyward. He is actually just straight up. Well, actually, he's queuing up a Radiance right now. Now he unqueues a Radiance, goes for the BKB on that Morrissey. So bit of a long-term
first item BKB
itemization. Now he switches up again. It's now Power Treads into Battle Fury.
I was really worried. Like, if he's queuing up BKB first, like, this game is gonna go south for them real fast.
Yeah, he's gonna go for the farm game.
Is someone sniping some couriers? A Tooth? You see a courier, a thief, but all the... A Tooth, a thief, but all the couriers are safe in their
little pens in the fountain.
Are they gonna pink him?
There's no action on the runes, so they've got time to look. Should be a decent 2-for-2 trade in the runes this time.
Ah, they're pinging him out. They saw him. They saw him. They're like, what is this imposter doing? Look at him. Tip him.
Tip's coming out. But he is just going to make his speedy way back to the lanes. As, you know, we'll see him join down bot. A Tooth along with Cry on the DP. So I feel like that lane's actually really stable. Like, you hit level 2, level 3. You can just kind of line up. You get the Boundless. You get the Tree Dance slow on the jump down. You can run down Scourge McDuck. I mean, until that point where you're aggressive, though, Scourge McDuck can just sustain through the last hits. And Jubei can make this lane painful. Just constantly arrowing out the range creep. Constantly securing their EXP here for the side of the cut. That does make a massive difference. So I'm keen to see how far they can push the limits here.
Dire's courier has been killed.
So far, Odyssey, he died every single time that we watched him versus Sadman. 1v1. Let's see if he can keep it up in game 3.
Yeah, it's almost like a ritual at this point for us in this series.
Well, he won once, right? So maybe that's the plan.
Yeah. But I feel like, wouldn't it just pattern back? So you win, you lose one, you win one, you lose one. So you have to be careful. Maybe it's time to change things up.
It's a
mid matchup is a fun one though. Like, Necros can just keep spamming out, and it is annoying for the Storm.
It's a short sample size, small sample size. Maybe his pattern is die once, lose, die once, win, lose. You know, like, who knows? Who knows what the pattern is gonna be like?
That is true.
I do want to see him die anyway, just for the lols. Anyway.
I mean, chances are I think it could happen if Sadman does manage to again just keep up these CS, keep up these denies on the Necro. He's gonna have the output to just out-sustain in terms of mana here and just put a big dent onto Odyssey. I'm wondering if the support rotations will come in at some point. I feel like with a Monkey you could, but with a Storm, at level 5 can be a kill level. So we shall see. Let's take a peek up top now as well. Skyward along with Dead Zoned on the Marcy plus the Treant up against Italiano Gangstar on the Doom and B-God on that Hoodwink. He does start off with the early Blightstone. There's some good harassment that can come true.
What happened? What happened with Oversight, by the way? Are they really just copycatting what the cut picks? They're like, okay, you picked this carry, it worked out well for you. We'll pick it now. Actually, Marcy didn't work out well for the cut, so maybe this is a BM. It didn't work for you, but it will work for us. Let me show you.
Yeah, you know. Yeah, just let me show you.
Yeah.
Kind of strats coming out here for Oversight. And to be fair, this isn't as bad as Marcy versus PA, although I still feel like Bloodseeker Rupture will prevent Skyward from trying to run around. I think that is the big concern there.
Dude, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but Odyssey is so scared. Like, he died twice, 1v1. If Sadman is diving, he's like a mile away already. He's just dodging the lane.
Yeah, bails out, just goes to secure the bounty, tries to top up. And this is a really strong start coming out from Sadman once more. Again, Necrophos is one of those lane dominators, and they're just fortifying to dive a little bit.
Look at the CS. Necro versus CS of Storm. Ooh, man, that's a yikes right there. That's a big yikes.
Doesn't feel good.
Yeah.
I mean, it is Necrophos, you know, and Storm doesn't have the longest range, so every time you come up to try to clear the creep wave, Sadman just manages to get harassed back. Atuf is trying to chase down, did manage to get the Jingu up, and does stop at least a creep from going through there on the little pull Sadman had. Gets another charge up. Arrow does connect as the salve comes in, and they should be able to find that Jubei this time, finding that first blood on Atuf. So in the end, Sadman is still around to get a little bit of that action, that cut of the pie for himself, and well, a faster level 6 if he has the mana for it. A couple of death pulses into the site, and that's a nice way to start the game for Sadman.
It is. At least the Tooth zoned Sadman a little bit, so Odyssey got a couple of last hits, right? Like, it was easier for him to farm. Plus, because of that, he TPs in mid and refills the bottle. So overall, if you're a Storm, he did make your game easier. Although he died, I think he made your game a bit easier on the mid lane.
Yep. Get a little utility out for yourself and try to get that Storm constantly topped up here. The cut, it's a rather passive game once more. The start is off here 5 minutes in, but you do have that slight network lead coming out now for the side of the cut. Every lane, every core in the lane is actually doing, you know, just marginally better than what they are getting here on Oversight. So as long as you kind of maintain that, and again, you don't start bleeding out these kills, you have a pretty solid chance here on the cut. Not to count out Oversight just yet.
Yeah, it's early,
you know,
but yeah, like you said, they are being pressured across the map, and if you're losing all 3 lanes in general, you're in for a bad time.
It's not smooth sailing from that point onward. They have abandoned mid. I mean, Odyssey again at this point is just jungling, securing bounty rune.
Tooth was on top of that invis for a bit, but forgot to pick it up. Sadman almost makes it through. There we go, the first one.
Arrow sight, there you are. So, first sight, charge up as well, a little bit more regen on hand. I have to say, for how long the cooldown is on Reaper's sight,
it's not that great.
This actually feels atrocious.
Yeah,
it's really atrocious. Even Lion gets a good chunk of damage per finger kill. Although, zipping in. Yeah.
Oh no,
Ooh,
the arrow.
The chain stun's out. And
no.
the damage is out. Odyssey falls down. They'll sacrifice Jubei for that, but the bushwhack was perfect coming out there from B-God. And that was him TPing in. He's going to have to walk back to lane. This time not a solo death, so that's some good news. He didn't solo die to a Necrophos, but he still dies in that lane anyway.
You know, like Necro can sometimes feel so obnoxious. Like, yeah, his ulti is bad now, but this hero, when he's like in a good spot in the meta, it's obnoxious to play against, because all he does is he dives you, he sits in front of your tower, you can't really kill him. If you try and damage him, he heals up through Ghost Shroud and Death Pulse. We'll see what happens in this game, but it's reminding me of those games, right? Like it's starting to remind me of the games in which Necro is just solo winning bot lane Scourge.
Yeah, they're jumping down. They do manage to get the control onto Scourge McDuck, and he just melts from the output. Good rotation coming through there from Odyssey, and good use of that first Exo out from Prajube. Drops way too low as well. So a lot of kills coming out here for our DP.
They're going for Sadman
They're
as well.
running for more. Sadman does have the TP home. Is going to be able to bail out. Barely bails out in the nick of time.
Is under attack.
Yeah.
Almost the punishment that they wanted. Unfortunate though, with the Exo fading, they can't really gun for that much shoving in on bot. The creep wave has been doing a good job naturally pushing in. And for the cut, this is the point for them where it feels a little bit slower. They do have Reaper Sight ready to go once more in Sadman, so maybe an opportunistic kill can present itself. They can try to run down, but beyond that, the Cut are more than happy to just kind of play this farm game. Like, you have the Doom filling up quite nicely. Bot tower, though, with an early rotation from Skyward, now it can go pretty quick, even without the Exo.
Yeah, maybe one thing that you're not happy if you're the Cut is you've taken 0 tier 1s so far, and you really committed on the tier 1 mid, but it's being healed up constantly by 3. Now there's a TP as well. They want to def this. But it will fall, it looks like. Mira gets it.
I'm not opposed to taking the occasional
Can't quite keep Jubei down as even Atuf starts to chase in. Arrow does not connect. Bushwhack does in the end. They've got the sight. Another charge coming out for Sadman.
That cooldown is, yeah. It's something.
Yeah, it is. But at least now, you know, you've got 4 HP regen and 2 bonus mana regen. That's actually not too bad,
I mean,
I suppose, at this point.
this early on in the game, it's not bad at all. Like, if they could get more, it would be pretty sick.
They missed the angle on the arrow. It does hit the creep, so no bushwhack to... well, no connection for the bushwhack afterwards. And Cry is now kind of forced to stay mid. They have cleared out the bot area, so it's not too bad. You've got this area to farm, and for Skyward, his Battle Fury is not too far off. He's doing pretty well. Number 4 net worth, tied up with the DP. There's certainly a nice little gold lead now for our Necrophos and our Doom. But that is almost to be expected. Now we get Italiano Gangstar with his Midas. So you should start scaling up far faster at this point. Which is, funny enough, something we missed from the Doom games we've seen. They haven't been going for the Midas build, but here we are. Italiano bringing it back.
Yeah, because no one was really thinking about themselves as a hero. Everyone is just going full, full teammate, help, Crimson, Greaves, Pipes, whatever. I do like the Midas. I think maybe Meteor Hammer is better at the moment. Like, with the state of the game, like, Meteor Hammer just feels really solid. Scourge.
Zip in.
Yeah.
He finds Scourge, and he's just dead trying to farm in the Ancients.
They're making some nice
I'll
moves.
take a couple of them, too. They are. Like, they're connecting really well on the side of Oversight. And after that kill, it's straight into top tier 1.
Yeah, with the Exorcism.
They've got the Exo. Doesn't take too long. Still making moves down.
Oh, he lives.
To Skyward, but the Reaper's Sight doesn't connect. The Overgrowth's there to save. And now here comes the turn. With Atuf showing up as well, but now they don't press the issue too hard. You fly home on that Necro, but wow. So now that's 110 seconds where you don't have sight and you don't find a kill. Never feels good.
Yeah, they went in with what, only the Hoodwink and the Necro. I feel like they needed to charge that Sharpshooter a little bit longer to get more damage out of it, and then the site would have killed. Maybe the site was a bit too early. Not sure. A little bit of overconfidence there in that sharpshooter and the amount of damage that it would deal. So far, Oversight really, like, the lanes weren't that great. Mid lane was a disaster again. But they're making good rotations across the map. They're making stuff happen.
Yeah, they certainly are. Like, again, they've played as a unit really well to punish some of these oversections coming out from the cut. And it's slowly reaching some early item timings. Granted, again, the cut still maintains a slight net worth lead, but mind you, that's a Doom with Midas. So it doesn't feel like this lead is big enough coming out from the side of the cut to really look for an opportunity. They are collapsing top. The zip forward onto Sadman. Does have the Hood of Defiance, but the damage is still flowing through. Sadman, though, is just going to be able to heal up. No problems from this one as they're trying to chase down now. Cry does get stunned up by the Doom, and there's a sharpshooter out from B-God.
From downtown, yeah. A Tooth.
From all the way downtown. Yeah. A Tooth is going to be pretty fine. No one randomly putting Stree down yet. Just giving some info for his team, but yeah, the cut again. They're starting to find some of these pickoffs.
Wanna go?
They wanna keep going. Zipping across, managed to catch out Italiano.
He got him.
They managed to take him out. I mean, they have to use the Wukongs, but it's a support monkey. You don't care. You just want that kill.
Yeah, like I'm impressed by Oversight and how much they're doing on the map. Like, even setting up a kill like that one, you know, a Tooth just chilling a little bit, waiting until they fall back and Doom is kind of left alone. They punish him. He only has a Midas, so he's not really that tanky. You can take him down easily with two heroes. Jubei should be fine, right? Like, you can't really dive the Necro. He's dusted, but the Necro is around. Got the travels, by the way.
Just jump there.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, that's pretty quick on the travels. We have some good presence coming out here now on Sadman. At the very least, can kind of match that pace if you do see a split push elsewhere. Just easily clear out the creep wave, and a smoke out from OVS. They do manage to catch some heroes as they've got vision up here. Overgrowth will just push them back. And you're perfectly fine now on your train. That is a massive commitment out, though.
I mean, it was
from R.
It was still funny.
Print.
Press R, press Boundless Strike, run away. No one dies. You don't give Necro an opportunity to get another stack. As long as he can't get any stacks, I guess you're kind of happy. Like, I don't know, and he's going for this Kaya Sange build. It's an interesting one. I guess Kaya Sange and a shard is what he'll build, right, on the Necro. Because if it's not Radiance, for me, it's just weird. Like, this hero as a core without Radiance has always been weird to me, especially now with the way his ulti works. Like,
yeah, his tempo just feels super weird. So, we'll see just how much they get out there. They do manage to bushwhack, dead zoned, and a free Reaper side kill coming out for Sadman. So again, a little bit more regen on hand, 6 HP, 3 mana. So we're starting to get the point where all your spells are really spammable for Necros without too much effort. The side of Oversight, though. Again, they've already got the Battle Fear on Marcy. They've got this bot jungle to play around with. The rotations from the cut just don't feel successful enough to kind of go on anything. They're starting to clump up now, maybe eyeing that bot jungle.
Is Oversight gonna pop the ulti on the DP and just straight in? Like, bring that DP from top lane down bottom? I wonder.
Oh. Got the bushwhack up top. Nice, clean, simple pickoff on our Treant. Not the biggest one to find.
Okay, why is DP in the jungle?
Dead zone.
Answer me this, John. John X Mr. Fire. Why is DP not at least mid pushing in the tower? What's going on?
Briefing. Nah,
What's he
maybe
waiting
just
for?
Tired.
Tired?
I don't
Tired?
think he waits for anything. Mayhaps. Because with Guardian Greaves up, you're pretty fine.
Pop
You've
that
got the Monkey
ulti,
King
come
there.
on. Go for it. Take the tower.
Yeah, just go for the solo push. Nah, he's holding on. The top will fall eventually here as well. Fortify, just to buy some time. They are TPing Sadman back up though. Reaper Sight's still on cooldown, and there is still a Tooth watching. Not the safest spot to be in, but does stave off and push a little bit more, at the least.
I don't know, like, I feel like if you see 4 heroes pushing top, or 5 even, you should be trading for a different tower. You should be taking it. Like, if you don't take tier 1 mid, the game is just much, much harder to play. A Tooth is followed by that pulse, but yeah, he's fine.
Yep. Just kind of dodging around right now for the side of the cut. I mean, the pace of the game does feel like something they'd enjoy. They might start onto heroes. Nah, not gonna go on each other just yet off the back of that invis. I would Moonlight Shadow now for the cut. Should lead them to work a couple more angles in themselves. Though
They want to go.
not the widest wraparound, a sentry will spot them. They are moving.
They did see them though, right? Like they saw that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Going on now. They do manage to get a bushwhack onto a Tooth, and they'll just go for that kill. Oh, to save the heal. Cancels off that charge, and here's the zip forward from Odyssey. A Tooth actually finds one kill himself. Doom is out onto Cry. The damage output is there, and they will not be able to deny, but Skyward's coming in as well with the punches. Can't punch through that Ghost Shroud. So a 2-for-2 in the end. All you find, well, I say all you find, it's a safe lane for a mid. A Tooth for a Tooth.
Yeah.
For sure. As a Tooth gets himself a kill.
And he survived.
Back and forth.
Yeah, he didn't get Reaper sighted, which is very important. So no pesky region for you, sir. Mr. Necrophos, we're looking at you. You ain't getting some this time around. Okay.
It's so ridiculous that it's just 110 seconds. Like, you can't even try to be aggressive to stack that up. Just don't get the opportunity to do so. Just never happens.
Gangstar.
Oh, yeah. Getting jumped, getting run down. And Atuf again providing that follow through for Odyssey to find these pickoffs. And it's the big threat of having just like these two mobile heroes, like the Storm and Monkey. They move too fast. You don't have the best vision game coming out from the cut, at least on areas like the high ground. So it's always going to be relevant for Oversight to get this kind of surprise gank play.
Yeah, they have some travels, but it doesn't really help them. A two with phases and 2 raid bands. This man is a hidden. He's a closeted carry. He just wants to carry. That's as simple as it is. I feel like, you know, no, not even a diffusal. Usually Monkey position 4. He pretends he buys a diffusal. There's some utility from it, but no. This man wants stats. Raw stats.
And he does. And True 8 bands just provide so much for him already. So, do you like that coming out there from Oversight, even though it is a little bit greedier? Moonlight Shadow does get popped by the side of the cot. Reaper's Sight is ready. If they can find someone.
If it didn't work last time, do it again. Right?
Yeah, just run it back.
Same move. The courier is flying towards them. And it does get killed by illusions. So if you're Oversight, you might have an idea of what's going on. Second courier killed by the illusions? Almost. Almost this time they live.
Quite enough to just keep killing off those good boys and girls that do bring us our items out. Oversight, I mean, they're just chilling, right? Like, you've got the Battle Fury Marcy going straight for the Basher next with a BKB on top. You're in a pretty good position to just kind of jump in whatever you want. Same thing goes for Odyssey. Like, again, just rushing BKB. Because once you have that, you're just gonna force like this Doom choice and this choice of the Rupture, along with just negating Reaper's Sight entirely. It is such an awful feeling for a Necrophorce to go into these defensive fights where you can't actually kill anyone. Because you really do need to kill some people. Instead, their mid-tier ones are one to die first as they just invade that bot jungle. They know they've got control. There's just not much the Cut can do about this.
The Cut is literally just one smoke after another. And they break. Storm should know, right? Storm?
Oh, does get clipped. Will manage to TP away.
Yeah.
No way to gap close now as well.
I thought that
Cut, so
I thought that he should know anyway, because he had a remnant there and they popped it with the smoke. They ran straight through it. They still catch him, but they just weren't fast enough to follow up the bushwhack. Maybe next time. But these are like what 2-3 smokes now wasted by the Cut. Not.
Yep.
I mean, they used them. It's just that they didn't get anything with them. Maybe a little bit of map control. Like they managed to go on that high ground that they usually wouldn't go without the smoke. But overall, yeah, definitely can be said they didn't connect onto anything significant. Skyward almost with the basher, not almost, but they're getting closer. You know, having a decent farm and Storm mid lane. Oh, should be fine.
playing it safe. You really need to rush things, although I would say for the Cut, I mean, again, they're just constantly on the aggression. Not the hero they really want to go for in the Treant, but Reaper's Sight down, just build the charges up. And Sadman up to 4 now. In terms of his Reaper's Sight charges, he is up at 10 HP regen and 5 mana each now. Zip out here though. Italiano. BKBs are pop, but the damage from Skyward when the punches are in, way too high. Sure, you doom out the soy sauce, but it's not going to be enough to stop the flavor from coming through from Marcy. She's just spicy right now.
Straight into the tier 2. Can they defend this? Will they try to? I don't think so. It was just, yeah, free tier 2, free outpost. Not necessarily too free, but yeah, you pop the exorcism, take the outpost, take it now. Okay, they're taking it.
They're playing pretty damn fast now on the side of Oversight. Like 10 to 9, you've got this 4K lead on the Cut, but it doesn't feel like it matters. Like this Doom with Midas just isn't far ahead enough. You've got some decent farm on Sadman and Scourge McDuck, but I know the impact of the Doom and the Bloodseeker just doesn't feel like it's there yet, as this time it's Oversight going for the smoke out. Scan doesn't find anyone. They should have an idea to swing around up to their own jungle up top.
They don't have
Whether or
exorcism.
not they find a good angle,
Right?
though.
Like they don't have exorcism, they don't have ulti on Monkey, ulti on Marcy.
Oh. Ooh. Oh.
Here comes Storm.
Odyssey zipping really far. And it just backs off. Although they are starting to get the punches onto Jubei. BKB popped on by Skyward, but BKB also popped on by the Bloodseeker. Overgrowth there to keep him in his place. And now Sadman does have the Ghost Shroud just to stay alive a little bit longer. But how long can you really last here? Not long enough. As everyone else from the side of the Cut just bail. And Oversight, even with some of those spells on cooldown, I mean, the DP just dies straight up. It doesn't even matter.
Yeah, like she died so extremely fast. Oh man, like she died, but they still win the fight, right? Overall, they get the Bloodseeker, they get the Necro. I really thought that the Cut were the stronger team here, but after this game, I still think that, but the draft is not making it easy for them.
Yeah, it makes it a lot harder as they start to dive forward beyond the tier 2s. The Doom is out onto Odyssey. But where's the follow through? Where's the control? There's the bushback into the blood right. Can they get the damage? Yes, they can. Turn to drop low, too low. Scourge McDuck has managed to chase him down. Move seed Artuf as well. Stuck in the tree line, unable to jump up. is punished. So now some of that overextension from Oversight is punished.
Yeah.
And the cut is in the game again.
They're in the game, and like when it comes to the net worth, they're never truly out of it, but mostly because of Doom and the Midas. Like he's got Midas Octarine. This man is gonna like carry the net worth game on his own. He doesn't need any assistance. He should have Doom because of that Octarine in every single fight too. So a lot on him to execute properly. How's our boy Bloodseeker when it comes to items? I'm not in game. What's he building? Basher, Maelstrom.
He's got the Basher. He's got Maelstrom, BKB. Face is going for his shard into Manta.
This is solid. Like he's gonna. I'm not so sure about the shard this game. I guess it's still solid. Usually I like it versus these tankier heroes, right? Like Morphling and I don't know, but okay. I guess it's all right here too. As long as he's not buying gags, I'm happy.
Yeah, I've heard stories from Mikey that we have seen the Ags work.
Yeah, it was
work.
Division 1 NA even. They went Aghanims plus Pudge Aghanims. It was...
yes.
It did work, like, he's right, he didn't lie to you. They did win that game.
So it's the... I'm guessing it was the Ags and then Devourer with a Shard and Rot plus Blood Mist running around. As the Roche falls here with no check from Oversight. A bit of an oversight on them to not be able to go in. Secondary life available now on Scourge McDuck. Some big blinks available on both sides. A blink out for B-God and a blink out now as well for Dead Zone. So easier positioning now for those overgrowth interrupts for Oversight, and easier way for B-God to just kind of weave himself in and out as well of these engagements. 13 to 12. Like, this game has been super even for a long time. And yeah, you mentioned the net worth mainly being on the Doom, but I feel like the farm distribution coming out here from the cut isn't too bad. Like, you're not that far behind in the Necro, you're not that far behind on Scourge McDuck, you're not really making any sacrifices to have this kind of distribution. You're still way ahead of Odyssey and Cry. So it feels pretty good right now for the cut, despite, you know, a few of these fights going a little bit more lopsided than you'd want to. It's still shaping up.
Still shaping up well. I can see like some future, some timeline in which Monkey together with Marcy can carry this, but they're not gonna be in front on.
Oh, zip forward from Odyssey does manage to spot a lot under their ward.
Nice.
They are managing to get a lot off, but the Doom was out. The Wukong's there to protect. They managed to take the first life. Can they get more? Chasing down Sadman as well. Scourge McDuck just running away. No BKB. And he is pinned to stay.
Yeah.
The punishment is there off a really good ward on that cliff. Oversight. I mean, they make it back and forth again.
Yeah, what I was gonna say is that I really see some timeline in which this Monkey transforms into another significant core for Oversight, and that fight, like, he doesn't have a lot. He has 2 raid bans and a BKB, but he still made it work. Like, look at most damage dealt on his whole squad. But the Wukongs was like the best Wukongs you can wish for, catching literally everyone. A little bit late maybe, but still pretty damn solid. Like you'd generally like to have it with the overgrowth, and you'd like to have overgrowth on these targets that have BKB'd already.
Oh, sad man. Just getting poked here to yield this up as well. Are they actually going to try to kill off a Tooth? And they missed the bushwhack. They missed the opportunity. But yeah, I get what you're saying. It's one of those things on support that does feel like something like the Anchas. They do find Italiano Gangster now and are going to start to melt him down. Freebie coming out there. So they did manage to make it work. And then the cut now, you know, they're in an awkward spot where we talked about like the Necrophos not being able to scale up. You don't have as many Reaper Sight charges up as you want to. There are some big saves coming out here from Oversight. Net worth lead all but gone now for the cut as well. And this Marcy core coming out from Oversight is actually working. Like this strat of them copying the pause 1 that the cut has been taking, it's not shabby. It's doing its thing. It's setting their eyes now onto the tier 2 Exo is still down for a little longer, and they're going to try to flank with Moonlight. Nice blink out from Skyward. Zip forward from Odyssey. Catches out the Bloodseeker. Wukong's is huge again with the Overgrowth. Forced to BKB, but Scourge McDuck is not safe from the hits of Skyward. And now on to Sadman. Does have the Ghost Shroud up to bail out, the jump forward. The Yule's there, trying to save himself here, but it's not enough just yet. Huge bushwhack on the Stive. They're going to be able to punish Skyward. He is taken away, and Atoof now, BKB trying to run. Should be able to bail out. And that was a lot of sacrifices being made by the side of Oversight. They dive so deep, they find the Bloodseeker, but they get punished for diving straight into the tier 3s. They don't respect the bushwhack on the high ground.
You have to respect
it was
the
just
bushwhack.
A bloodbath.
Yeah. Like the
Absolutely.
Bushwhack demands respect.
I mean,
How
if
dare
you don't have a way of chopping down the trees, then yeah, you're just going to be owned by that.
How dare you chop down the trees and disrespect the Bushwhack? Oversight.
Yeah, a bit of an oversight from them to do that. The cut. Oh, they regained their lead. I was babbling on about, how the cut lost their lead. Well, it bounces back. And again, this game is just a lot of back and forth. So much back and forth. Like, it's so hard to tell who's winning, as it looked like they were planning to re-engage here on Oversight. And as the game goes on, I want to say it's easier for Oversight here, Lizard, but I feel like you're actually not out of the game for the cut. Like, this lineup can scale, although it's a little bit wonkier, but it does scale.
Yeah, like it does. It's just like Oversight, once again, they have, I don't know, it feels like easier to execute. Like, you have 4 cores in the end. Like, you have Monkey hitting, Marcy hitting, Storm is a problem, Dead Prophet as well. Meanwhile, the cut, like, their lineup was easier to play up to this point. Not from this point onward, right? Like, I have a feeling they needed more advantage. Dead zoned, dead. Maybe.
Great. McDuck does manage to get a BKB off. They do manage to get the Ag's Doom off as well. Killing off, or are they killing off? Almost killing off the Marcy, and they almost found their own kills as well in Oversight. But here comes the output. The damage coming out from Atoof is good, but that AoE Doom is just too strong.
Okay, never mind. I
Last
take it all
survivor
back,
on the board
John.
for Cry.
I take it all back.
Absolutely. Words are measured here, Lizard, as they will find a full team wipe.
Yep.
And that Ags pickup from Italiana Gangster right at that moment. They're having so much control there. And they're just going to be able to clean up now.
Italiano Gangster, once again. Complete gangsta moves from him. Goes in with that AoE Doom. Also, he doesn't have a lot of control, but he still makes it work because the place on the map where they fought was kind of narrow around the stairs, so he could AoE Doom a lot of targets. Once he gets Shivas, it becomes a lot easier. Like, usually when I see a Doom with Agnes, I want to see AoE control from his teammates. They don't really have that. They have 1 Shivas on Necro. Maybe 2 Shivas is an overkill then? I'm not sure. Maybe just get the overwhelming blink instead. That's also decent.
Yeah, I like that route. Just a lot more HP for Gangstar. And a nice slow, good amount of damage blinking in. Let's see if that's something he switches into. I think they just kind of want to separate how far forward Sandman is. Like, for me, it feels like his Shivas is like bailout. Odyssey, looking to be cheeky. Tries to jump in. Does get the Vortex, but they've got the jump again onto Skyward. He's gone. And they have nothing to show for it. AoE Doom coming out once more from Italiano. He is very low, so the Doom's not going to last that long. They find some punishment now.
Can they catch
that
anyone
chase
else?
Going.
Yeah.
They need to find someone. They commit to the exit. There's no detection. The Bushwhack misses. Melee range arrow. Everything coming out. They've got the sight. And now Atoof trying to set up for his team, but he's not a core yet. He is gone.
He tried.
And that deep dive, that deep commitment cost the side of Oversight. The cut. I mean, they had so much damage coming through. The sight just melted right on that DP. And, well, Oversight, I mean, they had the need to look for that kill. They had the need to try and make it worthwhile popping the Exo, but they just lose more. He'll try again. Zip him to be God. Take out the squirrel.
Oh,
But that
arrow!
does reveal a lot. The arrow connects. There's no mana
He gets
for
him.
Odyssey. And he is just stuck. The damage from Scourge McDuck is high. And he's got the vision now with a low HP. He's trying to zip away. There goes that death pulse coming through. And they clean up. My God. They tried to re-engage. They find a squirrel, but you lose your storm. The forest. Revenge is taken for the forest onto the weather here.
This game is just insane. Like, this whole bottom engagement basically started off with just Doom kind of just cutting off Marcy from joining the fight. Storm zips in the back. He doesn't really check. He doesn't figure out where Doom or Necro are, but he zips in the back. He's searching for targets. Marcy tries to follow up and just gets stunned by the Doom. War Stomp instantly into an arrow. Yeah, just so unfortunate the way to start a fight, to lose your carry immediately.
Yeah. That's been an issue for Skyward now for quite a few of these fights as well. It's just not able to really connect. They'll try now. The Rupture's there to hold Skyward back. Is rebounding away, and that actually does save Jube. So low. They get the Wukongs. They're trying to do the damage on Scourge McDuck. Doom is there, but Scourge cannot sustain. Italiano is still chasing, though. With that Doom trying to look for that kill in Skyward. No! They die. They're losing everyone. Sad Man as well. No Ghost Shroud. God.
This is... Yeah, this
what?
is... I don't know, man. It's like Bloodseeker ruptures the Marcy, arrows her as well, like Mirana arrows her, and then they just go full crazy mode into Wukong's command. Like that Bloodseeker disappeared in a second. And Marcy has ulti, obviously, like she's gonna fight back. It's not that hard. Yeah, they're doing some crazy moves, both of these teams. I don't even know where this one is going. It's like, it's just insane. 37 minutes in, 75% win rate. 39 minutes in, 48% win rate for Radiant. A bit of throws from the cut.
Yeah, it is starting to feel a little bit like that, like a game of throws, maybe a series of throws, although I think this is definitely the game of throws here right now. Full sight up now for Odyssey as well. So additional control for that Storm on the zip in. And that added control could be the make or break here for Skyward to be protected. That leads down to just 2k here for the side of the cut. And they still have Aegis running for a while. There's not much to scare them off now on the side of Oversight.
Yeah, definitely now with the Aegis you're feeling bossy. If you're Oversight.
Oh yeah. Definitely are. Try for a smoke play here in the cut with Moonlight Shadow as well. Oh, they do mention Intercept. Atoof, all by himself, just cutting everyone off. Does have that nice nullifier on hand. They do manage to catch out the Doom. Vortex is reflected back. So it stalls out for a little bit. Still going for more though. We'll find Scrooge McDuck. Still no buyback on that Bloodseeker now as well. And Oversight. Boy, oh boy,
yeah,
punishing good.
They're in full control, almost taking back that net worth advantage as well. Versus a Doom, by the way, so that's massive. You know that the team is in a good spot when they're winning versus Midas Doom in the net worth game.
Yeah, it's starting to lag a little bit behind here for the cut.
This is the problem. Like Necro is no longer safe. Like they have multiple nullifiers. Like Storm doesn't have mana, so they're not gonna go for him here. But if Necro follows, they might. Let's see. Do they turn?
They're trying. They're zipping forward. No, not that much mana on Odyssey, but they will get the Overgrowth. Yulet's already to self-save, but the damage is still being done. Italian Gangster in with the AoE Doom. He is just dead. Marcy with her output, it's just too much.
They might have just lost.
And they're just chasing down. It looks really hard to defend. You will have respawning your Bloodseekers sooner rather than later. And you've got the buyback in Doom. But that's a Doom buyback without Doom being up. It doesn't feel that useful at all.
Yeah, you have buyback on Doom, buyback on Mirana. You can spam Bloodright a little bit here and there, but like overall, if you're Oversight, there is absolutely no reason for you to go back. Like, just push. Every single tier 2 is down. Like, you can even go for 3 sides here.
Yeah. Just rip through mid for now.
Okay, if they go for Throne...
Unleash just goes way fast. Yeah, they are.
I don't like this that much. Yeah, I'd rather have them just stay safe, take the sides, you know. The disciplined approach.
Yeah. They will change gears. They go for that top to the racks. They can swing down for bot, although the respawns are coming through. But I think at this point they've shown us that they are quite fearless. And they will just gun for the megas. They don't have too many cares. Fortify will drag it on a bit.
I'd still push. I don't know. If I was them, pop that Wukong's command, still fight it out. Okay, it's a fake back with the smoke. Even better, maybe.
Got a lot of TPs, man.
Yeah, Necro TP'd into them, but like, I don't know if that is the play when you're playing versus all these nullifiers now on Oversight. Like, you can really get punished. He was super cocky there, and Oversight, I guess they're... At this point, they're a little bit disciplined, you know? Like, they don't really want to... They don't really want to throw this huge advantage they've got. I honestly, after game 1, I couldn't imagine them taking this... taking a game, yet alone a series, off of the cut. But a tooth, he refuses to lose.
Yeah. It's all down to a tooth, man. Like, this guy has been making plays. This guy is that secondary core. You get the Arcane Rune now as well for Odyssey. He's got the Sight. He's got the Ags up. All the control you could ask for now on the Storm. Aegis does expire. So we're probably just going to be waiting for that next Roche respawn here for either side to kind of make their move and cement their position in this game and potentially coming out with a series win.
Atuf almost has as much farm as the enemy carry, so he's really doing well.
Yeah.
The Monkey King is on fire.
I mean, at this point, being 400 gold behind the enemy carry is a lot worse than the carry than it is for you as a support, quote-unquote, Monkey King. So we'll have to see how they kind of manage that side of Oversight.
150 more gold and he's overtaking Bloodseeker.
Yep. Not too far here. Roche, just go for the Exo. No need to wait for that Roche. Just go in. They know Fortify is down. And very non-commitment push as well. It's just Cry. No one else is showing. It's going to be hard to deal with. Being disciplined here. Not forcing the high ground with all their heroes. No, just poking and prodding, taking what they can for free.
Yeah,
we'll find the racks eventually.
Just very disciplined. Heal up the DP. If they go overgrowth into Wukong's command, never mind, Storm is in. Scratch that.
Oh. They are still trying. You managed to find dead zoned in the tree line. They'll take one for their troubles.
That's like unnecessary, I feel like, but with this Arcane Rune you can still fight. You can buy back. Yep.
Buy back, they get the AoE Doom out. And we'll try to run down, but he's gone. No refresh, no Doom available on Italiano. It's a jump forward, skyward. Gets the kill. It's the zip across to cut the tree line. Scourge McDuck just can't sustain this damage output. Even our Doom as well, just so susceptible to that physical burst window. Now
the racks.
The last set of racks. Yep. It's just gonna go. Italiano, and still had to buy back, but what's he really gonna do here without that Doom?
DP.
Overgrowth again coming out. The control is massive. The kills are pouring in. The end is in sight, and for the cut, and the end does not look pretty for them, but for the side of Oversight, it's looking pretty fantastic.
Storm is in.
That's another zip out onto the squirrel.
The squirrel is
God
dead. Yep.
taken down. Does have buyback, but at this point, I just don't know if you even gone for any of that. They will go for it. They need to stall. They need to find a way. They can't just call the GG, but the output of the tooth is too
GG.
much. And the GG is called. The cut. The veterans in the cut could not close it out. And Oversight. I mean, this is a team that, quite frankly, I didn't have that many expectations for either coming in. Just because, well, you know, the cut, they're a known factor. They've played a lot of this Div 1 and Div 2 NA before. They know this song and dance.
Now they're happy. Now we see some smiles.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
finally happy.
Finally a little bit of relief because they were handled game 1. Game 2, they came back off of a really wonky draft, I would say, from the cut. And this game 3, Necro, I don't think this is a hero. You know, I would blame it a little bit on him. But then again, like, they played well. Like, you know, like, we should give props to them as well. Monkey King, Atuf, farming up, getting his levels. The combo of Monkey King, Wukong's command plus Overgrowth was there a couple of times. Odyssey on Storm Spirit. This time, the laning stage, it was rough. Like, Necro is difficult to play against, but he still found his farm. He still found his impact in the game, even versus the Doom. Like all things said and considered, good job Oversight, taking this game in which they were underdogs, probably.
Yeah, they were just... again, after game 1, like you mentioned a couple of times, you just don't expect on the side of Oversight to kind of come back in to this series, because it just looked like the cut was just so much more disciplined. But they've surprised us twice in a row. Like, their execution has been clean. And even after some solutions coming out there from the side of the cut, it's just not enough. And, you know, I'm keen to see how this team grows. Because, again, they started off in this DPC with a 1-2 loss to Tilted Boys, who are, you know, pretty much up there right now with their 2-0 standing in the Div 2 NA DPC. So it's really not a bad opponent to lose to, but beating out the cut, who, again, this is a veteran team. This is a team that has been solidly in NA, pretty established team with pretty established players on hand, and they just got crushed. Like, it just felt like at some point the cut were a little bit lost. Maybe it's this new roster not coordinating as much. Maybe there's a little bit of a disconnect in what they'd want to do. But for OVS, it's just after that game 1. Maybe it's like what Tilted Boy said, you know, when OVS got their 1 game win in that series, they're like, all right, we got the trolling out of the way in game 1. Let's play some Dota. And, you know, they execute perfectly.
Yeah, the throwing definitely helped in that game 1. You know, when you throw quite a bit, you fill up the quota, like you said, you get it out of the way. Then it's easier afterwards. 2 Monkey King games. Wait, no, Atuf was Nyx Assassin in that second, and now Monkey King in the last. Like, he had a ton of impact coming from position 4. My boy Atuf, good job. Everyone else as well, on point. Odyssey, 11-4, finishing that. Considering how the laning was, I thought it might be much, much rougher.
Yeah, he had a fantastic time. Of course, our MVP here for OVS, I think it's going to be a little bit surprising when it does come out. I mean, Odyssey had a great game, but it's going to go to Skyward. To be fair, I think Skyward actually did a lot. Like, his itemization was pretty on point here on Morsi. His decision-making in these fights, when to pull back, when to just stand still in the rupture, how to join up with his teammates, when to join up with his teammates. All of those choices he made were the right choices. So he provided that avenue for his team. He just scaled so well. And he executed so well, along with everyone else. Like, everyone really played a fantastic game. But Skyward definitely starting to be a step above, especially, again, considering what happened to his team in the last NADPC Tour 1 Div 2. It was a lot rougher, and he looks to be in really good form. And speaking of Skyward, we do have an interview ready with Skyward himself here, as we have him on hand. Hello there, Skyward. Hello. How are you doing, my friend?
Doing good. How are you guys doing? I was worried we never get to talk after last season, but, you know, things change, I guess.
Yeah, it looked pretty rough last tour, but you guys are looking in very fine form here in Tour 2. I mean, it was a rocky start with your first series, but you managed to clinch this one away with two great back-to-back games in Game 2 and Game 3. Run it back for me in Game 3 a little bit, right? Like, you see those picks coming out here from the cut. You see them go for that Doom and that Bloodseeker. They change things up. They ditch out the Skywrath Mage for the Hoodwink. And you guys go back for Marcy. And in fact, this is something Lizard pointed out. Like, Game 2, you guys took the PA. Game 3, you guys took the Marcy. Well, you guys were picking the course that they previously ran. Were you guys, like, trying... did you guys see, like, all right, they understand certain things about this here, we can make it work for us, and we took it in? Or were these things that you guys prepared beforehand?
So initially going to this series, we had done a lot of prep, and we knew B-God was going to want to pick... he was going to want to pick his Sky, his Hoodwink, and his Techies. And once, after Game 1, they kind of worked us a little bit. The sniper wasn't great. Their PA did, obscene amounts of work. Game 2, they picked the Marcy. It's a hero that we didn't think that they'd pick. And coming into Game 3, when they ditched the Skywrath Mage, we figured their confidence was like shot. That Game 2 was like their game to win, like the way that they were drafting their heroes. And the moment that, they ditched their comfort picks to try to pick what was more meta, we knew that if we just picked something that I was comfortable on, which is the Marcy, and especially like they just tried to play against us, we'll just play it better. And I mean, you could tell that game, they were just played scared the whole time. We just waited and waited and waited, and eventually we just won. So, yeah,
it's a pretty rough one to play for them, and you guys look spectacular with that patience coming out there Skyward. I have one question about like that jump for you, right? Last tour you were listed mainly as playing 3. This tour on this new team, you're playing as 1. How is that shift out from the core role for you? Like, is 1 your more preferred role? I can't remember when we were talking in Stockholm what you do enjoy playing, but is 1 your preferred role?
Man, I love hitting creeps. It's my favorite pastime. I get more farm and my strength as a carry. I don't think it's the laning phase. I think I just like hitting creeps more than the enemy. So I try to do it faster than they do, and eventually I kind of just win. But I'm also a Brood player, and we know how obscene Brood was before this DPC going into last tour. So when you think of Brood now, it was like twice as broken. And being a level 30 Brood player with a 70% win rate, 1,000 games, I kind of got asked to play off lane because they identified me as the Brood guy. And my switch to 1 hopefully tries to push that narrative. I'm not the Brood guy. I'm a carry player that happens to play a hell of a lot of Brood Mother. So, dual threat.
Yeah, and it is looking pretty damn good, and you're on a path to clearing that out, especially since, Brood guys are hard to use because Brood's always first phase banned. Lizard, what do you have for Skyward here?
Yeah, Skyward, don't let anyone put a cage on you. You're more than a Brood player.
I know.
You're a carry player, a real true position 1, right here, proven. The cut. Who are they in Division 2? Nobody. No one against Skyward. Yeah. Tell me, where does your...
Well, no, you go ahead.
Ah, damn it! I ruined it. Never mind. Like, what's the Skyward from? Is it like Squidward and Skyrat? I don't know. What's the mix?
Initially, one of the first games I grew up on was Legend of Zelda: Skyward Sword, and I think most of my life in Dota 2, I've always played with a bit of a chip on my shoulder. I was always like the 3k MMR friend with 5k MMR friends. Like, I was always like the lowest skilled, and I honestly feel a little bit of that in this team. Like, I know my teammates, and I know how good they are, and I know how much better I need to be to bring us where we need to be, right? So it's sort of like that idea of, like, I'm always trying to push for something that I haven't yet reached, right? I'm like, there's this end goal that I want to get to, and I'm constantly going to be pushing until I finally reach that.
Do you think that you'll be satisfied once you reach that end goal, or will you put yourself again down and bring a different goal up, like raise the bar even higher?
Well, I mean, that's the little secret, right? I don't even know what the end goal is. I haven't seen that yet. So I'm just going to keep pushing and keep going, and we'll see what happens. We're kind of playing it by ear.
Yeah. Okay. Like, I'm asking because of my personal experience as well. Like, keep the goals high, but don't feel bad about yourself and where you're at, because you're in a good spot. Like, there's always room to improve, but feel good about yourself. Yeah, because it helps to keep the positive vibes. To keep it going for the team. Yeah. Does anyone else work with you from the team, like when it comes to position 1 and stuff, or are you just watching replays and doing it on your own?
I would say a lot of my position 1 work I actually pawn off to some of our I wouldn't say they're necessarily full-fledged coaches, but I work a lot with ET. He's a caster that's worked at BTS. This guy watches Dota for a living. He's great. He's helped me, give me a lot of feedback. Sheep as well. Sheepstick, she's done tremendous work whenever it comes to like laning questions, because she started playing 5. I'm able to bounce ideas off her. And like my saving grace has been MSS, great friend of mine. Mm-hmm. This guy, whenever I pester him about a replay, he'll sit down and he'll break it down with me. And so I just have a great group of people on top of my teammates who are going to sit here. We sit there and scrim lobby practice. We'll watch other pro replays, because I know what I need to do to bring us to that team that's ready to push for Div 1, not just some middle of the pack team. And so they're sort of, I have a group of people around me that are really trying to bring me to that next level.
Yeah, thank you, Skyward. Like it seems like you and your boys, that you have like a lot of good friends surrounding you, and also good work ethic. So looking forward to seeing you in Division 1, man. Don't disappoint.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, hopefully you guys see you there. Before I let you go, I'd like to ask one question. How is it like forming this new team, right? I would say this is a completely different team from what we saw from you in last tour with Eternity. It's literally 4 different players. How do you make this group, how do you bring this gang of friends together for this one?
Well, so initially we were actually going to play the last qualifiers with Eternity. We were going to play with Eternity, but this was supposed to be my team last season. But IESF occurred, and my 2 French players, Atuf and Cry, they were unable to play. And then I got invited last minute to Eternity, so it kind of fell through. But this has really cemented in my mind the idea that I'm someone that likes building teams. I'm not someone who, joining teams has never been something that really worked for me. I'm more of I like to build the pieces around me to compensate for whatever area of gameplay I lack in. And that's what I have in my 4 amazing teammates. Like, my laning has been pretty weak. I got Dead Zone, who's pretty solid. If I have struggles in the mid game, you see a Tooth every single game, jumping in and out, getting pickoff after pickoff. Like, these guys are able to pick up any slack that I leave behind. So overall, I think we're just really well-rounded at sort of playing to each other's strengths and covering weaknesses.
Yeah, and it does come true in your gameplay. Now, before I let you go here, Skyward, do you have any shout-outs you want to give to any new fans you might have earned after this series? It was a hell of a series. I'm sure a lot of people were happy to see it. Any words for them?
First, shout-out to my team. These guys are some of the best guys I've ever had the pleasure of teaming with, and I hope we only go up from here. Shout-out to anyone who's come out to support us. Any support, especially like in Div 2. We're not quite Div 1 teams, but we try to make the game entertaining for everyone that can, show up at the games. So anyone who's buying the fan bundle, using the lines, even showing up in Twitch chat and just watching the games, it's more than we could ask for. So, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for coming out, and I hope you guys enjoyed.
All right, thank you as well, Skyward. Congratulations on your win, and we hope this is a continuation for your upwards trajectory. Best of luck in the rest.
Yep. See you guys. Peace.
Catch ya.
See ya.
What's up, Skyward? What a nice fellow.
What's up with all these wholesome, good interviewees, man? Like, they all take very decent interviews. They very well. It's NA. It's their. Yeah. Okay, so it's their language. So, but still, like really good dancers and very talkative, eloquent.
You know what it is? It's this guy.
It is. It has to be you. It has to be you. You
We're
make
just throwing
me talkative
T-Panda
as
under
well.
the bus.
I just see your red shirt and I'm like, I want to talk to this man. Like, the smile as well. Yeah.
Oh goodness, what can I do? We did have great games. Really great answers coming out from Skyward, and it was a great journey for him. Like, Eternity had a rough time last time, but looks like OVS can have a good time here, as we can take a look a little bit at the leaderboard shaping up after today's results and start to see a few more teams start to pull ahead and a few teams recovering. Tilted Boys up in first now, 2 wins, 0 losses. Fart Studio still up there along with SKAG. The Cut now taking 1 loss but still within the top 4. And now OVS with that 1 win pulling themselves up out of the danger zone of relegation. And we've seen Alpha drop several paces with their no wins at all still. Like a constant loss streak right now for Alpha. Do you see any surprises in this shakeup here, Lizard, as we are on day 3?
Yeah, but just the OVS win versus the Cut, because I thought Cut would be able to take this just from the names in the team, right? And from the game 1, like seeing the game 1, and then the way the series eventually turned out to be is not something that I could have predicted. That surprised me. Besides that, everything else kind of on point.
Yep. It's still within there, and there's still time, of course, with so many more games coming up in Div 2 for these teams to kind of come up, as we will take a look at our schedule for the next set of matches that we have on our next day of games. We've got another NA team up against C-Dub up first, Fart Studios versus SKG, and Cut versus Alpha. Which one of these stand out for you? I'm kind of staring at Fart Studios versus SKG as being a very intriguing one.
It's gonna be an interesting one for sure, no matter what, right? Like Far Studios and Sand King Gomez, like looking at these two names, if nothing else, I'm already entertained. Cut versus Alpha should be Cut favored, like looking at the series that these two teams have played. And Ant versus C-Dub, I guess as well, C-Dub favored unless Ant really cooked things up a little bit, because they had some shining moments. They just threw their series super hard. So if they can fix the couple of issues that they have within the team, like playing a bit on the same page, you know, just doing the same things together, not like us just dominating on his own and the rest of them kind of running around. I think that one can be fun to watch as well, but probably second one, the best one.
Yeah, for sure. Like the Fart Studios up against SKG. It's another one of those matchups where, you know, it's Fart Studios, which is a team filled with names that are pretty well known, and then San King Gomez, which is like this hybrid mix of players that are, you know, have spent some time in the DPC, some have not. So I'm keen to see how that comes out. A lot of exciting games when that day does roll around. But that is it for today here, Lizard. It was a pleasure casting with you, you know. After all this time knowing each other, we have not managed to work, and I'm so happy to get this opportunity. And, you know, kicking T-Panda and Mike away, we don't need them, you know.
I think
we have us.
Yeah, we should just move them away. We should continue it like this, you know. Who needs them? This is more chill anyway, yeah.
This is absolutely the chillest. But now it's time for us to take a break and end the day. Thank you all for watching here on the PGL channels. Make sure to come by on the rest of the days for more games. And that's me and Lizard signing off for today. Catch you all next time.